Hi. Hello. How are we doing? I hope everyone is well. We're going to not play a game today.
What's going on, Youwy?
For the
Gang?
first time in a bit, we're not going to be playing games. We're going to be doing a tier list on stream for the first time in a while. So that's pretty cool. Zaid, Ethereal, Montana, Kara, Michaela, Big, Cappy, Zainab, Jordan, Bagel, Kami, Scout, Wubs, Casual, Danger, Dunes, what's up? How you guys doing? Hope we are all well. I don't know how many... 2, 4, 6, 8. It's about like 180 or so bosses. Does Night Train have a tutorial? No. No. But like there's like a damage testing area. As soon as you walk in, and I guess like I think it's like a little like menu that describes, like as I pop up on the screen to describe what's going on before you go into a game. Like this is the gist of things. I think there's like tutorials that pop up on the screen as well, and you can like turn them off. You know, like in Elden Ring, how like things pop up on the screen, like when you pick up an item or some shit like that, it'd be like, hey, look, this is for this or some shit, you know. Or like when the circle starts to close in, it'd be like, hey, look, the storm is coming. I don't know, some shit like that. It's nothing too crazy. I don't know, it's pretty simple though. You know, it's just Elden Ring, but you know, you just pick things up and just move along. And it's in a closing circle. It's basically the same game, but just in the Fortnite storm. But you're playing a co-op and fighting PvE. Anyway, let's do this tier list. And after doing this tier list, we're gonna react to some videos, and it's probably gonna be. People said that they wanted me to react to Rusty's new video, and I might just react to some other random shit. We'll see. We'll see. More reactions. Elden Ring is gonna be lost, so sorry. We have to do the Demon Souls first. Everyone's favorite game. The Vanguard Demon. He's caked up. He inspired a big generation of caked up bosses that followed him. But as a fight itself, nothing too crazy. Throw it into the C tier. He has like 3 attacks. The hitboxes are kind of jank, even in the remake as well. No one cares. The Phalanx. Phalanx is kind of boring. I mean, like, the concept of the fight is just keep whacking on something with a 2-handed weapon so your weapons don't deflect off the shield, and then just keep circling around and hopefully just don't get hit the entire time. Or just throw fire bombs. Phalanx is kind of shit, but, like, it's the first boss of the, like, game, like, the real first boss. That's a tutorial one, so, like, can't really get that mad about it. It's kind of, like, a weird design choice to have this one be the first boss, though. Armored Spider. Okay, so the Armored Spider. Pretty unique concept. A lot of the Demon Souls bosses, they always have like a certain like mechanic or thing going for them that make it seem like they're actually a designed boss and not really just like a glorified mini boss. So I don't mind the concept. He has like 3 different attacks. I mean, Demon Souls bosses, they only have like 3 different attacks, and at most they get like a like a 2-hit combo. I don't know. I don't mind the design of it. I think it's a B tier. Nah, fuck, it's C tier. It's a Demon Souls boss. How high can I really go? I don't know. Actually, I put it. We'll see. We'll see tier, I guess. I don't know. Fool's Idol. This is basically like the first iteration of Pinwheel before they decided to make Pinwheel like 5 more times. It floats down like Rolana or Renala. And it spams projectiles and those stupid fucking like transmutation circles on the ground that actually get you staggered and stun lock for like 5 seconds is like super annoying. Especially because like you can't even avoid them sometimes. You have to like walk all the way around the arena and probably end up getting hit by one anyway. It's kind of like, it's a cool concept to try and like memorize things on the ground. But like it's still like, you still can't like walk around them. Like you have to walk into them. It's kind of dumb. Not really the best execution. But the atmosphere is there. So I'll say C tier again. I think I like the armor spider better. I feel like I would put the armor spider into the B tier. We have like 3 tiers above it. I'll put the armor spider into the B tier. Why not? It's a Demon Souls boss. It's pretty memorable. I like it. Adjudicator. I think I should zoom this in. Is that better? Okay. The Discord mod boss. Now, fighting him legit is pretty boring. You only have like one spot where you just have to hit the entire time to just make sure he staggers. Fighting him at a distance with projectile attacks makes it a bit more engaging. But like, you know, bird noises. I mean, the design is very interesting. It's very unique. That's the thing about Demon Souls bosses. A lot of them have like very distinct and unique designs and unique ways to fight them. Which is something that I appreciate about the Demon Souls bosses.
What's
Because
going on, Youwy?
in the games that follow it, in like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, they're just like, you just fight them the way you fight just regular enemies, you know? You don't really fight them any differently. So I think the Adjudicator, it's interesting. But it's still like fucking boring. And I think the small arena kind of makes it annoying sometimes, you know? So I don't know, I put it pretty to the C tier as well. I might like it better than the Vanguard Demon. Leechmonger I don't think is a good boss at all. This one's D tier 100%. Leechmonger has like incredibly weird hitboxes, like instant startup frames with the hitboxes. It gets sent flying to the ground every single time. If you're using like shit damaging stuff and you do it like early on in the game, which it is area 5-1. He just constantly heals, and I fucking hate that shit. So it's like you have to use like a fire-based weapon to just make sure you're just doing respectable damage, and it just doesn't feel good at all. And like he just blends in so much with like the boss arena, and it's just like it's hard to even tell what's going on in this fight. So yeah, this one's pretty shit. This one's pretty shit, but it has a you know, a healing mechanic. I guess that's interesting. It's a cool design. Tower Knight, the original one reborn. This one's probably also a B tier. Probably. I mean, it's the same concept of just like, you know, whacking on somebody's legs, making them fall down, people shooting at you. It's like it's pretty basic. It's a cool design. Nothing too amazing. I don't know. Not really much I can say about it. One Reborn is the worst version? Yeah, this one's like the strictly better version of the One Reborn. But I don't think I could put anything higher than the B tier. But it's probably better than the Armored Spider. Flame Lurker. I don't like this piece of shit boss fight, honestly. Flame Lurker is dark. Like, this is like the only boss that feels like it's supposed to be like that, you know, just challenging, just generic design. You don't fight it any fancy type of way like you fight the Armored Spider or the Adjudicator. It's just raw damage. But the thing is, the fight just fucking sucks. Because he's like fucking fast, the lingering hitboxes, the fucking blinding lights, the lingering hitboxes. Yeah, I don't care for this boss fight at all. It's just stupid. It doesn't feel consistent at all. It doesn't feel like he has like a set moveset that you can try and read. It's just like, just try and bait out his attacks and hope for the best sometimes. And like the fact that he jumps and he's jumping gets a hitbox as well that just staggers you. It's like, it's just stupid. D tier. I don't care about this fight at all. Man Eaters. Oh boy. F tier. This is like the single worst AI in a boss fight I've ever seen in my entire life. It is downright horrendous. The fact that they designed a boss where like it flies off the ledge and it can fly away to reset its enemy position, it is like the worst thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. It is so boring, it's mind-numbing, and it's shit. And the fight itself, even if they do manage to actually get some one-on-one action, it's just him not running back and forth or charging back and forth, getting one hit in, and it's repeating the process the entire time. There's like a couple of interesting attacks, and I don't know. And the fact that there's two of them was all that do the exact same thing. Like, they're both just the exact same. Just two bosses. It's like the original Valiant Gargoyles. But arguably worse than the Valiant Gargoyles. Where that's the most horrendous AI I've ever seen in my life. It's just so jank. It just looks like it's just you're playing a very dated game. It's like the only boss that really feels that way compared to the rest. It's fucking horrendous. Old Hero. I like the Old Hero. This is a cool design. It's a cool concept. Doesn't do anything too fancy. But the fact that you are fighting like a blind person and you have to be wary of like, you know, the fact that he can hear you and it's not really based on your positioning sometimes. And the fact that you can counter him with a ring. There's like some cool interactions there. I actually like that. And it's a cool cutscene, cool boss entrance. It's fine. He's pretty basic though, you know, still like just most Demon Souls bosses. I'd probably slide him into the higher B tier. It's hard to put Demon Souls bosses high because you put him on the same list as all these other bosses, but like, I don't know. I like the concepts of them. I kind of want to be more charitable to Demon Souls bosses because, you know, they're the first ones and they actually decided to make them feel different and unique. So I kind of want to slide them up a bit higher. I don't know. I might. I'll be charitable. Put the Tower Knight there. I'll put the Armor Spider into the B tier. Actually, no. I'll just leave the Hold Hero. I think Alt Hero is a tier above. I don't know. We'll see. Dirty Colossus. It is an upgrade to the Leechmonger. Even though, like, it's still, like, just nothing too crazy. At least the hitboxes aren't the worst. There's, like, a cool concept where, like, you can break, like, the weird wood around him to make him take more damage, I guess. The weird fucking fleas or whatever they attach to you that do that damage over time. Pretty annoying, but using the fire to counteract it. It's some, like, cool environmental interaction about the boss. So, another cool concept. Nothing too crazy, though. Melma, thank you for the follow. I'll probably slide this one into the C tier. I don't know. It's kind of tough. You know what? No. You know, I'll put it into the B tier. I think it has enough going for it to where it's like, you know what? It's not the worst thing. It doesn't feel like that completely jank. It's pretty easy to read its movesets. And it has something going there. I can appreciate it. A Dragon God, though. It's a cool design. The dragon looks very cool. This is just like the whole fight itself is just like a better version of the Bed of Chaos. Because like you run to one side, hit a thing, run to the other side, hit a thing, and run to the middle. So it's like some stupid gimmick boss fight. And the whole fight itself is just based on stealth, but it's still like janky sometimes, and you can just get like one shot if you just like manage to like not be fast enough, or use like a slower weapon. And like the fight just feels like stupid as well. Like when you hit a button to shoot the arrow, and then he decides to destroy it, and he's like standing in the same spot to get hit by the other arrow, and then when he gets hit by both arrows, he just still sits like stands there, and he just lets you hit him. It's like the whole fight just feels stupid. Like none of it feels like intelligent at all from his perspective. It just feels like the most dumbest dragon of all time. It's like, here, kill me. It's like he wanted to die. So I don't know, D tier. Pretty stupid. I probably like the Flame Lurker better though. Just random two giant ballistas chilling in the arena. Yeah, it just doesn't make, I don't know. It's just a weird, it's a very weird fight. Like when you try to really think about it, it's like, why does this exist? The Penetrator. Hell yeah. A tier. Best entrance. Boss entrance. In this game, probably even compared to bosses in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 cutscenes, I think the Penetrator entrance cutscene is probably holds up better than anything in those games too. The design, absolutely edgy and fantastic. One of the coolest knight designs of all time. Very fantasy looking. The fight itself is pretty decent. It's probably the most complex of the bunch, but which is not really saying much. It gets a couple of attacks. Don't really feel that jank either. Doesn't feel like the hitboxes are that like weird or lingering. He gets a really cool like grab attack animation. The fight is pretty engaging. You can like strafe a bunch of attacks. I don't know. It's fine. It's nice. Nothing too complex or crazy to like warrant it being to the S tier. If this list was made like in 2010, this would probably be like up here. But we have so much stuff nowadays to compare. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Anyway. Old Monk. Okay, this is like the PvP fight. The original PvP boss fight. Which is cool. I wish they brought it back. The NPC itself was kind of stupid. But like, nothing too crazy. It's not like the worst thing in the world. I think it just gets into the D tier. Because like, offline it's stupid. But like, online it's pretty interesting. But like, Demon Souls online servers are like the worst in the entire series though. So it's like... whatever. D tier, I guess. It's not the worst NPC fight. Like, the guy has a claw, The guy dies pretty quickly. Storm King. This is definitely the better of, like, the two gimmick boss fights, You get the Storm Ruler weapon to use. And the Storm Ruler is actually more fun in this game than it is in Dark Souls 3 because, you can just not have to charge it up for 25 million fucking years. The OST in... both games are amazing. I actually like the remake probably a bit more, the OST. Both are really good. Cinematics are amazing too. The sound design, even better. Every single time that you hit it, it's great. The first part about the whole fight is kind of annoying though. Getting staggered by every single one of those like weird like dart projectiles can be kind of cringe. Not the most amazing thing in the world, but like I think it's a pretty cool fight. I think it's a B tier. Lower B tier. Made in Australia. Now the boss fight itself is just an NPC, so like there's nothing really going on there. But the entire fight itself is meant to be an atmospheric moment, and it delivers. It delivers. But yeah, if I had to rate the fight itself, it's fucking shit. But like the OST for both games, I like the original OST better. Is great. And like that feeling of when you actually like, you know, kill Australia. It's like one of those first moments when you play a Souls game. It's like, damn, am I the bad guy? Am I the one that's wrong? She was wrong. But yeah, pretty cool moment. Pretty cool moment. I still remember my first time killing her, which is pretty rare that I actually remember my first fight against these bosses in any of these games. So yeah, I think C tier. It balances out. But it serves its purpose though. Am I the baddie? Yeah. Old King Allant. I don't care at all, chat. I see it the same way as the Flame Lurker. And that it's like, I like him a bit better than the Flame Lurker though. Because at least he doesn't have like completely jank hitboxes. But he's like super buggy to where he has like these instant startup frames that like lunge in towards you like instantly. No recovery frames at all. And it's like the most jank and like cheesiest thing of all time. And he's like so much more tanky and like just inflated health and defenses compared to every other boss in the game. And the boss run back with his long ass elevator doesn't help much either. But he does have cool cinematics. The OST is cool for both games. He still has like enough nuance to him to make him feel a bit engaging. So I think he's okay. I think it's a C. I don't. Sometimes when I fight him, it's like it's the most jank shit of all time. The Soul Drain is dog shit. I don't mind that one. That's a pretty simple dodge attack. But there are times when you fight him, especially my level 1 run. I hated the whole experience about Allant in my level 1 run because it just felt like so cheesy. Super jank. The fact you're gonna slap him out of the AoE is funny, yeah. But these are cool though. Like some attacks you can like try and like outspace and dodge and strafe. Like there's something there. There's something there. If they just removed that whole like jank part of like the instant frame attacks, I would have liked them more. I probably would have put him into the A tier, but it's just too much. It's just he does it too much, too often. King Allant. I mean, it's another one of those fights that's meant to be shit, but it's meant to just serve as an atmosphere. But I don't know. I don't know how else you could have done this to make it better. I didn't throw it into the D tier. Who cares? Who cares? Okay. That is a nice. I was completely unintentional, but it curved nicely, or in whatever that fucking word is. It's a mountain. And then the man-eaters, deservedly at the bottom. Disgusting boss. Asylum Demon. Okay, we're getting into Dark Souls 1. Okay. So now the Asylum Demon, which is the spiritual successor of the Vanguard Demon, pretty much the exact same thing. This one's actually meant to be killed, though. The original Erdtree avatar, it seems. Built like the Vanguard Demon, though. I'd probably put it in the same tier. I think it serves its purpose. It's like a classic design. Although when you're like really trying to break down the design, it's like super weird. It's like, why is it so like, why is he built like that? He's built like a potion bottle. I don't know. It's fine, I guess. There's nothing much you can say about it. He serves his purpose as like an easy boss that has like 2 attacks. That's good for the tutorial. The Taurus Demon is very iconic. Fighting a big demon on a bridge, it is a pretty cool looking demon at that as well. Use like the same mechanics that you learned in this fight to actually, you know, incorporate into this one if need be. So there's more creative freedoms in the fight itself. The bridge is a cool boss room because, you know, he can actually jump off a ledge or you can get knocked off a ledge. But the fight itself is still pretty basic. The hitboxes are very jank, very similar to like Flame Lurker. He would like do an AoE attack, then you get hit by it and flatten to the ground, and sometimes you try to dodge his swiping attacks and he drags you into the hitbox, and it's just like, I dodged the attack, but I still got hit type shit, so I don't know. I'll probably put him into the high C tier. The Bell Gargles, though. This one is a good concept of having just like a pretty basic fight that's still very engaging. somewhat challenging. Good boss room, good cutscene entrance. What did I just press? There we go. It's good. Probably the first duo boss fight that they made that was actually decent. I think it's a solid fight. Lower A tier. We're going to be charitable to the older games. We're going to be charitable. I want to try to make it like... I still want to compare it to the other games, but I still want to like reward it for being good in its own game too. So the list might seem a bit jank. I might like re-rank it a bit, but I like the bell gargoyles. I think that they're probably the only good early game fight, honestly. Moonlight Butterfly is dog shit though. I don't know. I mean, the fact that it looks pretty is probably the only redeeming factor. The OST, it's a cool, pretty design. But the fight itself is dog shit. Because you're just waiting there forever, dodging 2 attacks, and it just lets you hit there. It lets you hit them. Yeah, that's about it. Just throw it somewhere randomly into the D tier. I probably like it better than some of these fights, I guess. High D tier. High D tier. When you're using projectiles, the fight this goes like 3 seconds. But I guess it looks cool, and it sounds cool. That's about it. That's about it. Capra Demon. I honestly don't hate Capra Demon as much as other people do. Except when I die to it, and then I hate it. But that really happens, though. It has dogs, automatically a downside. Small boss room, another downside. The Capra Demon fight itself is pretty basic. I think it's C tier. I think I like him just as much as these bosses. Probably slide him in here. But I don't know, you guys like walk into the room. As long as you have like the wolf ring, then this whole section is like completely trivialized. I don't know. There's like something going on there, but I don't hate it that much. He has like pretty basic moves. He actually has a pretty cool design. But I don't know. C tier. Gaping Dragon. Very, very interesting design of a dragon. One of the most interesting dragons I've ever seen in my life. Very memorable opening cinematic as well. The fight doesn't have much really going for it. There's like the unique concept of having, if you don't kill the channeler earlier in the level, then you're fighting a buffed up version of the Gaping Dragon. That's pretty interesting. But a lot of his attacks don't really feel that cool to dodge. Like the camera shake is like super cringe. The charging attack has weird hitboxes. Yeah. He has like more attacks the way like he has a swiping hand attack, so the tail swiping attack, you try to dodge it and it drags you into the hitbox because the dodge doesn't work properly in this game sometimes. So I don't know. I don't like this boss that much. I probably put it into the C tier as well. Probably put it into the C tier. Don't care for it. The Stray Demon. You're just bringing back the Asylum Demon, but giving it like a couple of AoE attacks, and that's about it. So, yeah. And because of the Stray Demon's stupid AoE attacks, they decided to make Golden Land for the Erdtree avatar, which is like the most annoying attack in the game. So, for that reason alone, D tier. It's just a stupid reskin. Quailag. Quailag is cool. Good design. That's about it. I'm kidding. She has a couple of cool attacks. The fact that you actually do have to keep an eye on it both for her and the spider as well, and like look out for these different nuances and the animations. They actually did a pretty good job at like distinguishing the animations, so you can actually really differentiate what attack that she's actually doing, which is pretty cool. The fact that the lava stays around for a long time adds another element to the fight, so you actually have to have your positioning be a pretty important thing. And the arena is wide enough to actually can play around that as well. So, but sometimes you can get like trapped if you just have poor positioning, and it gets pretty annoying sometimes. And her AoE does way too much fucking damage if you get caught like in between her legs. So like there's some jank behind it. But there's like some attacks you can strafe. Easy to punish. She has like way more health than like all the other like early game bosses, it feels like sometimes. But I think she's fine. She actually might go into the A tier. I think like when I talk about a boss sometimes and I think of like positive things to say, I think my brain just like, look, the fight's actually pretty decent. But when I actually fight Quailag again, I'll be like, this fight kind of sucks. Sif. Look, chat. Okay. Sif. It's a big dog. It's a classic design that's been emulated a few times. The OST is pretty nice. But the fight itself mechanically, it's kind of shit. It's kind of shit. You just like stay underneath it. It's kind of weird. He jumps around a whole bunch. It's kind of annoying to follow. I don't know. Like, it's a classic design. The unique opening cutscene can be pretty cool. The unique interaction when you have him one shot and he starts limping around. There's some cool stuff there. I'll probably put him into the B tier just because of that, but I think mechanically he's actually like worse than fucking the Capra Demon, really, and Taurus Demon too. But he has more going for it. So I think B tier. Higher B tier, probably top of the B tier. We don't know what it is. We just go call it a girl because, I don't know, it has a girl name, I guess? I don't fucking know. It's a fucking dog. The gender is dog. Iron Golem. Sif is a girl's name? There's some guys out there that are called Sif. Probably. I don't know. I'm not going to assume based on her name, okay? Even though I did, and I called it a he. Who fucking cares? It's a dog. All dogs are boys and cats are girls. Everyone knows that. Iron Golem. The only good thing about this boss fight is when you see him fall off the ledge. That's about it. Otherwise, it's kind of jank. You just stay underneath him the entire time, just like whacking at its legs. Has like a weird grab attack as well that has some weird hitboxes. Not really, actually. Only thing unique about the fight is that, like, if you don't kill the giant, he starts raining down a bunch of these, like, balls that explode. I don't know. C tier. There's nothing really special about the fight. It's just watching him fall off the ledge, which is pretty funny. High C tier. I know Sif in Norse mythology is a girl. But the game has never called her a girl. It's never called Sif a girl, so I don't know. Who fucking cares? The shit boss. Crossbreed Priscilla. An actual cool concept. They can go invisible. You can read like the foot patterns and stuff to try and figure out where she is. Sometimes it can be pretty shit because it's based on like the amount of damage you can output in a certain amount of time, or no, it's poise damage. It's the amount of poise damage you can output. So if you're using quicker weapons, sometimes you're just whacking at her the entire time. When I was doing my dagger run, I literally killed her without even her being visible. I killed her while she was invisible the entire time. So I hate that concept. She is a very, very good design. Cute. Very badass scythe. She doesn't have like too much going on when it comes to like her actual moveset. But this is like another instance where like you feel like the bad guy when you kill them. So there's like a cool concept behind it. And the fact that it does give you the option to fight her or not is pretty cool as well. I don't know, probably throw into the B tier. Kind of similar to like Sif, I guess. I don't know. S because of feet. Any tips someone should do after returning for Elden Rings for almost 2 years after beating the game and preparing for the DLC? I'm level 150. Any tips? Stack up on defenses if you go into the DLC. So use like defensive-based talismans, Crimson Sea Talisman, things for survivability and stuff. And explore a whole bunch as well, because scatter tree fragments are very important. Ornstein and Smo. Okay. So like a lot of the Dark Souls 1 fights have like this extreme amounts of jank. Like, as soon as you enter the boss room, you can have, like, Ornstein just, like, have the most, like, jank charging attack that gets stuck in between all these pillars and between Smo, and it's, like, the weirdest thing of all time. But the opening cutscene, the OST, the design, the concept of the duo fight is, like, basically perfected right here. You have, like, you know, the smaller, skinnier guy that's a bit faster, has the projectile attack, and you have like the slow fat guy that has the harder hitting attacks, and you kill one of them and it buffs the other guy for a cool second phase. That's an amazing concept, and having like the pillars to help separate the boss as well, it's great as well. The fights themselves aren't like too complex to make them feel frustrating, as long as you're patient sometimes. The big hammer that Smo has kind of serves as a shield that can be pretty annoying. And the jank is there as well, but like, you know, for its time, it's S tier. But like it hasn't aged very well. So if I'm putting bosses, I'd probably put it high A tier. If I was making this list back in 2012, this would have been up here. But it hasn't aged very well. It hasn't. It was my favorite boss back when I first played Dark Souls 1, though. That's all I know. But like nowadays, when I fight it, it's like, eh. Dark Souls 1 elitists won't like that. I am a Dark Souls 1 elitist. I was there. I played it. It was my first game. A tier. I think it's fine. I'm a Gwendolyn. Shit fight. Like never-ending corridors is an interesting concept, I guess. I don't know if she like helps us like understand how powerful he actually is. He gets like 3 attacks. I don't fucking care, bro. Like C tier, I guess. Damn, is the C tier is getting bunched up with a whole bunch of mid. Nothing into the S tier yet. Should I rearrange some of these things? I don't know. Where'd they put Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn's here. I don't really care about Gwendolyn. Pretty boring fight. Honestly, kind of like a Fool's Idol type shit, I guess. Just dodging projectiles. Just hope that you get the arrow attack so you can actually punish her. Or him. Pinwheel! Pinwheel. This is like the Fool's Idol, but with this less health. And dies in like 3 hits. I mean, it's cool lore. The opening cutscene is, I don't know, not that memorable, I guess. He dies in like 3 hits. Youwy died to Pinwheel once? I've died to Pinwheel like 3 times, actually. At least 3 times. Look, when you can stun lock you with those fireballs, it's dangerous. Because if 3 of them spawn in, and you get hit by 1 fireball, you just get 1 shot. Because like the other ones, it is all guaranteed. Because they do a lot of poise. And, yeah. So it's, if there's like a whole bunch of them that spawn out at once, and they use the fire attacks, you're fucking cooked. But yeah, who cares? It's a D tier boss. It's fucking Pinwheel. Ceaseless Discharge. A peak name for a peak boss. I'm kidding, it sucks. Like 99% of people just like cheese this thing. So it's hard to actually like, you know, rate it based on that. I mean, if you try to fight it legit, it's nothing too crazy. He just does like the same 1 attack over and over again. Or he does like 2 attacks. There's like an AoE. If you go a bit further away from him, and he does like this stupid like downward slam, and he's like dodge to the side and just whacking him the entire time. And it's hard to see what's going on, because it's hard to actually see what his design actually is, because like the lighting in the background and like the lava just like blends in so much. It's like, what the hell am I even looking at when you see this boss? But yeah, and combined with the jank and the camera shake on these larger bosses, it's like, ugh. I put this into the D tier as well. Into the D tier, probably lower D tier. Demon Fire Sage. This is basically identical to the Stray Demon in every single way. Like the only difference is that he's like lit on fire. That is it. But it's identical to the Stray Demon. Every single attack is the exact same. The heights, basically the fucking damage too. They're both weaker to fire damage, and they both do magic damage. He's a Demon Fire Sage, and he does magic damage, and he's weaker to fire damage. Ain't that something? They didn't, like, it was like the worst reskin I've ever seen in my entire life, because all they did was just change the design. Just make him light on fire. Like, nothing else was different. Honestly, F tier just for that. That's fucking stupid. That's how bad Izalith is, and the whole Demon Runes. They just completely ran out of time. They made, like, the whole entirety of the Demon Runes and lost Izalith in, like, 10 minutes. And then we get this fucking piece of shit monstrosity. Holy shit, this is the worst boss. I should make a separate tier just for, like, fucking Lost Izalith bosses, honestly. The fact that Ceaseless Discharge is, like, the best boss in the Demon Runes. What an awful location. What an awful location. Night Train ripoff? Yeah, okay, so the Centipede Demon has the single worst camera shake I've ever experienced in a game, ever. You have no idea what's going on half the time. If you're a bit further away from him, or that certain distance where he's like just on the lava, and you're like a bit further back, and he just spams the arm grab thing or arm reach attack every single time, it gets so annoying. And then you get underneath him, and he does a bunch of the attacks. So you have no idea what you're even looking at half the time because the camera is so zoomed in. He's a larger boss. The camera shake is ridiculous. You get hit one time, and you just get confused what you even got hit by. He does these jumping attacks, but you can't even like move the camera upwards in Dark Souls 1. So when he jumps up, you can't even see him what he's doing. It's just stupid. It's the worst fight. Now when you're fighting him in Night Rain, it's not that bad. It's not that bad because you can actually see what's going on. So yeah, and there's no like lava around to like have the fight be that jank. And the camera shake's not there and the weird like AI. So definitely a better fight in Dark Souls and the Night Rain. But it's still shit there too. But yeah, in Dark Souls 1, it's awful. Awful, awful, awful. Okay, Gravelord Nito. Probably one of the more disappointing fights based on his design that has made him pretty simple. Having like inherent just like adds in the arena as well, like just random skeletons that you got to kill periodically, just makes the fight annoying. I don't know, because especially because they're just very generic skeletons too, like that you just fought earlier in the game, so it just feels like it's some like cheap necromancy that he's got going on. Especially because they just constantly revive as well, unless you're using like an occult weapon. So that whole concept is pretty annoying. He's hard to see what types of attacks he's actually doing as well. Because, I don't know, based on his design and like the lighting and stuff, it's kind of weird. And he doesn't really have much going for him. He has like an AoE attack. He has like the downward slam thing attack that has like a projectile. And he has like a swiping attack, and that's about it. That's all he really gets. So he's like very generic and more disappointing if anything, because he has a really cool design. So, am I going to clutter up the C tier this much? I mean, I think when I get later into the game is going to be, when Demon Souls, the Dark Souls 2 bosses are going to be a bunch of C tier. I feel like I should like separate this a bit more. Is there anything that could move up into the B tier that's in this area? I think this is too cluttered. I'll rearrange it later. Who cares? Seath the Scaleless. Honestly, I don't care about this fight at all either. What can I even say that's positive about this fight? I mean, the arena is interesting. I don't even like his design. It just looks weird. It's a cool OST, yeah. You just like stand there and just like whacking him the entire time. Like he doesn't do anything. He has like a couple of AoEs. He actually has a couple of punching attacks. He has a bunch of tail attacks too. Like the tail slamming attacks any single time you're trying to go for the Moonlight Greatsword. That's so cool. D tier. Don't care. Another fight that should have been just more interesting. The Four Kings. You know what? I don't mind the Four Kings. I don't mind them. It is like a DPS check, but sometimes a DPS check is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. And they have like an okay amount of attacks that feel distinguishable. They're okay. Like some attacks you can strafe. You can punish them very easily just by being aggressive. It can be super janky if you're fighting them at a distance with like this projectile attacks, because like the arena, it's the depth perception in the arena is like super weird. It's hard to tell what's going on sometimes because it's just pitch black, which, you know. But the design, the presentation is cool. Yeah. The fact that all four kings have like an identical design though, I kind of don't really like. Well, the fact there's like 6 kings that can spawn in as well. It's not even a 4 kings fight. They're fine. I put them into the B tier. They're okay. I don't mind them. Nothing too amazing though. Too many downsides to have it be into the A tier. And then we have the Bed of Chaos. The single worst boss fight in the entire series. That goes straight to the trash. We should make a separate tier for the Bed of Chaos. Yeah, the single worst boss fight in the series. It needs its own tier, yeah. What did I just do? I clicked something. What did I just do? Oh, there we go. Add a row below. Make it. Wait a minute. No, that one was this color, right? What color do we make it? This. Wait, what color was this one? Wasn't this one blue? That one is blue. Then this one is this blue. Trash. Bed of Chaos, Centipede Demon. I will leave it just for the Bed of Chaos. Bed of Chaos, awful. Awful, awful, awful. Okay, so basically, not only is it just a terrible gimmick mechanic that is directly ripped off of the Dragon God, that you just run to one side, run to the other, run to the middle, but it's also combined with the jank Dark Souls 1 mechanics that you have these like stupid ass like rolls that don't even work as like iframes sometimes because you get pushed into the fucking ground. That's pretty stupid. It's hard to even tell what's going on half the time as well. The design is just stupid as well. It's a fucking tree. Like, how would you make one of the most important characters in the entire series that designed all these fucking demons, that was in charge of the Chaos Flame, and that spawned in all these like powerful enemies, and at the very center of it is a fucking bug that's controlling a tree. Like, how did you let this happen? So, yeah, based on its jank and the fact that it's like the most disappointing thing of all time, and it is, I don't know what the hell they were thinking with this one. This one is just an absolute mistake. An absolute mistake. How's Capra Demon not an F tier? I don't mind. I don't know. I don't have a problem with the Capra Demon. I don't know. This is very, very basic. Like, the dogs can be annoying, but I don't know. That's about it. If you have the wolf ring, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm dying here. Need more water. Sanctuary Guardian. Sanctuary Guardian is not even designed to be in this game. It's kind of like fucking
Youwy gang.
It's kind of cappy how things been. It's kind of like Alliance for Demon Souls. It's just like it's way too fast for its own game. So a lot of the fights is you staying at a further distance, just trying to wait for him to do attacks and bait out certain attacks. And he jumps and dodges around way too much. But he doesn't have much health though, so he dies in like 5 hits. But it's like the fight just gets prolonged because he just keeps moving around. So yeah, I don't like him, honestly. I don't like him like that. I'll probably put him into the C tier. C tier at best. He's definitely like the weakest boss fight in this DLC. Put him around here. I think I like him better than Gwendolyn at least. And probably Gaping Dragon. Probably below Iron Golem. Lower A tier? I don't like him at all. I think he's kind of mid. I mean, it's a cool design. But like, I know he's just too fast for his own game. And it just feels frustrating to fight him. And it just makes the fight just last longer. Artorias. He's cool. Cool fight. I mean, the classic design, cool OST, cool cutscene. He still suffers from Dark Souls 1 jank with some of his attacks that he gets. With like stupid like roll catching, like double swiping attack that he has. You basically have to play the fight locked off like most bosses in this game. He has like a bunch of attacks. He kind of is a bit more nuanced than a lot of the other bosses that you see in Dark Souls 1. He has like more than just like 3 attacks. He has aged a lot better than Ornstein and Smur. I think when the game came out, I think I like Ornstein and Smur better. I'm not sure if I like it better nowadays though. He does like some transformations that you can try and punish, or like, you know, if you don't have enough damage, then he ends up transforming, and then the fight's a bit more challenging. I think it's cool. We'll put him into the S tier. Put him into the S tier. Maybe. I'll see. We'll see how the S tier shakes up. It's either A tier or S tier. I like Calamite. You know what? I think Calamite is one of the better dragon fights. Calamite's pretty cool. He is definitely one of the badass looking dragons. The original cutscene of having Goff shoot him down, pretty badass. I mean, having to go back and forth though is kind of annoying. And the run back is kind of cringe. But I love Calamite. He does suffer from, like, you know, having jank hitboxes. If you're like closer to him and he does like those neck swiping attacks and you try to roll and dodge, you still get hit by it. But if you're a bit further back, you can dodge it pretty consistently. And staying underneath him spawns in a whole bunch of those stomping attacks, which can be kind of annoying. But like, if you stay at a further distance, fight him like how you kind of fight someone like Midir. The fight flows actually very nicely. Has a bunch of attacks that feel nice and fluid to dodge. Plenty of openings. His head's still like actually like relatively lower to the ground, to where you can stay in front of him and punish him pretty consistently. The fire breath attacks look pretty cool. The grab attack is very cinematic. I think it's nice, very engaging fight. It doesn't feel like most dragon fights where it's like inflated health. or like the fights just get prolonged because he's flying around all the time. I think he's pretty chill. I like this fight. He sucks. I fought him at level 1. It's torture. I didn't fight him at level 1. Didn't have many problems. I like him. A tier. High A tier. He's cool. Manus. I think Manus is probably the best boss in this game. I'm going to slide him above Artorias. He is pretty cool. Definitely feels like when you have a... Like, this DLC felt like it was like the next step in them actually designing more nuanced fights with actually like longer combos and mechanics and stuff like that, more than just like 3 attacks. Manus is pretty cool. Yes, he does suffer from some jank. Like that charging attack that he gets is like fucking guaranteed combo. The hitboxes aren't like the best sometimes, but he does have lots of types of attacks to where you can either like strafe some things, outspace some things as well. So there's many different types of ways you can fight him or counter his attacks. And then the second phase actually does change up more than like a lot of other boss fights that they have in their own second phase. Because it actually adds in some like new attacks, some like AoEs and other different types of projectiles. There's like 3 different attacks that he gets really. But it's a cool fight, cool design. Basically inspired some Bloodborne bosses too. So yeah. Manus is great. I like him. But he does give you like very short openings. So like it's pretty much just like dodge for 3 seconds and you get 1 attack off. Especially if you're using like larger weapons. Mainly for larger weapons, I guess. But he's cool. Gwyn, on the other hand, is an absolute fucking monstrosity. I think Gwyn is one of the worst bosses in this game. The only thing good about him is probably going to be his design, his lore, and the OST. Everything else, absolute fucking terrible disappointment. This guy is even worse than like Sanctuary Guardian and Old King a lot. He's like way too fast for his own game. I think he goes into he doesn't go into the F tier because at least he has a cool OST. He has something going for him. Pretty D tier. Put him below Pinwheel just to disrespect him. But yeah, he's like way too fast for his own game. The whole game is just like fucking just parry practice anyway. Just like parry the entire boss fight. And even if you don't parry him, it's like an actually terrible fight because he's like insanely fast. You're trying to just like outspace everything. He's literally faster than Soul of Cinder. Like the Soul of Cinder literally gets the exact same moveset, like a reskin of his moveset. And a lot of his attacks, like the poking attack, the sideward swipe that the Soul of Cinder gets, is literally faster with Gwyn. But you get the Dark Souls 1 jank. And the fact that they made this boss do so much damage, but like kind of designed it. They did half-assed the design. It's like, okay, we're going to make him a fast boss that does insane damage, but we're also going to have him be like a husk of him for his former self. It's like, why did we go half-half? It's like you either make him like, he's like a nerfed version of his prime, obviously, but you can still make him powerful if he's going to make him do this much damage. Make him have like cooler looking attacks instead of just a bunch of just sideward swipes. That's what he gets. He gets like a grab attack, I guess, but like no cool like lightning attacks. Nothing more than like a 2-hit combo. I don't know. And he like never lets you heal as well. So yeah, fuck this guy. More of a disappointment than fucking Seath and Nito combined. Anyway, Dark Souls 2. There's a lot of bosses. Dark Souls 2. There's like so much generic things in this game. See, Dark Souls 2 is pretty much just like, we're gonna have a bunch of just glorified mini-bosses be the bosses. But there's some cool designs in here. Last Giants, probably like, I don't know, the least memorable of like the starting bosses. The design is very generic and basic. It's a giant, you just stand underneath him, stomping attacks. Yeah, I don't know, probably D tier. Low D tier. Who cares? Like, compared to a lot of the other first boss fights, I don't care for him at all. The Pursuer, though, pretty cool. Nice entry cutscene. Very badass design. The fact that he's, like, levitating and floating. Pretty badass, too. There's, like, ballistas in the room to actually fight him multiple different ways. Gwyn input reads heals more than Elden Ring bosses. Yeah. And the fight's pretty cool. Has like his own nice amount of attacks that feel cool to dodge, and like you can strafe basically every single attack. And strafing attacks always make you feel so much more badass than dodging attacks, especially in Dark Souls 2 because of how like much stamina it costs. So like actually learning to strafe a lot of the attacks, it just feels like a much more fluid. I think is a cool fight. Cool, like starting fight. One of the first early game bosses. Actually done well. Like, it's not too challenging. It just helps you learn the mechanics, help you learn what's important. And if you want to chase him by using the ballistas, you can do that too. I think is a great fight. Put him into the A tier. Just below the penetrator. I think he's good. Okay, the Dragon Rider, though, is not as cool for an early game boss. This one is very generic. It is funny when you see him fall off the ledge, though. So that's about it. So I'm not going to put him into the D tier for that reason, because making him fall off the ledge. But, like, it's just, like... I mean, he's so generic of a boss that, like, he literally comes into the game, like, multiple times as a regular enemy. It's like... You can't... I don't know. Low C tier. Low C tier. Okay, Old Dragon Slayer. The second reskin of Ornstein. Well, the first reskin of Ornstein, I mean. Second iteration of Ornstein. That's basically the exact same thing. It's a couple of, like, these, like... It's like a charging attack. Poking attack. It's basically this Ornstein again. But this time it does, like, a black lightning effect instead of the yellow lightning effect. But, like, the one-on-one fight is better than, like, Super Ornstein, I guess. Because it's not as jank. But, like, it's still a reskin, so I'm not going to like it as much. So I'll probably throw it into the C tier. Okay, Flexile Sentry, though. This one is actually a really cool design. Like, the concept of, like, fighting in a sinking pirate ship. It's like, the longer the fight goes on, like, the higher the water level rises, and you're fighting this boss that, when on one side, it has a different moveset to the other side, and sometimes you can actually combo those moves in together if you are on one side. The concept is cool. Execution, like, still basic. Some of, like, the attacks on, like, the curved sword side can be kind of annoying. You just basically spend the entire time just, like, outspacing it. It's whatever. I think the concept carries it, though. And the design is very cool. I think it's a high B tier. Kind of see how I see, like, bosses like Priscilla, maybe. Like, cool concept. But, yeah. Doesn't feel that cool. The Ruined Sentinel Trio. I mean, like, if they had different designs and, like, they actually did different things, then sure. But they kind of do the exact same thing. But they actually get a really cool OST. And that's probably about it. I don't know. I mean, the fact that all come at you, like, kind of one at a time, it's not like, you know, you're fighting 3 all at once. I don't know. I'll probably put it, I don't know, into the C tier, I guess. I don't like it as much as the Sanctuary Guardian. Maybe more than Nito, because Nito is pretty disappointing. Probably put it here. I don't know. They could have made him be a bit cooler and more interesting. The Belfry Gargoyles are just dog shit. There's nothing just that you can say about this. It's basically just like the same thing as the Ruined Sentinels in the exact same area. But just instead of just Ruined Sentinels, you're fighting gargoyles, but you're also fighting them on a rooftop like the Bell Gargoyles. So, D tier. Don't care about that shit at all. It's like, hey, look, remember Dark Souls 1? Whatever. Don't care. The Lost Sinner. Cool fight. The mechanic and the interesting concept is that, like, you can light up the weird brazier thingies and have the room be lit up so you can lock on at a further distance, I guess. That's pretty interesting. The fight itself, she does jump around a whole bunch, so you only get, like, one attack off before, like, she just runs away, which can be pretty annoying. So, yeah, probably B tier. I guess. Right? I don't know. Why am I putting into the B tier? I don't know. Do I like her? I feel like I do somewhat. I don't know. She jumps around too much. Probably C tier. C tier. Why Sanctuary Garden into the C tier? Why? Why are you saying that because it's too low or too high? I don't know. I think Sanctuary Garden is mid. Executioner's Chariot. Is it a good gimmick boss? Yeah, it's a pretty cool gimmick. I mean, the first phase of it's like a gimmick, I guess. But, like, it's a cool concept. You have to, like, chase it around and try and find the level so it can get knocked off. It's a cool concept. The actual, like, you know, the interaction itself of him getting crashing into the walls is pretty interesting. The design, pretty menacing. Running through and fighting skeletons, though, is kind of cringe. Don't like that. And the horse itself has, like, amazing, like, an insane jank. Like, the hitboxes of the horse are just ridiculous. It has, like, hitboxes on a charge, which I don't like. It just takes a step and you just get hit. The kicking attack has like the most insane tracking, and it hits you even if you're like to the side of him. But like the design is fine, I guess. I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I put it into the lower B tier. It's interesting, I guess. I don't know. Skeleton Lords. This is just fucking shit. I wouldn't even say, but so you're fighting a bunch of fucking skeletons, man. I don't know, dude. Put into the F tier. Who cares? It's a bunch of skeletons. It's really the worst fight. It just feels like shit. I mean, the only redeeming factor is that the Bone Wheel skeletons are not like Dark Souls 1. Better boss than Nito? Stop it. Stop it. At least, like, Nito has, like, an interesting design. And actually has, like, unique attacks. Like, it's just 3 skeletons that are just, like... I don't know what they even do. What do the skeletons even do? They just have a couple of attacks. There's, like, a projectile that they have. That's about it. And it spawns in as 25 million skeletons. And it's like, whatever. The only thing that's cool about the fight is that when you just use, like, urine or a couple of alluring skulls and just hit him with a big AoE. That's like the only satisfying part of the fight. So I don't know, maybe I don't care skeletons. Honestly, just to be disrespectful to the F tier bosses, we're gonna put the Covetous Demon higher than them. Because it's funny that way. You know what? Just to be disrespectful to Gwyn, we're gonna put Covetous Demon above Gwyn. Just to be disrespectful to Gwyn. Just to really be disrespectful. Yeah, the Covetous Demon, I know it's a funny boss fight. It doesn't do anything, it just flails around. And it has like an AoE. It has a funny grab attack that strips you naked. That's about it though. No, it doesn't do anything. I wish I had like a cool like tail cut at least, I don't know. But the jiggle physics are pretty funny. Mytha. I don't know what to say about Mytha. She has a cool design. She has a handful of different types of attacks. All feel distinguishable. Mix up of AoEs, lunging attacks. Sometimes she like runs away and retreats. It's gonna be pretty annoying. Especially to like the edge of the arena where the poison is. Sometimes you're just waiting for her a whole bunch. The weird like attack where she spins around can be kind of jank. Because it'll just roll catch you. It's gonna like outspace it, but even then, depending on how light you are and how far you can roll, you're just gonna get hit no matter what it feels like. You can cut off her tail though, so there is something there for dismemberment and some interaction to actually remove that portion of the fight. She's fine, I guess. On a B tier. There's not much bad I can say about her. It doesn't feel like anything that amazing. B tier. Smelter Demon though. I love the Smelter Demon. I think this is the best fight in the base game. We're gonna slide this bad boy all the way up to the A tier. I'm putting it above the Pissura because I think it's better than the Pissura. Smelter Demon is cool. He has a great design, a very engaging fight, attacks that you can strafe, has types of mix-ups that make it feel engaging, openings to where you can actually heal, and it's challenging enough to where it feels like it's, you know, it feels like it's a good fight. There's not really much jank involved. Everything's cool about it except for the run back. That's about it. That's about it. The old Iron King I cannot be as positive for, unfortunately. It's kind of less engaging because you have to wait for him to do attacks sometimes to be able to punish him. He doesn't have many attacks. He has like a couple of AoEs and he just outspace like half of his attacks anyway. Nothing too amazing going on. And you kind of have to fight him in like one part of the arena just in case he hits you with like a jank attack and you get knocked into the lava. So it's like, it's pretty restrictive as a fight and less freedoms. But like his design, the entrance cutscene is cool, I guess. I don't know. There's like something going on there. Probably like a lower C tier. Probably a lower C tier. Najika. Remember Dark Souls 1? It's like the third boss where it's just like, remember Dark Souls 1? We had fucking Ornstein, Najika, and those the other boss that I talked about. I forgot what it was. Yeah. I don't know. The only good thing about it is that when you can ride her. When you can ride Najika, that's pretty cool. But yeah, top half girl, bottom half bug. What does she even have that I even care about? I mean, like, the tail swipes can all just be, like, you can just stay in front of her. They're fine. The claw attacks can, like, stun lock you, which is pretty annoying. And they're hard to actually, like, see. At least, like, with Quailag, when you saw, like, the actual, like, spider portion actually doing an attack, there was more of, like, a a startup animation to actually see what was happening. Whereas Najiko was very much, there was not really much of a, what's the word? I forgot the word. It's hard to distinguish some of the attacks sometimes. And like she has like projectiles and spells, and like having these homing projectiles can make the fight just ruin the pacing sometimes. And then when she gets like burrows down underneath to like the AoE attack, that's kind of annoying too. I didn't care very much. Don't care very much. Lower C tier. I put her below. I don't know. Whatever. That's fine. Royal Rat Authority. It's just dogs. A bunch of dogs. Like, remember Sif? We're gonna make him but worse. And with actual enemies in the room too. D tier. Don't care about that shit at all. Just a big dog with jank attacks, weird hitboxes, and you have toxic small little rat dogs before the fight actually starts. Nothing's cool about this fight. Nothing positive I can say about it. Honestly, I could probably put it into the F tier. What do I... What's the only... There has to be a redeeming factor for it to be into the D tier. What is the redeeming factor? There has to be something. I don't think there is one. F tier. Prowling Magus and Congregation. It's just like random enemies put into a room. There's nothing there. Why is it even a boss? This could have just been a room full of enemies. I mean, it's free. It's a free slab. So it's not an F tier. It's a free slab. The boys, this is the boys hanging out. The Congregation. It's a free slab. D tier. Freya. It's an interesting design. This one actually feels most like the Demon Souls boss. To where it has like a very like specific mechanic. You get to fight it a very specific way. Hit at a certain area. And there's like other mechanics that involved with the fight. Like, you know, trying to bait out the spiders away while using a torch or whatnot. So there's ways to counteract the annoying parts of the fight. But it is very much just like running back and forth because some of the attacks that Freya has are just super annoying to engage with. It just feels like fighting like the armored spider. It's like a very similar design as well to the armored spider. But armored spider feels like more enjoyable sometimes when you're fighting this directly head on. Whereas Freya is like a lot of just running back and forth. And I don't really care for that much. I probably put it here. I think I like the Sentinels better. I probably put it above Dragon Slayer because at least it's a unique design, I guess, and it has a cool cutscene. Yeah. Royal Rats Authority. I don't know. D tier. Is there anything positive I can say about it? It's funny. It's funny. There's a rat with a mohawk. There we go. That's the only redeeming factor. The rat has a mohawk. That's it. Just a bunch of rats in a room. Low D tier. The Rotten. Rotten's actually pretty cool. The Rotten is actually pretty cool. Cool opening cutscene. Has like a handful of attacks that all feel like easy to distinguish. Nothing that's too like jank or feels like it's bullshit. You have to keep an eye out for like the whole like lava pits or the fire pits. So your spacing and your positioning is somewhat important. The grab attack animation can be kind of weird. You can cut off his arms and have them grow back, which is a cool interaction. And it's like watching him like fight when his arms are cut off is pretty funny. He's fine. I almost want to put him into the A tier. I don't think I like him as much as those bosses though. Maybe B tier. I like him better than Flexile Sentry. There's a bunch of souls though, free souls. The Twin Dragon Riders. Twin Dragon Riders, it's just like the regular Dragon Riders, but there's another one that's shooting arrows at you. So like there's an interesting concept involved. So there's something else there. I think I like it better than the regular Dragon Rider. Because at least there's something else different going on. And it's like that fight where it's like, okay, we can test out how much damage my weapons are doing now. Because you can just melt them straight away. And it just feels satisfying, I don't know. But they're probably C tier as well. Like, I don't know. They try to do something. I guess I made them look different and having them be different colors. Right next to the regular Dragon Rider. The old Iron King should be higher. It should be higher. Freya should be a bit higher too. I'll probably reorganize it later. Looking Glass Knight. This is probably one of the cooler concepts of having a PvP fight, because when you fight it offline, the fight is actually pretty cool too. So this one's actually nice. This one's solid. I might slide this bad boy. I like Smelter Demon Battle still. But like, I don't know. I'm an advocate of PvP, but like, you pretty much kill the Looking Glass Knight like super fast anyway, to where they don't even summon. So like, that whole concept of the fight is kind of just like gone. I don't know, he's pretty cool. He's actually somewhat challenging as well, because like he can lunge in really far. He can like punish heals. You can strafe a whole bunch of attacks too. Sometimes like the hitboxes of like the lightning attacks can be kind of jank. So I think it's fine. I think it's solid A tier. He's right there. I think I like him better than these bosses. He's great. He's great. The Semen of Dung. It's fun if a player is summoned, yeah. If when the fight actually hits, it's like S tier. But I don't know, when most times that I fight him, it just doesn't feel that amazing. Mainly because the fight just goes over too quickly, and I'd never get a PvP fight anymore, so. Yeah, the Semen of Dung. Solid B tier. One of the funniest designs. I like him better than the Chariot. It doesn't even feel like that bad to a fight as well. Like, it's actually somewhat engaging, trying to like predict when he's about to like, you know, remove like the foreskin, and you can like whack him. Pretty cool. Cool looking attacks. He can like jump all over the place, and it's like not that annoying because you can chase him pretty easily. Doesn't have anything that's like super like bullshit, I guess. Does have like, I did have like one time where I died to him, where he hit me with like some bullshit attack and it hit me twice in a row. That was kind of annoying. I don't know. I'm unsubbing. What's wrong with the Semen of Dung? Velstat. Honestly, there's not much positive I can say about Velstat. Like, he's a cool design. But like, he doesn't have like much going on. He has like 2 attacks. He has like a buff animation that lasts like 30 seconds, and you just like kill him while he's doing that. Or like when he does his projectiles, he just like lets you hit him. Has a Taco Bell noise. We don't have Taco Bell over here. I don't know. I probably put into the B tier. Like, he's cool. Like, it's a cool design, but like, he doesn't do anything. It's not that engaging. Like, the Smelter Demon has like more engaging movesets and like more challenging movesets to try and counter. And it's like, it's a much earlier game boss. Even the Pursuer as well. The Ding Dong though, the Ding Dong is funny, but like, yeah, like, it's not bad. It's just like, it's just too generic. It's too generic. Like, out of like, for an end game night boss fight, I think it's too generic. If you add a shield to that, you'll almost do 0 damage. What? Oh, if you would like attack, you talk about the Looking Glass Knight if you're attacking the shield, or what? I'm the Guardian Dragon. Oh my god, the dragon fights in this game I fucking do not like. I don't like any dragon fight in this game. Guardian Dragon. What can you even say about it? I mean, I don't know. Do I even like the design of the dragon? I don't even know what I like about this thing. I mean, it's a dragon, so it does look pretty cool. But he just jumps around on the cage, which that's a pretty cool interaction. Like, seeing him fly and jump and land on the cage is cool. But like, when he's jumping around too much, it's hard to like even tell what's going on, and you're just like waiting forever for him to land. And I don't know. It doesn't have many attacks. I don't know. It has like a neck swiping attack, I guess, because when you have like a long neck and you're a dragon, you gotta have like a neck swiping attack that can bite. I don't know. C tier. C tier, Ancient Dragon, F tier. Way too much health, boring as fuck. Even if you try to stay in front of him and hit him in the head, it's boring and not engaging. Whacking him on the feet is even worse. He has like 3 attacks, and it's this big, you can't even see what's going on. It doesn't feel cool. Nothing good about this fight. Nothing. But like, to be fair, it's not going to go into the trash tier because at least it's optional. You don't have to fight him. At the very least. But it doesn't feel fun to fight. But if you're like lightning attacks and you're staying in front of him the entire time and just keep whacking him in the head, it could be okay. And it's like a wide enough boss room. But you can fall off the ledge, though. The Giant Lord. It's just like a buffed up version of the last giant, because at least it has a sword and a couple of attacks. Basically, it's just like a projectile attack and like some weird swiping attack at his feet. But it's still like, it's a big giant. They just whack at its feet the entire time. It's basically just free souls. I don't know. I put it into the C tier. Free souls. Right above the Vanguard Demon. But like the memory itself is pretty cool. Not that long. Just having this, seeing like a whole war being taken place while you're fighting the big giant, I guess is a pretty cool interaction as well. That's about it. The Dark Lurker. Oh yeah, Dark Lurker is good stuff. Probably the coolest and best, just pure sorcery type of dude. Pure magic spamming boss that they've probably ever made. I'd probably slide this bad boy into the A tier. S tier? I don't know. I feel like the fact that the design and the fact that they made like a projectile spamming boss fight actually good is kind of insane. The design of this boss feels like it's very separate to the rest of the game though. Like, I don't know why. It feels like it's just so like unique and different and very fantasy. It's kind of interesting. But yeah. Some of the attacks when he does summon the second guy, it doesn't really change up much of the fight. It's just more projectiles you gotta keep an eye out for. And it kind of feels like you're playing like a bullet hell game sometimes when all these projectiles are coming at once. But they don't move like that fast, not like that challenging or hard to dodge, and it's cool. Like, I don't put it into the S tier because it's still sometimes some parts of the fight can be pretty inconsistent. And with a duo boss fight, I feel like you always benefit by having some like structure in the way to where you can actually like separate them or like use something for cover. And the boss run back is fucking terrible because it involves having to, use a humanity or a human effigy and go through that bullshit again. So I like him better than the Looking Glass Knight, but he's cool. Great boss. The Gang Squad. Oh my god. No. NPCs. Trash. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Why do they constantly, always and religiously have to put NPC fights in these games? And I don't know why. Like, haven't we learned from this moment right here and how bad and annoying this thing is? Bad arena also. The arena can be okay because at least you can use some parts of the arena to your advantage sometimes. But sometimes it can be like to your disadvantage, and that's like, it feels awful. What's wrong with an NPC fight? Okay, an NPC doesn't have like its own set moveset. So the whole thing is just RNG. And combined with the fact that they just feel like they all have infinite stamina, they can just all attack all the time. It just feels annoying. And the fact that there's 3 of them all doing random shit, all attacking at the exact same time, it's just like, it's not cool, not engaging. NPCs are just terrible. And they all feel like they input read way harder than like all the other bosses too. And it doesn't feel as satisfying too. Like, it's not as satisfying as fighting like a big giant knight or a big fucking boss. Like, I don't know, big demon. None of it's cool. Anyway, Alana. Alana is pretty cool. I like Alana. She doesn't have like much going on, but she's a cool design. She can like teleport, which is pretty badass. Summoning skeletons is kind of cringe. I don't really care much about that. She can actually summon Velstad as well, which is pretty interesting. So I don't think she's like not the most amazing thing in the world. Probably like about a B tier. But it's okay. She's fine. When you like really think about it, it's kind of like Renala, I guess. This spams projectile sometimes in summons. But she's better because the summons are not as really annoying. And a better Nishandra? Yeah, true. It is a better Nishandra. It is a very similar design and it has a scythe, so yeah. Well, it's like a halberd, really. But yeah, it is a better Nishandra. Sin. I don't like Sin. I don't like him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't like Sin. I think he flies around way too much for him to be a good fight. There's so many times where you're fighting him, it's like, just, can you fucking stay on the ground? So many times. He has so many jumping attacks and flying attacks and running back and forth. The stupid toxic AoE attack, the charging attack, just random, just flying to just gain distance. It just does so much stuff to where it just doesn't feel cool to fight. And even when he's on the grounds, what does he even have? He has like a stomping attack. The traditional neck swiping attack from Calamite. It just feels like a fucking worse Calamite because he's flying around more. And like the fact that your weapon durability breaks pretty easily. I don't really care much about that, honestly, but yeah. The fight's boring. C tier. He's better than the Guardian Dragon, though, I guess. And his design is pretty cool. So I think about here. Probably here. Above Freya. Because sometimes when you can fight him and he doesn't fly, when the RNG hits fine, it's like, that's a pretty decent fight. Like, at best, probably like a high B tier, but like, I don't know. Blue Smelter Demon. I love the Blue Smelter Demon. But the thing is, it's the same thing as the regular Smelter Demon. Basically. So, like, I don't know. I can't put it higher than, like, a B tier. I was going to put it lower B tier. Because, like, I don't know. It's the Smelter Demon, but just fucking blue. But, yeah, it's a great fight. The run back is bad. Honestly, I don't know. I never had a problem with the run back, honestly. I never had a problem with the run back. It's kind of annoying still. I don't know. It's pretty consistent. Fume Knight, though. Finally. Finally. You know what? This might be the first of the best. I didn't make this tier list, so I would say peak instead. Probably the S tier. I will save peak for like my top 3 or some shit. I don't think Fume Knight's top 3. I think it's better than any Dark Souls 1 boss though. So I think it's the best one so far. Fume Knight's a really cool fight based on the design, based on the lore, the setting as well, the weapons of choice that he has, cool power sensing combos. The fact that you can strafe a handful of attacks, and that feels really cool. Any single time you can strafe attacks, it's amazing in Dark Souls 2. And the second phase actually adds up a decent amount to where it feels more engaging still, but like not too different to where it feels like a completely different fight. It adds a perfect amount, and there's lots of different types of cool mechanics that he has as well. Cool amounts of AoEs. It's just a great fight. It's the great fight. And you have the option to make him as challenging as you want to as well, if you just don't if you make him heal the entire time. And it's an easy boss run back too, yeah. First time in like the series at that point, where it's like, you know what? We're going to have the bonfire right next to the boss. It's great. It's just great. Sir Alone, another S tier. Another S tier. Squeaky clean floor, probably the best OST in the entire game. A great fight, very engaging. He does give you like very short openings, and sometimes you can like jump backwards. You're not really attacking anything more than like 1 or 2 light attacks in a row. It's kind of like at this point in the series, it's like, okay, we're not going to give you long openings anymore. But yeah, Sir Alone is amazing. The best floor in the series, yeah. He's great. All of his attacks feel nice to dodge. Some of the ones that have like the weird, like, when he jumps backwards, it does like the upward cut. You pretty much have to outspace that one all the time because it's hard to like try and figure out exactly the timing of that attack because it has like a 50-50. Sometimes it's going to do it faster, sometimes it's going to do it slower. Like the only annoying thing about it, but yeah, the hitboxes aren't like the most amazing thing sometimes, but I think he's still an S tier. He's great. He's great. I might like him more than Artorias. Ava though, can't say the same thing. These tigers have like the most jank hitboxes. They do look pretty cool. They have like these projectile attacks and these homing attacks, kind of similar to what's her name? Forgot her name. Najka. I don't know, but it's just like just jank. I don't like it. Yeah, they're annoying to fight. And like the fact that they can like lunge in super far as well and have like these AoE tracking projectile attacks too, and combined with like the jank involved. I don't know. It's annoying. It kind of feels similar to the Sanctuary Guardian now that I'm thinking about it. I might like Sanctuary Guardian better though. London Zalin though can go straight to the fucking F tier. Everything about that fight. At least like the tigers look different and they can perform somewhat differently. Like one will at least be a bit passive sometimes in the duo fight. So like there's something going on there, but like yeah, the boss run back, the fact that there's like 2 of them in an arena where you can't really like separate them. So yeah. And then there's just like 2 like annoying fucking tigers put in the same room. Fuck this boss. Yeah, right here. Right there. Burnt Ivory King. Oh boy. Burnt Ivory King. Okay, so like look, the fight itself is great. It's a fantastic fight. The entrance is amazing. The cinematics are there. You falling down and landing to the ground. Having the Loist Knights fight alongside with you sometimes. I don't know how to say that name, but
shields and torches ranked in the
Bolin.
future?
Will I do a shields and torches ranking in the future? Did I have it? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe a shield, like a top 10 shields video or something like that. Maybe in the future. And like the fight itself with the 1v1 fight with the Burnt Ivory King is nothing amazing. It's not as good as like Fume Knight and Sir alone in terms of like how nuanced the moveset can actually be. It still could be pretty satisfying to dodge. So some attacks you can strafe. But here's like a more basic version of those things. Now, the first part of the fight is so unbelievably fucking boring and shit. Like, I wish to where, like, you could just do the first part of the fight and it saved the checkpoint. And then you could just do the 1v1 fight afterwards. And not have to go through that shit all the time if you ended up dying. And even then, the first part of the fight is just super fucking annoying anyway. Because it's just unending fucking ads coming out of the stupid teleporters. And they're super obnoxious too. They're like they're fun to fight. And it forces you to have to go through the actual like DLC as well to actually get some knights on your side just to be able to have that fight not be completely obnoxious. You need at least like, you know, find at least two of them to make the fight not just be shit. So when it makes replaying the fight just even more annoying because it forces you to actually like, you know, go through the fucking game. Go through the DLC and actually find these stupid annoying knights in this DLC that has annoying enemies all over the place. B tier. I don't care, chat. Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, Vendrick. I don't care. There's never been a time where I fight this boss and I've liked it. Never. Never been a time. Like, by the time that I actually get to the 1v1 fight, it's like, what have I really gone through? Like, I've gone through, like, hell and back. And it just doesn't feel satisfying anymore. And the fight itself is anything amazing. Like, it just feels like a worse, you know? Okay, Vendrick. Okay, Vendrick is kind of similar to, like, Estrella. In that, like, they're supposed to be, like, just shitty fights. But, like, the whole purpose is meant to just be atmospheric, right? You know, like, you hear about Vendrick the entire story, and you finally get to him, and he's like some husk of a man that's been had his whole entire soul sucked out of him by Nishandra, and is basically just there, decrepit and old. It's a pretty cool atmospheric moment. So I think that alone is fine, but like the fight itself mechanically is just shit. So I'm gonna put it right next to Estrella, because it's kind of the same thing. The Throne Watcher and Defender, though. Ugh. Why? What's the point of having dual boss fights? Having dual boss fights to where like they're both basically just as fast. They both hit just as hard. And you're not going to have like any types of like structures in the arena to separate the two. Like if you had like some type of pillar in the middle to actually help something to play around, to make it a bit more engaging, it's fine. But you're spending the entire time just like running backwards, waiting for an opening and hit them once. And sometimes you're going to even get punished in that one opening that you get. So it's like, and the fact that like when you do hit them sometimes and they'll be shielding and blocking their attack, they both get shields too. It's like they both work the exact same way. But like, you know, when you have like harder hitting things and you can just destroy them like a few hits, it's like, so it's either the fight goes over like in 3 seconds or the fight's just obnoxious and takes forever. Like there's nothing really there. So I'm gonna put this one at the D tier. Maybe it's better than the last giant, I guess. I don't know. Probably around about there. I just don't like it at all. And then Nishandra is just like another final boss fight. That's just awful. Awful. At least it's like not as bullshit as Gwyn. The boss run back feels very similar though. But like, it's just a disappointing fight. I'll put it below Gwyn, because at least Gwyn has like a cool OST. What does Nashandra even have? Like, the boss arena looks stupid. The OST is not memorable. Her design is like okay and cool, I guess. Like, she's like so ass. She has a couple of attacks that are interesting, like the whole like cursing effect, I guess. It's fine. And then like, it's just such a bad, and it's a final boss. Like, if it's like a random boss, like in the middle of the game, whatever. This probably would have been to like the C tier, maybe even the like B tier, because it's pretty interesting, some types of mechanics. But like, it's the final boss fight. Come on. I mean, thankfully nowadays I focus more on the final boss fights actually being actually interesting. Sometimes over-designed, but you know, at least actually interesting. Elfin, thank you for the follow. Nachandra's a better final boss than Gwyn. Well, they're both like shit mechanically. At least Gwyn has a cool OST. So Gwyn has one thing going for him. And the cooler boss room. That's it. Like, they're both, I don't know. And then like, they noticed that the final boss was awful. And like, you know what? Let's redo it. Let's make another final boss. And they made that final boss even worse. And Oldia. Like, how did you have this happen? Now, Oldia might be better than the Chandra because it has a cool OST. And his lore, and it's kind of similar to Gwyn. This is basically like Gwyn. But at least like Gwyn feels more fun to fight. And you can just parry him to get it over with. To get like the hell over with. Whereas Oldia, it's just like, oh, you're waiting forever for him to do like something so you can punish him, and then like the lava that's there surrounding him is like, it's a whole ass thing. And the design is like, I didn't care for the design of the boss either. Another D tier fight. Which is such a shame because like the OST, the lore, there was something there. There was something to be had. Now if this fight, same thing applies. If it was like in the middle of the game, it would be a fine fight. But because it's the final boss, and this is how you finish the game, it's just disappointing. It's just disappointing. I'm gonna save the peak to be like the top 3. It's like the top 3 best bosses or top 5 best bosses. And I'll probably save the trash for like the top 3 or top 5 worst bosses, you know? It's gonna be a very prestigious award. Very prestigious. We might reorganize this list at the end. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, Bloodborne time. Okay, Bloodborne bosses are in a very interesting bunch. Because, like, the whole premise of the game is designed differently than the Dark Souls games. Because, like, the game's mechanics and the gameplay is designed to where, like, you're basically supposed to get hit and trade out with bosses. So, a lot of them, it's a different formula. So, like, they're not really meant to be seen as the same way. So, it's harder to compare. But we're still going to have to compare them with each other, I guess, because, you know, it's still a From Software. And, you know, combined with the circle jump, it makes a lot of these fights not really feel that cool. However, Cleric Beast is one of the cooler first boss fights in the game. Very, very cool entrance. Good and memorable OST that sometimes you just can't even hear sometimes because of the constant screeching of the boss fight. Because every single boss in this game, or enemy in this game, has to scream so loudly, so we can't even hear the OST. Which is why I wish that we had like a separate slider, an audio slider, specifically for the boss sounds. Because to turn down the boss screaming, it's part of the sound effects. So you're turning down the sound effects, so you can't hear your own attacks. It's annoying. There needs to be a separate slider, specifically for Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. I just want to turn it down so I can hear the OST. Hear the boss a little bit, and then hear my own attacks too. Anyway, but Cleric Beast is perfectly fine. Doesn't do anything too amazing. It's like a nice introduction to the game because it introduces things like breaking enemies' parts or like their body parts and like damaging them and stuff. It's learning the importance of like strafing attacks as well and outspacing them. But like it's still like a larger boss fight. Sometimes the camera can be an issue. It's nothing too amazing. We'll slide into the B tier. It's alright. It's alright. Father Gascoigne, though. I think Father Gascoigne is the best boss in the base game, in my honest opinion. I think based on his OST, the boss room, the lead up to that fight, learning about his lore, and the fact that the actual game tells you about, like, somewhat about him leading up to the fight, because you can actually interact with his family and stuff, and that's pretty cool. And the interaction with the the bell. What the bell? The weird thingy, charm thingy. I don't forget what it's called. The box, music box. That's pretty cool. And the fight itself is fine. It still suffers from being like a very spam heavy fight sometimes, and it's hard to like really distinguish some of his attacks. Like the best way to counter him is just like either spamming your gun or just like outspacing him. And a lot of the fights in Bloodborne kind of work that way. So it's not really something that's like, hey, he has like these distinguishing attacks and you can like counteract it. It's just like, just spam harder. And then the second phase, it's okay. It's kind of similar. You can like strafe around him more easier and get some backstabs off, and it can be pretty satisfying. But it's a nice concept. We'll put him to the S tier. But like, you know, there are times where you fight him and it'd be like, ugh. Bloodstarved Beast, though, is like that exact same concept that I talked about. And like these bosses can be very spam heavy sometimes because the game is designed around you getting hit. And then it just feels very frustrating because like, what the hell am I getting hit by? What attack is he doing? It's like the most Bloodborne boss. It's just flailing, screaming. Yeah, basically that. Flailing and screaming. So D tier. D tier. I don't even like the way he looks. Like, I don't know what the hell the boss is supposed to be. These like weird flaps going on. The instant poisoning is pretty fucking annoying as well. You can just throw like beast blood cocktails in the corner and just like whacking him with fire paper weapon. Like, just dies pretty quickly. But yeah, that's pretty much how the fight goes. Either just spamming beast blood cocktails or spamming your gun. Or just trading out. Like, there's nothing really there. I probably put him into the D tier. I mean, this has a cool OST. And, like, there's some parts of the moveset that feel, like, satisfying to, like, strafe or dodge. But, like, I don't know. There's not really much there. Vicar Amelia. Cool design of a boss fight. I think it's just, like, a strictly worse fucking, Cleric Beast when it comes to like a larger fight, especially because I have the exact same OST. I don't know why they reskinned, or not reskinned, but reused an OST. That's kind of a bit weird. I don't know. This could be a lore reason behind it, but you still should have given it a unique OST. Doesn't matter. The cutscene is pretty cool, but you know, it's a larger boss fight, so like the camera can be an issue. These weird ass like lingering hitboxes or the AoEs can just do so much damage sometimes. And sometimes it's hard to tell what type of swiping attack when she's doing when you're directly underneath her. But similar thing applies to Cleric Beast. You can like start whacking at her legs and break some limbs and stuff. And the healing can be pretty annoying, especially when you're trying to fight her early game with like some shitty leveled weapon. It can be somewhat of a damage check, and yeah. I don't care for that much. I'll probably put it into the C tier. Probably right above the Sanctuary Guardian. The female Cleric Beast, yeah. I just wish I had something else. And it wasn't really much of like a second phase transformation that transformed anything about the fight to make it better. That was, I don't know. I was like hoping that I just spammed and just stun locked her and just like killed her. Like that's like the most fun that I've had when fighting Vicar Amelia. When I just like fucked her up. You just like keep breaking her limbs. Then just have her die. The Witches of Hemwick though. Oh boy. F tier or D tier. Is it F tier? It's F tier. I mean, like it's another version of Pinwheel, maybe. I don't know. It's like a dummy that you can just whack on and then just teleport away. And then when you have insight, then you got to also fight some other enemies that are periodically spawned throughout the fight, which can be annoying too, because it's just like you're just running back and forth, and the fight it's just prolonged way too long. It's an awful fight. So yeah. And you can try and like stun lock it the entire time with his backstabs. I don't know. Royal Rat Vanguard isn't an F tier. He has a cool mohawk. So yeah, D tier. That's about it. Shadows of Yharnam. Okay, so Shadows of Yharnam. It feels like fighting NPCs sometimes. A lot of the fights in Bloodborne kind of feel that way with how like random their movesets feel like. And how quick they can be. It feels like fighting NPCs. And it does feel like you're fighting a generic enemy, which, you know, it is true because you fight them later into the game. But they do have a different second phase because they can transform and have these snake attacks, which admittedly, some of the snake attacks can be pretty annoying, but some of them can be pretty cool and actually add to the fight. At least it is a gang fight that does have some structures in the way to where you actually can help separate them. So that's good. You have some like graveyards and big gravestones help separate them, which is interesting. And actually all of them do work somewhat differently. One's like more passive at the back. So that the concept is there. Sometimes involved with a jank, or like you're getting hit one time and you get stun locked and counter damage happens, and then like the whole fight can just downward spiral, and you get stun locked. And you can have a perfect fight, but then one thing goes wrong because you get hit one time, and then the worst RNG happens, and you get hit by every attack. So sometimes a fight can be cool, sometimes it can be shit. So I don't know, it probably balances out to be a B tier fight. Probably balances out. Probably around about there. Probably below the Cleric Beast and Tower Knight. Maybe lower than Four Kings. Because there'll be times you fight him, it's like, this is like the worst boss of all time. But then you get into a nice rhythm in the fight, and it can be cool. I don't want to talk about these shit bosses, man. Vacuous Rum. Okay, do I put this into the trash tier or what? I don't know. It has a cool boss arena, I guess. That's the only redeeming factor. Rum. God damn it. It's the bottom of the F tier. There's like nothing fun I can say about this fight. It's basically like it took the concept of Freya, but just made it even more boring somehow. Like Freya it lost points because it was like a lot of like running back and forth. But in Rum is more running involved, and you have to be even more safe because there's no direct way to counteract the spiders, which is just littered throughout the entire arena. Gamer, thank you for the follow. And there's way more spiders because every single time that you do like a third of its health, it teleports away and then spawns in like 25 more. And the spiders are harder to kill because they all have this stupid head that can just be immune to fucking damage. And the spiders hit so hard. They do so much damage. And especially with counter damage in Bloodborne, you just do an attack, and then in the middle of an attack combo, it can literally one-shot you and stun lock you too. Like, they have these like projectile attacks that can stun lock you and shoot through the boss, mind you. So it can be on the other side of the boss and shoot through you and stun lock you, and you can just die. And then once you manage to go waste all your time killing those spiders, and you go ahead and fight the boss, it just does nothing but sit there. But it's not even like a funny type of sitting there like the Covetous Demon. Like, at least the Covetous Demon does some funny stuff. It just looks funny. Because, like, some funny jiggle physics. But Rom is like, no. Unless you get to, like, the second part of the fight. Then he spams a bunch of AoEs. Then it's like, wow. That's so cool. Fuck this fight. You're fucking trash. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate this fight. The only time where it's, like, actually, like... It's not even cool. Because even if you do melt it straight away, and you kill it in, like, one cycle... It's like, thank God. It's not even like a satisfying moment. It's like, thank God I don't have to do all that shit. A Dark Beast Pal. Where'd I put the Demon Souls final boss? Where I'm in the C tier where it belongs. A Dark Beast Pal. It's a cool design. The lightning effects are pretty badass. He's like really skinny though, so sometimes you try to hit his legs and it just misses, especially if you're using like an attack with like shorter range or a poking attack. Just hardly works out sometimes. And he does like retreat and move around really quickly and a lot. So it can be pretty annoying. But it can be pretty satisfying when you just go from leg to leg and just like stun lock it. But he has like next to no health. It's just like, he just dies straight away. I guess you kind of meant to fight him a bit earlier because if you meant to get teleported to the Hyperion jail and then fight him at that point. But when you end up fighting him in Yahagul, he just dies in like 10 seconds. So I was like, I don't know. And if the fight does get prolonged, it's kind of annoying. But he's got a cool design though, so I'll give it to the C tier. Pretty lower C tier, or mid C tier. The One Reborn. Oh my god. Okay, so they took the concept of the Tower Knight, wherever the fuck I put that guy, in Demon Souls, by having, you know, a rectangle arena and having like these people on top shooting projectiles, but they just made it worse. Because the actual boss fight itself is just like fucking terrible. I mean, to be fair, like how you meant to design a boss fight, how you meant to make the boss fight actually work? Because it feels like they designed the boss first. It's like, this is what we want the boss to look like. And they're like, okay, how the fuck do we work with this? What's the moveset gonna be? ZL, thank you for the follow. It has like thousands of legs and limbs. Like, what do we even do? It's like, it was a failed concept to begin with. There was no way it was going to be a good and engaging fight because it's just a bunch of flailing around and it's just more trading out and hoping for the best. And it does shoot out these bunch of like these AoEs coming from the sky, but it's hard to tell because you have to like go back to see where they're actually coming from. It just doesn't feel cool. F tier. It's probably better than the Wishes of Hamrick. Anyway, Ligarius. Ligarius is cool. Cool design. Fighting on a rooftop. Can't go wrong with that. Sometimes it can be to your disadvantage. Some of his attacks feel nice to dodge, pretty engaging. His knife feels nice and satisfying to parry. His attacks don't feel like that spammy, like a lot of the other bosses, to where it feels like you just meant to trade out. It kind of feels more like a Dark Souls boss in this area. In that factor, I mean. But there is like some jank involved. So like sometimes he does like these jumping attacks and like there's a hitbox or like there's his character model directly beneath him, and sometimes you can run into an invisible wall. Sometimes when he does like that weird like pole summoning projectile attack AoE and you have to shoot it out, sometimes it's kind of inconsistent, you'll just miss. But he's okay. He does do like a lot of damage though. But he's meant to be fought like later in the game. But he's okay. I'll give him... The way that I'm talking about him is kind of like an A tier, but like I don't know if I really like him that much. I think I kind of like him just much of the Rodden. I'll probably put him high B tier. Yeah. He's alright. Amygdala though. No. No, I don't like Amygdala. I don't like... I mean, Amygdala is fine if you have projectile attacks or have like a longer range weapon that can hit vertical. Because if you stay in front of Amygdala and keep hitting its head, it's perfectly fine. But like a lot of weapons don't do that to me. They do that for me. So we had to like start whacking at his legs half the time, and it just feels like shit when you're fighting him that way. Because it's a larger boss fight, it's hard to tell what's going on. Lots of flailing around. It's just ugh. Ugh. If his head was like a bit lower to the ground, to where like more weapons could actually hit him in the head more consistently, it'd be fine. I might put him like into the high B tier. So. Because I want to stay in front of a boss fight so I can see what's happening and not have to force to be like just staying underneath him. Where you can't see what's going on. So. C tier. Lower C tier. A Celestial Emissary. It's kind of like a more interesting version of the Royal Rat Vanguard, I guess. Right? Yeah. I suppose. I guess. I don't know. They die in like 5 hits. Who cares? D tier. They look pretty funny, though. That's about it. Do we even want to talk about it? Not only is it an NPC boss fight, so therefore you have to deal with like the randomness and bullshit. But it's a boss fight that lasts forever. And you have to run throughout the entire arena to chase him. And it's like a stupid puzzle involved with it as well. And then once you end up fighting him again, he just does these stupid ass fucking attacks. None of them feel good. Like you can just be aggressive the entire time. But it's still a shit fight. I don't know. Not the most challenging thing. If you be like a bit more passive and go a bit backwards and you keep spamming Call from Beyond or Call of Beyond, and this is like the worst thing of all time. Because he just like one-shots you because you try to dodge it, get counter hit, and you're just dead.
Oh, majestic!
I fucking hate him. Hate everything about him. I hate the way that he like looks, the way that he talks, everything about him. He's the worst. Abretus. I have to think about this one. Abretus. What do I even say about this boss fight? I mean, like, interesting setting. Like, when you first, like, walk into the boss room, it's like, oh, it's pretty, enchanting, I suppose. Interesting lore. The design is interesting, I guess. But, like, it's a larger boss fight. So you gotta deal with a camera. It's, like, a bunch of tentacles and, like, weird, like, flailing attacks all over the place. You just, like, stay underneath her or stay behind her and just trying to hit her. And then hope for the best sometimes. She has, like, these weird frenzy attacks that can be kind of annoying. The Meteor of Bloodborne, but without the laser. Yeah, it's a less bullshit version of Meteor, I guess. It's hard to distinguish some of her attacks. And, like, the charge can be kind of annoying. You just gotta sit there and tank it. Just don't even bother trying to dodge it, because, like, you're just gonna get counter hit. But you're not supposed to be further away from the fight anyway. It's just, like, worse. Inherently. I don't know. I'll put it into the C tier. There's not much positive. I don't know. Nothing I can really say about it. That's actually good. Doesn't feel like that engaging to fight. It's fun to like melt her sometimes though, at best. Murger. I actually like Murger. I like Murger. I think Murger's a pretty fine fight. I like Murger probably more than Ligarius, actually. But high B tier. Probably not into the A tier though, because Mogo is pretty basic, and the whole like shadow portion of the fight in the second phase, if you fail the dodge, it can just last way too long. If that part of the fight just lasted like, you know, half the amount of time, to where you're not dodging or like running around for 30 seconds, and if they gave her like a couple of extra attacks, like it had the second phase be a bit different, to where like there's a few more attacks going on, it's fine. But the design is pretty cool. Her attacks are nice to dodge. It's not like that much flailing around, except for that one attack, which is pretty fun. You can stay behind her. If she had like a couple more like melee combos where it's like, maybe I do like a Legaris better, because Legaris has like kind of like that. He has a bit more going for him. But Mogo's pretty cool though. Hi, beats here. She was almost there, but it's a fine fight. Finally, some good bosses. Finally, we can put something else into the S tier. Oof. Ludwig. Okay, cool. I might put it here. I think I like Sir alone better still. But he's still an S tier. The first phase of Ludwig is kind of mid. I still think I like the first phase of Ludwig better than I like bosses like Amelia, I guess. Because he has like enough going for him. He still feels somewhat like some attacks that he has, like that weird like breathing bubble attack that he has. I don't know what the hell it is, like the charging attack, the jumping attacks and stuff. But sometimes you can flail around too much, and there's like lingering hitboxes and stun locking and stuff in the first phase. It's whatever. But obviously the second phase, it's where it's at. I kind of wish that the second phase just like didn't get stun locked as easily, because like the second phase happens, you just get a couple of like limb breaking attacks, and the fight can be over way too quickly in the second phase sometimes. But he's really cool. He's actually a fight to where it's actually engaging. It's not just a bunch of flailing around and you're like forced to trade out. It feels nice to actually dodge all of his attacks. The cinematics obviously are there. It's probably the best OST in the entire series. Fantastic cutscene. Cool boss arena that's very wide and open. It's great. It's fantastic. It's great. It's a good example as why, like, you know, having boss fights with actual distinct movesets are really good, and having bosses that just flail around are not that good. Feel much better. Living failures though. The next fight. Not that good. But it's another fight with an amazing OST. But it's just like another... I don't know, man. It's just like it's a super long fight for no reason. They have way too much health. Like, way too much health for the fight to be like that cool. Like, if it was over like earlier, I'd been fine. But it's just like the fight does last forever. And like, they didn't really do too much. And it's like a stupid gank fight. It's like a DPS check as well. It's kind of like a worse version of the Four Kings, right? Because like a lot of them can spawn in. And like, unlike the Four Kings, they don't have like attacks that feel like as satisfying to dodge. And like the presentation is not really as cool sometimes. Although at least like the boss arena is not like completely jank to look at. Yeah. I don't know. I'll probably put them into like maybe into the C tier, because I have like something else. I don't know. Probably D tier actually. Nah, who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? D tier. Yeah. Here, down here. Let's not even begin to entertain anything. It's not there. Maria though. Another S tier. I always go back and forth whether I like Maria or Ludwig the best. I think Maria is more consistent, like first, second, third phase is more consistent, whereas like Ludwig is only really the second phase that makes him S tier. But like Maria's third phase, I don't care for though. Maria's third phase with like the fire attacks have like these lingering hitboxes to where like half the attacks or half the times where you dodge her, it's just like you're gonna get hit by it. And you have to fight her a lot more passively in the third phase to not get hit by her attacks. Otherwise, it's going to perform like a generic Bloodborne boss where you're just meant to trade out. So I don't like the third phase, though. If it was just like a fire attack that just did more damage, it's fine, but it has like a lingering effect. But Maria is like super fun to fight, super engaging. A lot of attacks feel nice and fluid to dodge. It feels great with the hunter dodge and how it works. And it doesn't really feel like you're getting that punished. With like with getting counter hit and stuff, because like it's super fast and fluid. She feels nice if you want to parry her as well. The first phase, when she goes into like the twin blade portion, They can be kind of annoying too. She has like a bunch of roll catching attacks there. I think she's a lot better when she has them like power stanced. But when she has like the one-handed version, it gets pretty annoying. She does have like these like delayed attacks that can be kind of shit. It kind of feels like the Liza P Fury attacks. Whereas like if you get hit by it, it feels like cheap as fuck. But when you dodge it, it's like that was the coolest shit of all time. But she's cool though. She's great. I probably like both of them better than Artorias and Gascoigne, for sure. For sure. Do I like Gascoigne that much? Do I like the Gascoigne better than Ornstein and Smo and Calamite? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think S tier is pretty. I'll leave peak for the top 3. And then trash is going to be a bottom 5, I guess. I don't know who else is going to be join them in the bottom 5. We have top 5 and bottom 5. Leave it at that. Leave it at that. Because Gascoigne, I don't know, he can be pretty inconsistent sometimes. He does suffer from being more of a Bloodborne fight than... I don't think he's in the same tier as Maria. He's not. He's not. No. No. There's more than 5 trash. I mean, the F tier is like the just below. But I would say like the bottom 5 and the top 5. Look at it like that. Lawrence, though. I fucking love Lawrence. I think Lawrence is great. Another amazing OST. Probably the second best in the game. I don't like how his design is very much similar to the Cleric Beast. Obviously, he does fight a lot differently. He feels like a much better version. It's kind of like fighting like Gundyr into Champion Gundyr type shit. It feels like it's a lot more satisfying to fight him. Because his attacks feel more distinguishable. Sometimes the hitboxes can be kind of weird because like they're AoEs and stuff. But like if he's trying to strafe around him, it could be pretty cool. I love attacks you actually can strafe and it feels nice. And the second phase... It can be kind of annoying because there's even more AoEs. But even same thing applies. When you get into like a nice rhythm and you stay in that right spot and you can like stay next to him and you can just... He does a charging attack and you can just dodge the entire thing just by standing still, basically. But if anything, that makes the fight just a bit more boring. But like when the music cuts in when that happens, when you see him like collapse to the ground and it's like super sad because it's like dying and suffering and like the music gets all somber, it just fucking... It hits so good. It hits so fucking good. But, you know, the AoEs can be annoying, and it's the reskins. I'm going to put him high A tier. I don't think I want to put him into the S tier. I think he's actually good, though. I think when it hits right, it hits right. I don't want to put him into the S tier, though. Okay, Orphan of Kos. Honestly, I don't think Orphan of Kos is in the same league as Maria and Ludwig. I think Orphan of Kos is... He also suffers from being a Bloodborne boss. Like, the Orphan of Kos second phase feels like fighting Blood-Starved Beast, but just without the poison. That's what it feels like. Because, like, one, he's just screaming the entire time. So he actually does have a pretty good OST, by the way. Pretty good OST. But you just don't get to hear it. Because he's screaming. The first phase is perfectly fine. You can, like, parry him pretty easily. He's actually very easy to backstab. Like, when you try to strafe his attacks and, like, bait out the backstabs, the fight just feels amazing and peak. But the second phase comes around, and it's a completely different fight. Like, he has a couple of attacks that are the same. But there's so much, like, jumping involved, even more screaming, lightning attacks that involves you to have to, like, run to the other side of the arena. So it's, like, more manageable to try and dodge and strafe. But it's just so much going on. And then, like, the even more AoEs as well, and it's just, like... It's just too much. Like, the entire fight is just, like, it feels like artificial difficulty, where it's just, like, he's hitting super hard, he's moving super fast. It's like Blood-Starved Beast on Cracked, and it doesn't feel as, like, easy to try and read his movesets. It's, like, a whole ass thing going on. But if you can try and, like, backstab farm him, and you can get into a nice rhythm to make it manageable, but it doesn't feel like you're... I don't know. It kind of balances out to be, like, a lower A tier, I guess. Because, like, the first phase was shaping up to actually end up being an S tier fight, but then the second phase, it just took away from it. It's like, whereas like Ludwig, it kind of like enhanced him to be a bit more sane. Orphan of Kos got like more crazy and decided to spam instead. So, I think lower A tier. Gurman is kind of the same thing. Gurman is I like Gascoigne better than Gurman. But German's like the same thing where it's like a bunch of spamming. It's meant to be traded out with. It doesn't feel as satisfying to like dodge as compared to bosses like Maria that are like super fast as well. Doesn't feel like as engaging. And it feels like you just it feels like this boss is more balanced around parrying him, especially when you end up getting into like the curve sword phase. He's like super fast. The side phase is okay. But yeah, the OST is like fucking peak. The boss arena is fucking peak. The cutscene is great too. So I think it's fine. I'll probably put him like lower A tier. I think I like him probably more than often of course, maybe. But he's good though. He's good. But like sometimes it's just too much. Like when you're fighting these bosses with like, because a lot of my runs that I do nowadays, I'm not using the gun. But like when you're fighting these bosses with a gun, they feel like a lot more engaging. But when you're not using a gun, which I guess is hard to like, you know, that's the way to play the game. This is kind of like a downside of Bloodborne. It's like it forces you to play the game a certain way. Whereas like a lot of the Dark Souls games, you can go ahead and use a shield, not use a shield, use like spells, and like they kind of feel like they're kind of still balanced around that and they're still manageable. Whereas like some of these bosses, like no, use a gun, it makes it better. And if you don't use a gun, it's not going to be as cool. So, it feels like Garmin suffers from that a lot. But he's still cool though. So that's why I think Maria's is more balanced around because she's actually good for both. Good for like either parrying or just without parrying. So I think she's in a league above. Moon Presence though. Moon Presence. Probably the best cutscene, boss cutscene, arguably of all time. Not just in the game. Moon Presence is cool. Cool entrance. I like the design as well. It's great. OST is not really there as well. I don't care for the OST. It's like, it's very quiet. There's not really much going on. They could have made it a bit better. And the fight itself is just a bunch of flailing around. Not as much flailing as like the Blood-Starved Beast, but it's enough flailing to make it be like, okay, what's even going on? It's more just trading out with the boss this time. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. I'll give it to the B tier just on its cutscene alone. It gets into the B tier. But the fight itself is like, ugh. Yeah, and it's fine because it's a hidden final boss. It's not like the actual final boss. Because whereas like, you know, bosses like, even though Aldi, I guess, is a hidden final boss too. But the Aldi is like way worse mechanically. And that one didn't even get a cool cutscene like this one did. Honestly, the Elden Beast should have been like the Moon Presence and like as a secret hidden boss. Anyway, but yeah. Moon Presence there. Okay, Dark Souls 3 time. How long have we been going for? It's been 2 hours already. This has been like the longest tier list of all time. I still haven't done Sekiro, and Elden Ring has like 1,000 fucking bosses. Gundyr. Perfectly fine intro fight. He's fun to parry. Gundyr's always fun to parry. He's great. Cool design. The second phase, I don't know. Kind of shit. Kind of shit. Feels kind of weird. It's hard to see his moves half the time. Just turns into like a big, you know, big pus of man. I don't really know why they decided to go that route, because like it wasn't even that much of like a segue into like the rest of the game. Like there's a couple like pus of men that you fight throughout the game, but I don't know if it was like the best introduction. They could have just left the Gundyr be that first phase the entire time. I don't know. C tier, I guess. He's fine for the first boss. It's whatever. High C tier. VOD though, I think VOD is a much better, more manageable, and a better introduction to the game than Gundyr is, honestly. Too much for a first boss? Yeah, if you're gonna be like the tutorial section, they should have just kept the first phase the entire time and not done a weird second phase thingy. I like VOD. VOD has one of the best OSTs in the game. Good opening cutscene. The fight feels very manageable. Not really like too complex combos. There's a few different hits. He actually does use melee attacks though, so it's not like, you know, the most jank thing. Ends with like the dodge rolling a Dark Souls 3. You're not getting hit by like these weird ass charging attack hitboxes. It feels much more fluid and smooth when you're fighting larger bosses in this game. So I think it's fine. B tier. Nothing too crazy or complex though. But he has cool attacks, cool like frost breath attack. He's fine. He does well. I mean, if I have the bell gargoyles into the A tier, I should put VOD into the A tier as well. I don't know. It's fine there. I think Bell Goggles is better for its time. That's probably why. The Cursed Rotted Greatwood. Dude, it'd be pretty funny. This fight, unironically, wouldn't even be that bad in Night Rain. Because you're going to have like 3 people to separate and be like, whack this side, whack this side. I don't know. But yeah, Cursed Rotted is fucking mid as fuck after. Doesn't feel fun to fight. It's super jank sometimes because you're waiting for like his hands to come down or like his to move in a certain position to like hit a fucking egg. It's funny, I guess. So it's not trash tier because at least like the egg explosions are pretty satisfying. So like when you keep whacking at it and it explodes, it's satisfying. That's it. And like the second phase falling down to the ground, I guess is pretty cool. But I don't know. It's a large fight, so the camera's gonna be an issue. It's a fucking tree. Like whatever. It's probably better than the fucking One Reborn, I guess. I don't know. Crystal Sage, the 7th pinwheel. The 7th pinwheel, the 8th time they made the Fool's Idol. Another Fool's Idol. Yeah. I don't know. It's pinwheel with more health. It does a bit more, it has a bit more stuff going for it, because at least like the second phase is the one that changes it up. And it's more distinguishable as to which one's like the actual legit one, because it's purple and I don't know. It has some melee attacks too. It's whatever. It's a fucking D tier, I guess. It's probably better than Moonlight Butterfly. And a Moonlight Butterfly does have a cooler OST, I guess. That's probably better. Deacons of the Deep. God. It's such a shame because it's such a good area. Like, it's one of the best areas in the game. The Cathedral of the Deep. And then it made this boss the final boss of that area. Like, why? Like, why couldn't we just fight, like, Ultra tier instead? Wouldn't have been, like, less... Wouldn't have been as bad, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so the Deacons of the Deep is, like... another gank fight where it's just a bunch of trash mobs. It's like Skeleton Lords. But, like, at least it's somewhat different to Skeleton Lords because you can... There's, like, some other different mechanic to it. So this is better than that. It's probably a D tier. It's like the Royal Rat Vanguard. But, like, not as funny because there's no Mohawk. But, like, mechanically speaking, it's more interesting, I guess. So maybe it's better. I don't know. High D tier. It's a high D tier, chat. High D tier. It serves very well to scare you. Yeah, they all have, like, red glowing eyes, but I don't know. The Pope, though? The Pope does have a funny fit. That's true. The Pope is pretty dripped out. That is true. But it's still a D tier. Abyss Watchers, though. Finally. A decent boss. Abyss Watchers is great. Good OST. The first fight, or the first part of the fight is okay. Abyss Watchers is, like, incredibly, like, easy, though, to fucking counter. Because they can stun lock them very easily. You can backstab them, too. I didn't care much for the first part, though. Because a lot of it's just, like... just waiting for the other guy to come around to make it to where you're just not getting ganked. Because, like, the gank part is pretty shit. But, like, it's a cool concept. And the second phase doesn't add up too much to the fight. I kind of wish there was, like, a bit more to it. Because it's basically the exact same moveset. But just it has, like, fire attacks. So, like, the same thing, but it's more damage. I kind of wish it was, like, a bit different. But it's a cool fight. It's probably the first good fight in the game. So, I'll give it, like, a solid A tier. Just above the Penetrator, maybe. I think it's great. But nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. You can backstab him too? Yeah. I mean, that could be a downside sometimes. Make it just be that the fight's too basic and simple. And then we go straight back to another gimmick boss fight. We're just like whacking at its fucking bracelets. Why didn't it just like... I don't know what they were thinking with this fight. Either. That's another D tier. I mean, like, it's a cool jump scare. The bracelets have a satisfying explosion effect. Like, I don't know. It's hard to see things sometimes. You're just whacking at its hands, hoping that it's like it stays still. It summons skeletons as well if the fight lasts too long. And sometimes you try to be like close to it and it just like ends up charging upwards and you get hit by the vape cloud and does so much damage and it's like another D tier. It's probably better than Crystal Sage though. Okay, but finally at this point, none of them are going to be shit. So it's just like the first half bosses are fucking awful. Thankfully, like the areas are fine though. It's like the opposite. It's like normally the first half of the Dark Souls games are just better and the second half is dog shit. But Dark Souls is consistent in areas, but the bosses are not. Because like early game areas are fine, the same as late game areas. Old Demon King is actually perfectly fine. I like the Old Demon King. He has cool types of mix-ups, cool attacks. Doesn't feel that bad. He has like different types of AoEs that add towards the fight that can go outwards. And a lot of it can like ruin the pacing of the fight because you're just running backwards. And he does have a pretty cool mechanic, kind of similar to like Sif when you like have him like super weak. It's like a cool interaction, but like at least mechanically is better than fucking Sif. So I'll slide this guy into a high B tier. I think is right there. Right there. Upload this to YouTube later. I mean, you can just go check it on my live section. It's just gonna be there. I don't have to upload it as a video, right? Old Demon King is bad mechanically, not polished at all. He's not gonna be as like nuanced as like some of the other like larger types of bosses. But he's fine. There's like a handful of like melee attacks I feel okay to dodge. He has like a combustion attack that's easy to just to recognize based on the animation. I don't know. He's fine. He's fine. Sullivan, our first S tier. Oh yeah. Boom. Sullivan is great. Amazing boss room. Cool like initial entrance. He's fun to parry. He has like attacks that feel satisfying to dodge. Some of them that actually can strafe as well. The second phase is actually an amazing second phase. Like the concept of having like a clone is like a great duo boss fight mechanic. Like having a clone that's basically right on top of the character that just mimics the attacks is great. That means like it gets rid of like the worst part about a duo fight and that they're just both doing just random shit at the same time to where like you're just either going to get roll caught or it makes the fight just like prolong way longer because you have to be super passive. Whereas the clone concept is great. And the fact that they're right on top of each other means you can hit them both at once. Like it's such a fucking amazing concept for a duo fight. It's great. And it's combined with an actual boss that has a great moveset too. So it's really nice, fun, challenging. And you can still fuck him up pretty easily if you wanted to as well. Because you can power him pretty easily and doesn't have the most amount of health. And by that point of the game, you can get some high level shit and make quick work of him. So, but he's a great fight. Great fight. I'll probably slide him up a bit higher. Probably above Artorias, definitely. The way that I was talking about him, probably have him higher than Ludwig. I will say. Probably right here. But he's deserving it to be the S tier. He's great. Yom, though, is not. Another gimmick fight. Also uses the Storm Ruler, like the Storm King in Demon Souls. But it's not going to be as fun, though, because you have to charge it up first. And that just makes the fight just feel more frustrating because you're just like baiting out certain types of attacks so you can charge it up just so you can kill him in 5 hits. Now, you can very well fight him without using the Storm Ruler, but it's literally worse because you have to hit like a specific hand just to stun lock him and you're baiting out the exact same attack over and over again. He's cool with the Onion Knight. He is cooler with the Onion Knight, yeah. So if you have Sigurd with you, the cutscene is pretty cool. And the fight feels more fun because you can actually freely charge up your Storm Ruler. And it can make it for a pretty cinematic fight in that area. So I think it's a C tier based on that alone. But like one-on-one, it's just very disappointing if anything. So yeah. So with like Onion Man, probably a B tier. And without him, probably a D tier. So it balances into a solid C tier. Aldrich. Not that cool. Not that cool. Yom of a Rykard? Absolutely not. At least Rykard. The thing is, the one thing that the Yom fight was actually missing was the weapon that they were given to us. It just should have been more fun to use. Like, you could just give Yom a bit more health, but like have the weapon more fun to use where like you can use light attacks or use like the heavy attacks and it can do a projectile and it can make it a very cinematic fight, which the Rykard fight literally did that. We should talk about that later, but yeah. Aldrich is kind of shit though. Yeah. Projectile spam. It's only fun, or it's only cool when you actually use his melee attacks, which is like 10% of the time because you actually get a longer opening, so you can kill him faster. Otherwise, it's just annoying teleporting back and forth. And the arrows in the second phase are an absolute fucking joke. It's just super shit. I'm saying D tier. Even worse than... Is there anything that I like about this boss? I don't know. I'd probably say C tier. I mean, the design is okay. I mean, like, it's fucking, it's in Adelondo where Ornstein and Smower is. So it's like, I can't even say much about the boss room. And the design is fucking just Gwendolyn, right? I don't know. I mean, the attacks do look kind of cool. Like, it's cinematic, at least, I guess. And when it does, like, the life hunt scythe, that's a pretty cool looking attack, too. C tier. Whatever. Dancer, though. Dancer is great. Do I like Dancer enough to put it into the S tier, though? I don't think there's ever been a time where I fought Dancer and, like, I thought that was an S tier fight, though. I think Dancer is A tier for me. I've never had a fight with Dancer where it's felt like an S tier. I mustn't lie. Probably around about here. Okay, so the Dancer, she has like a different tempo to the fight compared to like a lot of the other bosses because she's like very passive and there's so many times where you can like, she just lets you hit her and you just like, it's like super weird with the pacing of the fight. It's like, okay, is she gonna let me hit her this time? And there's a lot of this like waiting around. But when she has like her attacks and her combos, they get pretty satisfying. But some parts of the pacing of the fight are kind of a bit off. Like when she's like super passive or when she does like these incredibly long combos, like the spinning shit and just like waiting around for something to happen. But it's a very cinematic fight. It feels like very different to all the other fights with how like the OST matches up with her movements and like the sound design with like every single footstep. It feels more like haunting than some of the other fights. But it's like some elegance behind it as well. So I think the presentation is there. But mechanically, it's like, it's okay. And most of the time, you just like strafe a lot of her attacks to stand behind her. So I think the presentation alone makes it an A tier. So it's cool. But I just don't think it's S tier because I think the pacing of the fight is a bit off. Dragon Slayer armor. I like better than the Dancer and the Abyss Watchers. Do I like it enough to be in the S tier though? It's a great fight. It's a great fight. It's fun. It is like a reskinned version of Ornstein again. But at least this one looks cooler because it's a strength version of Ornstein. They didn't just make like a dexterity Ornstein. OST is fine. I mean, the Pilgrim Butterflies and the back shooting projectiles, they're not really that big of a downside because I didn't really get hit that many times. But like when it does hit you, it's like, ugh, that's annoying. But like, the combos can feel very nice and satisfying. The shield doesn't really make the fight that much worse. Sometimes like the block, because when bosses end up blocking for long periods of time, it can ruin the pacing of the fight. But his fights do feel very cinematic and they feel like very punchy as well when he hits you with an attack. So I know it's great. I think it's an A tier. I don't think it does enough to be like an S tier fight. I think the Pilgrim Butterfly shooting projectiles, the non-unique design, and probably the lack of just different attacks or different stuff in the second phase. When the second phase just has like more lightning attacks, I guess. I don't know. It's cool, I guess. High A tier. High A tier. Osiris. Oh boy. This is a Bloodborne boss put in Dark Souls 3. Everything that I don't like about some of the Bloodborne bosses is basically true here. With like weird ass fucking hitboxes with like instant startup frames, just constant flailing to where you can't even like tell what's even happening half the time. It's more distinguishable than like a generic Bloodborne boss. And with the Dark Souls 3 roll, it makes it more manageable, but it's still like it's just terribly fucking designed. Constant screeching as well. Can't forget the constant screaming. Makes it a Bloodborne boss too. And yeah, that charge attack is an absolute joke. You just have to stay behind him the entire time because if you get hit by that charge attack, it's like instant, does so much damage, just goes across the entire side of the room. It's just, it's a fucking joke. He's terrible. As an F tier boss, if I've ever seen one. I think I might hate him the most. There's like no redeeming factors. Maybe he's like I guess the voice acting is the only thing that stopped me from putting it into the F tier. Because if the Blood-Starved Beast is not in the F tier, then the Osiris can't be in the F tier. Why isn't the Blood-Starved Beast in the F tier? I don't know. Maybe. Osiris D tier. The voice acting is cool. Voice acting is cool. I gotta like reorganize this D and F tier. See what's up. We'll say Champion Gundyr. They learned their lesson from the regular Gundyr fight and was like, you know what? Let's make it the second phase just be an extension of the first phase and not have to be like crazy ass, weird ass shit. This is great. Great fun fight. Super engaging. It's fun to parry. Sometimes it can make the fight a bit too easy and it could be like a bit of a glass cannon sometimes. The cinematics are there. All of the attacks feel like super badass. You get in like kicked or shoulder charged. There's like nice personality to the fight where it's like, it's not just generic. I have a big sword and I'm going to hit you with a big sword. It's like, now we're going to introduce different types of ways to attack you. And the fact that you can like combo you and like kick you up into the air at the same time. Pretty cool. Nice flavor behind the fight. I can appreciate that from a design perspective. And it's not just like a generic knight in armor, you know? I like that. Now it can be a bit too like, sometimes he doesn't give you like long openings at all. I feel like it's like the start. Even like more so than like a lot of Dark Souls 3 Elden Ring bosses, which gets slack for like not giving you long openings. And yeah, Gundyr can suffer from that too sometimes. And from Gwyn syndrome that you can just parry him pretty easily. So I put him to the A tier, but he does like lots of things really well. I might like him better than Drag. I always go back and forth between Dragon Slayer Armor and Champion Gundyr. I never know which one I like better, but they're both fucking amazing though. I think based on presentation and unique of design, I think Champion Gundyr is a reskin of the first boss. So like, I don't know. I'd probably say Gundyr. Twin Princes, this is an S tier. S. I like this. This is probably my favorite base game boss. Based on cinematics, based on the pacing of the fights, second phase is great. The cutscene, both first phase and second phase, amazing. The OST, amazing. The boss room, amazing. The lighting, everything hits fucking right. Probably even more so than Champion Gundyr. It doesn't give you as long openings. Like it gives you very, very short openings. Basically only hitting like once per opening. But he does give you a lot of openings though. Like sometimes he gives like 2 hit combos. And like the teleporting part of the fight makes it like very interesting. It's not like a concept where it's like you have a knight in armor, but it's not like a generic knight in armor. You know, he can't walk and instead his movement is fucking teleporting. And normally when you have a fight where like a boss is teleporting all over the place, sometimes it feels like very annoying. But the thing is he teleports right next to you so you can keep adding to his combos. And the best thing that they actually did about that teleporting is that actually makes it have like a lingering hitbox. So when he does teleport, you can still do damage. And it's like he teleports and you just miss out on doing damage. So that was a super underrated thing that they did about that. And the second phase just adds to it as well. Cool concept. You do get less openings now because of it. With some of like the ones that you just normally have longer openings, you just don't anymore when it comes to the second phase, which can be kind of annoying. And with more projectiles inherently, there's more things to worry about. But they're not like super annoying projectiles that do like insane damage and like can stun lock you. It's like somewhat periodically. And like the whole second phase concept is like he can just revive. But you got to be wary more about your positioning and trying to hit him from the back. Pause. But yeah, I think it's a great fight. Fantastic fight. Couple of downsides. But you know, I think all these bosses have a couple of downsides, you know. I might like Twin Princes more than Ludwig and Maria. I don't know. They're all fucking good. Ancient Wyvern? What are you doing here? We're just talking about good bosses. Look, the thing is, if the Ancient Wyvern... I don't know. If the Ancient Wyvern wasn't a boss, it would be so much less hated. Because, like, the whole fight itself is just like running through like an actual like level, like an actual area with like enemies and just regular generic enemies and stuff. So like I just don't understand why they just decided to make it a boss. It could have been like a cool concept of like, okay, you just go through the area like you normally would, but it has like a cool concept of like a dragon following you throughout the entire location. And then you can just explore, there's items along the way, and then when you kill the boss, it just opens up the door that's directly in front of the boss, and you just progress to the next section. Or like the dragon itself. Or you don't even have to kill the dragon if you wanted to. So I just don't understand why they made it a boss. Especially because like, you kill the boss, and it teleports you to the next room. Like the room that you teleport to is right next to the boss room. I don't get it. Like the only cool thing is that like, the plunging attack is a funny animation. Like, all they had to do was just not make it a boss. Because that way we're not, like, you know, have that panic and that feeling and the OST going in the background. And we kind of, like, quit out and stuff. Because if you die, you know, you have to do the boss again. So, like, it would have been cool. It would have been a cool concept if it just wasn't a boss fight. You just, like, go throughout the area like you normally would. You can just avoid it. Or you can go ahead and get a plunging attack kill. It would have been fine. But it's a boss, so we have to judge it as such. So yeah, it's an F tier. It's an F tier. They could have done it so much better. And like, this is the introduction to the area too. But thankfully, I like the Wyvern. What do you like about the Wyvern? I don't want to talk about it. It's like, you just plunging attack it. There's like 2 attacks. I don't know. You can like fight it with, projectiles and stuff. Like you could fuck it up pretty easily with projectiles. I did like a miracle based run and I killed the boss in like a minute. And the fight was still shit. Because you just stand on the stairs, just waiting for do a like fire breath attack, hit him with a couple of sunlight spears or some Dory's gnawing. And you can kill him pretty quickly without having to go do the plunging attack. But it doesn't change up much of the fight. It's just like it still feels like it just should have been not a boss. Anyway, Nameless King. Nameless King is a great fight. Now, the first phase, King of Storms, not really. Not really. It suffers from being like it's like a guardian dragon type of situation where he's like waiting for his like head to come down to the ground and stop flying around. It's not going to be as bad. You get like longer openings in the King of Storms fight, but it has like basically next to no health. The depth perception can be a bit weird based on how like the boss arena looks. Cinematically, it's fantastic. Like, having a fucking person ride on a fucking dragon and shoot lightning at you and stuff. It's great. I don't think the first phase is bad at all. But yeah, it's okay. A bit too much flying around, but it doesn't have much health. It's not a big thing. I think it just serves as like a cool like entrance to the second phase. It serves its purpose. But yeah, the second phase is a great segue. It has to be like a very unique second phase interaction. Because you get that cool cutscene where he just like, you know, kills the fucking dragon that he so loves. And then you get an amazing fight. It does feel like it's a generic knight in armor, but it's a badass fight. And his design is actually pretty cool. Obviously, like, very much like Gwyn, being his son and all. Very satisfying to dodge. Good mix-up of combos. Somewhat challenging as well. Doesn't give you long openings at all. Just like most of the endgame boss fights, but... Great fight. It's ass even without lock-on. What? The first phase? I don't think the first phase is that bad. It could have been less flying around and more like, you know, having the Nameless King actually attack you on horseback. Not horseback, but dragon back, I guess. I don't know. S tier though. I don't like it as much as Pontim. I don't know. Which one do I like better? I don't know. I don't bother to think about it. The Champion Grave Tender and Grave Tender Wolf. It's another one where it's like, why did you decide to put an NPC there? Oh, why did they put an NPC there? Because if they didn't put an NPC... Because, like, the dogfight itself is actually pretty cool. The dogfight itself is actually pretty cool. This the 1v1 fight with a dog. It's actually probably the best fucking dogfight they've ever made. Like, the fight mechanically is literally better than Sif and that stupid other dog in Elden Ring. Ends the fucking, obviously, the Royal Rat Authority. It has, like, pretty cool, like, you know, looking at attacks that charge back and forth that all have like amazing cinematics. The ice breath attack that he gets with like the glowing red eyes is such a cool fucking attack. It's great. The only thing that they fucked up in is having an NPC at the beginning of the fight, which is like super fucking annoying. Just have the NPC outside the boss room. And they didn't make the wolf look any differently. The wolf looks very generic. It's like a very basic looking wolf. It's like a regular wolf, but just big. If they just made it have a different design, have it be the only fight, give it like an extra attack in the second phase, boom, A tier fight. Instantly. Instantly A tier fight. But no, they decided to put an NPC there. Yeah. D tier. Probably C tier. I like the dog. Fuck the NPC. Who cares? It's better than Walner. I don't mind the dog. C tier. Anyway, finally. Look at that right there. Look at that. Get rid of that. Look at that right there. Look at that stretch. Look at them. Gives you a lame-ass, uninfusable sword and shield weapon. That's not a lame weapon. It's actually a cool weapon. It's just not that powerful, though. But it's a cool weapon. You get, like, blocking frames and stuff. With, like, every single attack. You get, like, the skill. It's actually a very cool, nice poking attack or a nice stun lock. It's just not that powerful. Because it has, like, shit range. It's a cool weapon, though. It's a cool design. Half-Lights. It's the PvP boss fight. So it's like, the NPC itself is like one of the worst fights I've ever experienced in my entire life because NPCs are just awful. And then this one has a shield so it can parry you, which is fantastic. And it constantly spams these like stupid AoEs and stuff. And it summons throughout the fight too. It's like, the NPC fight is awful. It's like the hardest fight in the series sometimes. But it's meant to be played PvP and online. And the PvP experience is fine. Because it's tied behind a covenant and it can be pretty cool. And you have like the specific item that you can use that makes it feel like a bit more engaging and more badass and stuff. I don't know.
Youwy
I think the concept
gang.
for the PvP fight is fine. But like the offline version is like so fucking annoying. And the fact that the first part of the fight is just like waiting around forever. Which I guess you have to because you have to wait to get invaded. I'll say C tier as well. Because like the PvP fight portion is actually cool. Like, you know, but the offline version is dog shit. So it balances out, I suppose. Okay, Sister Freda. I guess I put into the S tier. Yeah. Look, okay, so the first phase, she's not that passive. Or she's pretty passive. Like, lets you hit you most of the time. It's a good introduction to what she's going to end up being like in the second and third phase. Pretty engaging. Some of her attacks are pretty quick, but not that bad. A lot of the fucking fighters like backstab bait, try to get a backstab, but she's so fast and you kept whiffing the backstab. I hate when that happens. She goes invisible a whole bunch. One thing that Kara pointed out to me is that she's very similar to Priscilla. And I didn't even actually make that distinction at all. Like in a painted world, has a scythe, bare feet, turns invisible. I literally didn't even make that distinction. And I don't even know why. I might be stupid. Anyway. But she's cool though. And the second phase part of the fight is actually amazing. Didn't say anything about feet. The second phase is actually a pretty cool concept. Thought that was obvious? It wasn't to me. Did I notice any of that? I did not notice any of that. She's apparently copying Priscilla on purpose for law reasons. I didn't notice at all. And this is the first one that I played fucking Dark Souls from the beginning. Right from Dark Souls 1. And I didn't even make the distinction at all. I've been playing these games for years. Second phase is a pretty cool concept. You got to keep an eye on both of them. Play like locked off. Keep an eye on what she's doing. Sometimes when they get a bit close, it kind of ruins the pacing because, you know, in a duo boss fight, when there's like no structure in the middle of the way to try and separate them, it can kind of prolong the fight a bit. But the second phase transition with the cutscene is great. The big guy is like a big target that you can hit. Fun facts, my first playthrough on the second phase, I didn't even know you could actually hit the big guy. I just ignored him the entire time. I thought it was like something that was just in the way. So I didn't even hit him a single time. And like I watched someone do it and like, oh. And then the third phase comes in, which is like the most like memorable part of the fight. Where it's like that insane transition. It's like, what is the third phase for like the first time? And it's a pretty cinematic experience. But the thing is, Freda, she suffers like from like Lady Maria's third phase as well, to where it's like she just has a bunch of these like roll catching attacks, and you just kind of meant to just outspace them and just wait for her to do an attack, because trying to dodge her at point blank range is like practically fucking impossible sometimes with how fast that she can be. And like the pacing, she feels like very Bloodborne like, or similar to bosses like Rolana and Millennia sometimes, where you just sit at a further distance and just wait for her to finish a combo. You just bait out the attack. And sometimes fighting a boss like that can be kind of annoying. But based on cinematics, how engaging it is, the different types of switch ups within the first, second, and third phase, I think it's great. I might not like it as much as Pontiff though, but she's cool. And then Demon Prince, another... We might as well put all these bad boys into the S tier. This is the best duo boss fight they've ever made. We're sliding this bad boy all the way up here. Fuck it. Put it to the top. I gotta reorganize this list. I don't know. Anyway, Demon Prince is an amazing... No, peak. No, we're gonna. I'll probably do it at the end. I don't know what's gonna be my top 5 best bosses, but I'll save it for the top 5. I don't know yet. Do it at the end. But yeah, Demon Prince is an amazing fight. The concept of just having, you know, one person just not being that aggressive, but like periodically shooting out these projectile attacks, and having the other one be pretty aggressive, and having the moveset actually be very nice and engaging. You can dodge them pretty nicely. Either stay in front of them, stay underneath them, stay behind them, and the entire fight just feels very similar, and it flows nicely. And there isn't going to be much of an overlap to it, like actually both aggressive, but you can still punish them both if need be, or you can just be, you know, patient, and you can be rewarded that way. And the second phase just adds up a nice part of the fight as well. It's like similar concept to Ornstein and Smo. And the second phase just adds more to it. Sometimes it can be a bit inflated health. The only downside that I have about the Demon Princes is that I wish they looked a bit different. That's the only thing. Like they have like different shades of like red. But I wish that they actually had looked a bit visually different, so we could actually help better distinguish between the two. That's about it, though. But yeah, cinematic-wise, mechanically, how smooth the flight actually flows, I think all of it's just fucking amazing. This is the best duo boss fight they've made. It's a fantastic concept. And they've never actually attempted to make a duo boss fight since. Because like any other attempt at a duo boss fight, which is like just 2 solo bosses put together. It's like not even an actual designed duo boss fight. Dark Eater Midir, the best dragon boss fight they've ever made. S tier. S tier. Great fight. Fantastic. It's cinematic. Only downside would be like sometimes if he does like a few different charging attacks in a row, it can ruin the pacing of the fight. But for the most part, it's a dragon that has lots of melee attacks, which is fantastic. It has a big head that's lowered to the ground, which is fantastic. Any single time you're making a dragon fight, just have a big head lowered to the ground. That way you can just stay in front of him. You get rewarded by staying in front of him because you can just keep whacking him in the head. And having a bunch of melee attacks makes it pretty cool too. That means it's a pretty cool and cinematic and badass fight, but it's still going to be very engaging. There's lots of attacks you can strafe, and like they're all very nice and easy to recognize. Really clean animations. The OST is fucking amazing. Boss room is great. The second phase transition is fucking peak as well. It's all great. S tier. There's like almost nothing bad I can say about the guy. Great fucking fight. And we're just gonna put Gale right into the peak. This is the best boss ever, so this is not even close. It's kind of close, I guess, but this is the best fight. This one's like an obvious peak. Madeira's a walk backwards sim. There's some attacks you have to walk forwards in. Like some of his breathing attacks, you gotta like run in towards it. Anyway, it's Gale. This is like the only fight in my entire life where I actually fought him. And I had him dead, almost dead, and I died, and I was actually excited to actually fight him the second time. I was like, I'm glad that I died, because I get to fight him again. Because like when the Ring City actually first got announced and like it was like released and stuff, it was like so fucking hype, and nobody was expecting Gale to actually be the final fight. And it was such a surprise. And like seeing the actual presentation and the fact that you just know that it's going to be like the ending of the trilogy after like, you know, playing it for how many years. And then it just ends up being Gale. Some random ass dude, right? Like that nobody was expecting. And then the actual like cutscene presentation to us like, okay, you're now at the end of the world basically. And it's like, holy shit, this is real. And you see like fucking Anna Londo and like Lothric in the distance. I think you see it. I don't know. And it's like a big ass, probably like the biggest like boss room they've ever made. And then like the cutscene comes in, mentions the dark side. It's just like, it was just fucking cinematic. It was just great. It was actually such a peak moment. It was like, oh shit, this is happening. It's like the perfect ending to a trilogy. Like, this is why you should never make a Dark Souls 4. And then outside of that alone, like the setup, the cinematic, the everything, peak cinema, yes. The boss fight itself is actually good too. Like, how do they do it? They made the actual fight so engaging. All the moves feel very nice and fluid to dodge. There's plenty of attacks you can strafe. You can outspace them. They're fine with projectile attacks too. And then the second phase comes around and it's a nice extension. Doesn't add too much more. Adds a couple like projectile attacks. Adds like the cape part of it, which feels cool. Makes it feel like it's a lot more different and badass. Compared to just like a very basic, generic, like just fantasy knight. It was just... And then the OST... The OST kicks in. Oh my god. And then the third phase comes in. The lightning crashes down. The music kicks in even more. Bro. This is why you should never make a Dark Souls 4. There's no... There's no topping that. There's no topping that. There is none. Absolutely no topping that at all. Alright, I didn't even mention the fucking... the front flip into the crossbow attack. That was the most badass shit I've ever seen in my life. He's like doing combos and literally like while he's flying midair, shoots out his crossbow to follow up with his like sword and cape. Damn. 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 Solo Cinder. S tier. I like this boss. Great boss fight. This is basically like their apology for Gwyn for being a shit boss. Like, you know what? Let's actually make the final boss actually good this time. I like Soul Cinder. The first phase can be a bit inconsistent. Like, I don't really care much for some of, like, the phases. Like, the Curse Sword phase can be super annoying. You kind of fight it similar to how you fight Freda, and then you just gotta be, like, standing a bit further back, waiting for some shit to happen. It gets you, like, a respectable opening. The Great Sword phase is actually really good. The Spear phase is perfectly fine. I don't like the Sorcery phase either. So it's a bit RNG in that area. But yeah, the second phase just basically just, like, makes Gwyn an actual good boss fight. And it remixes the OST to make it somehow not feel like it's like directly ripping it off, but like make it feel like it's actually good too. Both amazing OSTs. And the presentation is there, like the bleeding fucking sun in the background. It's just all great. Pulls out the fucking bonfire sword to start the fight. It's another great ending. It's like another peak ending to the series. Like you can't get a better ending to Dark Souls than Gale or Soul of Cinder. It's just great. And he actually gets some cool ass lightning attacks as well. Is great. He's a great fight. Probably don't like him as much as the Twin Princes or Ludwig, but he's cool. And that finishes Dark Souls 3. Lots of variety. Mixes of F tiers and everything. Feels like he lacks something? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, it's kind of hard. Like, when the game first came out, this guy was, like, he was challenging and it was peak. I guess when you play the game nowadays and you compare it to the DLC, it does feel like he's, like, not going to be as good as some of these DLC bosses. They feel like they have more. Especially if you do the DLC first and then come back to the Soul Cinder, because you're going to be, like, overpowered. He's going to die super quickly, and you're going to be comparing them to those bosses. So that's probably, like, the biggest disservice to Soul of Cinder, is that, like, you know, you do fight bosses like Gale and stuff and go back to him. But for the time, when it first came out, before the DLCs came out. Great stuff. Anyway, Sekiro time. Oh, boy. Look, I'm just going to get it out of the way right now. I think Gyobu Basakata Oniwa. I think this is... Out of all these bosses here, I think this one is the worst one. I think this one is the worst one. Cool intro. It's great. But, like, the pacing of the fight is annoying because he's just running back and forth. And it's not even a good introduction to like what the combat's gonna actually be like. Because like the combat is mainly based around like deflecting and stuff like that. And Gobu, you don't even have to fight him by deflecting at all. You're just like wailing him the entire time and chasing him back and forth. And you only deflect like a few different attacks. So not the worst fight. Like I don't think it's like a terrible first fight, but like I don't know. I don't think it's that good though. I think it's like kind of, I don't know. It doesn't do much. It doesn't do good as like a first fight. And it's not even that good of a fight in itself, so. I'm gonna say C tier. Where's the Blazing Bull? I don't think it counts mini bosses, which is good. I don't want to talk about mini bosses anyway. If I was gonna talk about the Blazing Bull, I'd probably put it into the C tier as well. I don't know. It doesn't do anything. Just like runs back and forth and you're chasing it. It's kind of similar to like this boss, but I don't know. Yeah, it has like the one charging attack. You just gotta hit it until it just dies, I guess. I don't know. Lady Butterfly. Lady Butterfly is more interesting. Has some pretty cool looking attacks. He actually fights very differently compared to like a lot of the other bosses in the game because it gets mixed up. So like, he's kicking attacks and whatnot. And the cinematics can be pretty cool and the presentation is nice when like it jumps up on like the wires and shit and flips all over the place. Can be cool. Second phase can be kind of annoying when like it summons and stuff and more moving parts and things that you got to deal with, more projectiles and things. Not going to be as engaging as some of the other fights, but it's cool. I'd probably put it like a high B tier. High B tier. But then we start to get into the peak. Lady Butterfly's a bitch. Should be kind of annoying. B because you need an item. Yeah, if you have a snap seed, then it's fine. But if you don't have a snap seed, then yeah, it can be kind of shit. It ruins the pacing of the fight, so. Genichiro had a fantastic fight. S tier. I don't know where we slide it into, but it's an S tier fight. It's great. Put it anywhere. Genichiro is an amazing boss fight. Now, this is like the actual really good introduction to what like deflecting is supposed, like how important it actually is in this game. Because like for my first playthrough of the game, like when the game first came out and I played it, I didn't even know how like important deflecting actually was until I actually got to Genichiro. I fought Gobu Masakata Oniwa and Lady Butterfly without even like deflecting at all. But Genichiro was like that fight where it's like, oh, it flows nicely. That's what the game clicked for me. It clicked and it's a solid dance and it's green. It's good stuff. Unironically though, it is a dance. It's fantastic. Good mix-ups of attacks, all feel distinguishable. It introduces like poking attacks and the Mikiri counter just adds so much to the combat. Like it just feels so cool when you just like flowing so nicely. Like you trade attacks back and forth. Even if you're just doing like, I click R1 and then that's basically the entire combo, right? It's like R1, L1, R1, L1, for like the entire first phase of the fight, but it still feels fun. And I don't know why. It's like, it could be like the most generic, like back and forth, but it still feels engaging because anything could like happen. You can switch up. It does like, a poking attack for the Mikiri counter. You can do an attack where you can jump on his head and it feels nice. And then like the third phase, by the time where it feels like, okay, it's getting a bit too much right now. He does like these lightning attacks that you can just counteract with lightning reversal. And it makes the fight just over like in a few seconds. But it's just a cool cinematic moment. And it's like adds even more to the combat. And yeah, Genichiro is peak. Lady Butterfly was another round of torture. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like, oh, it's another phase. It could be a bit too much. But yeah, having the last phase be just like, no, you get the reward of being able to fuck him up this time in a cool way. Oh, the monkeys. Okay, maybe this one's worse than Masakata Oniwa. Like, it's funny. Like, it's a funny concept. And like, but like your first time fighting this boss fight where you have no idea what the fuck's going on. You're just chasing around a monkey for like 30 minutes. It's like the worst thing in the world. I don't care. D tier. D tier. Like nowadays you can fight it. There's like this certain like strats that you can use. You can kill them straight away. And it's funny. But like when you're first fighting it, it's like, how the fuck do I solve this shit? Then you're just spending in 30 minutes chasing monkeys. It's like, why am I still here? Speaking of monkeys, Guardian Ape. Now, is the headless... Why did they separate the headless ape? Is this like the duo fight? I'm just going to assume this is the duo fight, right? Yes, the duo fight. S tier again. this fight is fucking amazing. Flawless fucking fight, in my opinion. Not flawless, but I think this fight really encapsulates how an ape would fight. It's such like the animations, the presentation, the sound design, like everything about the fight. It was like, this is such a fucking cool. Like it feels like the boss had so much character as well. It's great. Like it poops on you, it throws its poop, it jumps around all over the place. It has like the most amazing like animations that like have these cool like stomping attacks and flailing around. It just felt so real and alive. It was great. And the second phase was such like a massive twist as well. Now the first phase, it kind of suffers a bit. Kind of sounds like Ludwig. Actually, the fight is very similar to Ludwig. Whereas like the Ludwig, the first phase is like a lot of flailing around. It's kind of harder to manage. You're not really supposed to deflect the first phase. You just like whack on it a whole bunch, or just like, you know, spam. What do you call it? The Chaos Blade thingy. I forget the name already. I don't know why I'm forgetting the name. Yeah. And then the second phase comes around. So the massive twist, he just fucking pulls up his head. And then you actually get a pretty decent fight. It's nothing like super, like cinematic at all. It's more just like disgusting. It's like, oh, what the hell is going on here? But the fight does flow nicely. His attacks actually feel pretty decent to try and deflect. To still feel very satisfying. There's different ways to counter him with like the spear, fucking tool thingy. Yeah, it's a cool fight. The Mortal Blade. Thank you. That was the one. The Terror Scream sucks. It's pretty easy to counter. Like, as soon as you see, you just like run backwards. You don't really get hit by it. It's like another element. You can't really counter it directly though. You just gotta run backwards. But yeah, like when you're first fighting it, and it's kind of hard to like pick it up straight away. But like the more that you fight the boss, the more that you instantly recognize it. And as soon as you do, you just like instinctively just like run backwards. I think it's a great fight. I fucking love this fight. The headless fight, though, I cannot say the same because it's the stupid fucking reskin fight. Not even reskin, it's just copy pasted, but then you put them both first phase and second phase into the same room. Why did they do that? F tier. This fight is dog shit. Like you just had this cool. Like I thought this was gonna be like a unique boss, and there's like no, the boss is not unique. You fight it again, right now. This time they're together. F tier. I don't care. Awful fight. No ways to separate the bosses. You just gotta go like just use Mortal Blade to kill them as fast as possible. Or go to the Amoeba Village early so you don't have to fucking deal with them bullshit. Bullshit ass boss. I'm a corrupted monk. Way too much fucking health. Way too much vitality. The fight lasts way too long for how, like, I don't know. You can just spam like snap steeds and the fistful of ash, and it can make it a lot more manageable. But the fight itself is fine. Like the movesets feel pretty nice to deflect. Nothing too crazy. You have some like Mikiti counters. You can jump in them too. Like there's some stuff there, but the fight just lasts forever. The actual the true corrupted monk fight is way better. So that one can go somewhere randomly into the C tier, I guess. I don't know. Ishin Ashina. It's not as good as Sword Saint Ishin, but it's still really good though. I don't fight him as much. I don't really remember exactly how the fight actually does go, but it's an S tier. I mean, I guess this is actually going to include Emma as well, right? So we're going to include Emma alongside with this. Emma feels pretty cool to fight. Somewhat similar to like, not as good as Genichiro, and it just feels like a worse version of fighting the Sword Saints, especially after you fight Sword Saint first and you go back. Like, this is pretty cool. There's some attacks that he does get, like the one mind attack feels pretty cool to try and dodge. Or try and deflect, I mean. Makes you feel pretty badass. Some of like the cool fire attacks that he gets, like it covers the arena. It's cool. It's honestly probably still like an S tier fight. Like, unironically, it's probably still S tier, despite it just being like outclassed by another fight, right? It's still fucking really cool. I don't think Corrupted Monk's health is too high. It's because the posture regenerates super fast that it takes too long. Yes, well, whatever it is. It takes too long. But yeah. It's too much. But you end up like you actually end up like draining the health faster than you're actually draining the posture, which is like pretty rare in Sekiro. Shinobi, the great Shinobi Owl. Like, you can put, like, all these fucking... Like, one thing I'm realizing about Sekiro is, like, there's a lot of reskin stuff. Like, a lot of fighting the same bosses again. A lot of going back to the same location again. Because you end up going back to Ashina Castle, like, 3 separate times. You fight Genichiro, like, 3 separate times. I don't know. Shinobi Owl. I mean, I might put these two, but I can't put these bosses into the A tier. Like, they're fucking amazing. But it just feels like weird to talk about the Owl Father being just directly better than the Great Shinobi Owl. Fuck it, we're gonna do it. I don't care. The Owl Father fight is... both Owl fights are great. Both from, like, what point in the game that you fight them in. They still, like, change up differently enough to where they feel like... they're just great fights. Both have good OSTs. I probably like Owl Father. Do they have different OSTs? I don't know. But both fights are amazing. They're both cinematic, both very engaging as well. Lots of different types of mechanics that actually change up alongside the other different types of knights that you fight. Like this one, like this guy actually has some more like underhanded tactics where you kind of feel like he's not really meant to be fight as like an honorable ninja. But he's more of like a dick, honestly. When he hits you with like these poison attacks or things that can stop you from healing. The fact that he can McKitty counter you as well is a pretty cool like interaction. And then for like the second phase when he feels like, oh no, don't fucking kill me. It's like, nope, joke's on you, hit you with a smoke bomb. It's pretty cool like moments and interactions. Like a lot of the boss fights in Sekiro had like these cool, like they had a cool character to them. Had some nice character to them. Where it's not as like a generic knight. Which is like some things that a lot of Souls likes tend to get wrong. Like if you ever understand like why FromSoft bosses might separate themselves from like other games, it's because of stuff like that. Because of stuff like that. But yeah, Owl Father is like the direct upgrade, honestly, in my opinion, because like he's more engaging, more challenging. He has like the owl attacks that shoot out this cool fire thing, and he can teleport into the owl into these like cool front flipping attacks. It's like more cinematic, more challenging, but yeah, kind of this direct upgrade. But they're both amazing too. All great. I don't know. I'll probably put Owl Father like fucking up here, top of the S tier. Why not? True Corrupted Monk. Also, when it comes to other Souls-like games, the atmosphere is not really there as well. Like, From Software do, like, things really well. It's, like, having good character to their bosses and the atmosphere. And sometimes even the smoothness of the games. Anyway, back to the bosses. True Corrupted Monk. This one's definitely better. Definitely better. But at the time that you actually fight the Corrupted Monk, it's like, I already fought this boss. And, like, when you fight all 3 phases, it's, like, super annoying. But, like, you can just get rid of the second phase just by, like, jumping and doing a plunging attack. Which is cool. But if you miss out on that, then the fight just, like, inherently just, like, lasts too long. It does, like, fuck you up, though, because, like, when the third phase comes around, like, some attacks that you normally jump over, you like, jump right into, like, that stupid, attack that can, like, kill you straight away. That has, like, this bunch of worms. That's pretty annoying. But it's still cool. It's nice. Cool arena. Cool OST. It's just a great fight. I don't think it's as good, or I don't think it's as good on the same tier as, you know, Owl Father and stuff. But I've probably put a high A tier. Top of the A tier. It's a great fight. Divine Dragon. This is probably the best gimmick boss fight that they've ever made. Probably. Probably the best gimmick boss fight. Because, like, the thing is, the gimmick boss fight's just meant to be cinematic, right? It's like, it's not meant to be, like, anything super crazy or fun. Well, it's meant to be fun, but, like, cinematic. Because, like, you're not meant to really be, like, engaging with it as much as you would, like, with a regular boss. Like, using weapons and, like, reading movesets and, like, attacking accordingly. And I think Divine Dragon just does it the best. It's not the most amazing fight. It's still a gimmick. But I think it's pretty solid. I give it, like, a higher B tier. Like, cool cutscene. Just shooting fucking lightning at a big dragon. Like, it doesn't get much more badass than that, you know? Like, it's pretty cool. Rykard is comparable? I think Rykard is up there, too. Probably in the same tier. But I think I like Divine Beast, or the Divine Dragon the best. Demon of Hatred. Actually good boss fight. Actually good boss fight. Wait, first phase? Yeah, the first phase of the Divine Dragon is kind of weird, yeah. Actually good boss fight. The only downside is it just lasts too long. Like, it's just meant to be like that fight that, you know, to at the end of the game. It's just meant to be like super challenging. Because it has like inflated health because there's like 3 separate phases. It just lasts forever sometimes. So like, but the fight itself is like really cool. Like, it feels nice to dodge. You can deflect it if you wanted to. It's just great. The wrong game? It's not in the wrong game. It fits Sekiro. The good thing is Sekiro gives you like the same tools as like the other games. You have an iframe dodge and you have a sword that does damage. That's all that you need. Because if you put this boss in Dark Souls, you'd be doing the exact same thing. You'd just be dodging it and using your sword to do damage. So the fight just lasts a bit too long. He has like plenty of attacks that even if he does like trying to run or jump away, you can try and like outspace them, or you can like use your grapple hook to go towards them pretty quickly. It's nice. It's a good fight. It does feel very satisfying to like memorize his moveset though. I think it's pretty cool. I just don't think I put him into the S tier though. I think I put him high A tier because the fight just lasts a bit too long. And like the third phase just changes up just enough to where like sometimes you just forget what happens and you get punished for it, and you gotta start the whole fight again. So if there's like one less phase, one less health bar, it would have been fine. People sleep on the dodge in Sekiro? Yes. Ishin the Sword Saint. Let's go right up to fucking peak. Okay, mechanically speaking, they've never made a boss better. There is no way. Mechanically speaking. I still think Gale is the best overall based on what we talked about. Like, this, the lead up, the fucking, everything about it. The setting, theme, everything. The fact that it had like 10 whole games, on 10 whole games, 10 whole years of fucking games, basically, leading up to that moment. Great. Anyway. But the Sword Saint is like the most amazing fight mechanically. Obviously, it leads up with Genichiro, which at that point you fought Genichiro like 17 million times. It's basically just like, you know, it's just meant to serve as like, you kill him straight away so you can get the cool cutscene transition and like the cool like reveals. Like, oh shit, we get to fight Ishin as the final boss. But the boss arena, the theme, his mechanics, the moveset and trying to like memorize it and read it and stuff, everything about it, it feels so fluid. It's nice. The back and forth is amazing. And every single fight, it's still like, it's slightly different, but it doesn't change it up too much where it feels like it's a completely different fight and you're having to like relearn everything. It just feels so good. Everything about it. And like all the enemies, like really cinematic attacks, like there's wind-based attacks, the projectiles that he gets, they feel so badass, like from a visual perspective, and they just feel super cool to like try and dodge. And they're not super like annoying. Like a lot of like cool cinematic attacks sometimes will just be like just obnoxious to try and dodge, or like very basic to dodge, but these ones just feel so fucking cool. And then like the third phase comes around of this fight, and it just like, it just pulls it to another level because you have to incorporate more like Mikiri counters that flow into the game. He has like the Glock that he pulls out as well that feels cool and like badass, trying to just deflect as well, and it's just all great. And you get the lightning attacks, so even if the fight feels like it might be lasting a bit too long, when he does the lightning attacks, it just makes the third phase go over quickly. And then you have like the ending part of it as well, where he's like, just fucking kill me, and you just get the perfect ending too. Peak. Anyway, Elden Ring time. Why did they put Soldier of Godric here? And the Tree Sentinel. Whatever. Soldier of Godric. I don't care. Go away. I don't care to involve myself in memes today. Leave me alone. Tree Sentinel. I don't care for the Tree Sentinel. Stop peak. Stop it. Fine. I'm the Tree Sentinel. What did I say? I don't know. I didn't say anything about this boss yet. The Tree Sentinel, it's fine, I guess. This is meant to serve as like a purpose, like, hey, look, come back later type shit. But the fight itself, mechanically, honestly, not that amazing. He has like these weird hitboxes, like there's weird like AoE slamming attacks have like a lingering effect, and that can be kind of annoying. The charging attack too, sometimes you try to dodge it and it drags you into the hitbox. That can be kind of cringe. Does a lot of moving around too. But he looks pretty cool. Sometimes when he doesn't like do as much moving, and I feel like you know, the weird like arena where you fight him can be kind of cringe. If that doesn't really go to your disadvantage, then it's fine. I don't know. C tier, I guess. I don't care for it that much. Margit. Nope, don't care for Margit either. I think Margit is like, the funny thing is Margit is probably the most like one of the most complicated bosses in the entire series, and it's like the first boss of this game. Like, he's more complex than probably every other boss up until you get to Morgoth. And then he's probably more complicated than most of these other bosses too. And he's the first boss. like I understand like having the Tree Sentinel like try and make you learn the concept of like, hey, look, it's an open world game, explore and come back later. But Margit doesn't really feel like that, because not only is it gonna like hit harder than a lot of other enemies and have a bit more health, right, than some of the other bosses, but he also has like a very complex moveset, so like you can't even memorize it. So like for beginner players, you're literally having to kill him by just out damaging him, and is like getting overpowered almost. Otherwise, it's just gonna be one of those fights where it's just gonna take forever to memorize, because he has like insane complex combos based on like positioning, where you are, and what attacks that you're using as well. Like quite literally more complex than some of these other bosses. And I don't really know why. And he also, some of his attacks are just annoying too. There's like annoying delayed attacks. He has roll catching attacks. He input reads just as much as like almost any other boss fight in the DLC. Like, probably more so actually. I think, no. C tier as well. I don't like him. Don't like him. I think Morgoth's like this direct upgrade. Actually feels a lot better as well. So Morgoth's way better. Fuck him. Godric. Godric should have been like the first boss instead, because Godric is literally way more basic, way more simple than Margit is. So I don't understand why that was the case. Like, you could have just put Godric first. But now after you fought Margit, which is like more complex boss, then you go into Godric, it's like, oh, okay. But Godric has cool OST, cool cutscene. Kind of like the Gascoigne, really, of this game. Mechanically, he's perfectly fine. These attacks, although he has like a lot of like obnoxiously long delayed attacks as well. He's fine, I guess. I'll put him to the B tier. Nothing too amazing. Does teach you that you can like jump over some types of attacks too, which is cool. He's fine. Better than Margit, that's for sure. Margit to C tier. Margit is arguably fucking D tier. I think he's awful at a fight. Not awful, but like below average for sure. Okay, Loretta. It's just like a worse Tree Sentinel because it spams projectile attacks. So, another C tier. Don't care about Loretta. Just like it's a worse Tree Sentinel. And like the other, it's like this is a what do you call it? The ghost version as well, which is just worse. Red Wolf of Radagon, another shit boss fight, because it's just like it takes Sif, and it takes the worst parts about Sif that just constantly move and jump around, and then just make it worse by making him jump around even more and making him spam projectile attacks. But the downside, or the trade-off, is that he's a glass cannon, so he has like no health. It's like, wow, that's so cool. I have to like run around for 25 million years waiting that he's like hoping that he stays still just for him to die in 3 hits. F tier. Awful fight. Only thing that's cool about him is the way that he looks. I wish they put as much design or thought into design into the Great Wolf in Dark Souls 3 as they did for this boss, because the boss actually does have a really cool design. But yeah, he's a fucking shit fight. Awful. Renala. God, some of these early game bosses, huh? Renala is like the first phase is just like a weird gimmick. It's interesting at least, I guess. It's like cinematic. It has like cool, it looks pretty. And the second phase transition is pretty as well. But like the second phase is just more projectile spamming and then summoning enemies, which is like the recipe for like not success. Especially because the enemies that they summon are things like dogs, a fucking dragon, And, you know, things that you're meant to, like, not even supposed to kill, except for the dogs, maybe. But, like, they keep running around, and she keeps backpedaling and jumping backwards, and it's like... But it's like a cinematic, I guess. I don't know, C tier. It looks cool. Maybe B tier, actually. I don't know. Sometimes you can fight... the fucking C tier. No. I think mechanically she's dog shit. Yeah, C tier. We're done. Finally. A good boss. Her sister is better? I agree. Ronaldo's like a ROM 2.0? Nah, Ronaldo's kind of more like a, I don't know. Like Elana. Elana 2.0. And funnily enough, their names sound similar as well. We're done. A tier. Arguably even S tier, but I think it doesn't do too much to warrant him being into the S tier. I mean, obviously, like, lore is amazing. The OST is arguably one of the best in the entire game. The fact that the fight itself is supposed to be designed as, like, some cool, like, raid boss. It's, like, one of the only concepts in the game where it's, like, it's meant to be a raid boss. And it definitely feels that way. You summon all these people, and it's, like, it's a big, giant fucking bout. And it feels really cool. Like, very, like, large boss room. The start of the fight can be kind of annoying with the arrows and stuff. That's why I could just despawn him before you fight. And a lot of the fight, you just like stay directly underneath him. And when you do summon for the fight, it just makes it feel like more annoying because he's going back and forth between enemies and it's harder to try and read what he's trying to do. Which is why I don't really like summoning or co-op in these games. It's going to be like my biggest gripe when it comes to Night Rain 2. Anyway. But he does look really cool. The second phase transformation when he does the big meteor slam is extremely cinematic. He's cool. He's great. But he just doesn't have enough to warrant. I mean, honestly, you might justify S tier. I don't know. I don't know. He's great, though. I don't know. If Artorias is there... I'll put him to S tier. Yeah, the whole build-up of it, I think, is really cool. Like, the fight itself mechanically is like, it's cool. It's for, like, A-tier fight mechanically. But, like, everything that surrounds it with, like, the lore, the build-up, the festival, I think it's all pretty peak. Probably the lowest S tier, though. For sure. Rykard. Okay, so Rykard is, like, another gimmick fight meant to use the... Serpent Hunter to fight him. It's a pretty cool cinematic fight. The weapon is pretty fun to use. Although the fight's still like not the most amazing thing mechanically. Like the first phase, meh. It's okay. He does have like that stupid AoE attack that's basically guaranteed to hit you unless you use like unless you fucking block it really. That's kind of annoying. And sometimes he can, like, push you further back as well, because you want to be further away from him so you don't get hit by the lava. And sometimes you can, like, backpedal all the way into the wall, and that gets annoying. And the second phase, it's cool. It's fine. He does have, like, super, like, annoying, obnoxious delayed attacks, and when he does summon those, like, giant skulls, it just gets super obnoxious as well. But he's cinematic enough. The weapon is fun to use as well. It's unlike the Yom in Dark Souls 3. Because the worst thing about Yom was that the weapon was boring to use. They could have just made the weapon more fun to use and it could have been a better fight. Whereas this thing, the weapon is fun to use. So that's cool. Probably put it into the B tier. Where did I put it? I lost it. I dropped it. There it is. Yeah, the boss arena is cool. I kind of forgot the boss OST is like. Must have not been that memorable. But yeah. It's whatever, I guess. A tier? No, I don't like it. Honestly, I hate his voice acting. I don't care. Like, the lines of dialogue are cool. I'd hate the fucking voice. I fucking hate it. It's like fucking nails on chalkboard. It feels terrible. I'm a Draconic Tree Sentinel. This fight is much better than the regular Tree Sentinel fights. Because he doesn't like fucking run around as much as the regular Tree Sentinels, and they kind of just like he stays still a bit more. And his attacks, he actually has plenty of attacks that he can kind of strafe, Actually, a pretty cinematic fight as well with these cool lightning attacks. It can be pretty annoying when like the fire breathing attack just gets spammed over and over again. So yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's a B tier fight. He's fine. It's perfect voice acting. It's gross. I mean, it feels like it's immersive breaking as well, because it feels like I'm picturing a guy just like doing that voice. It's like I actually pictured the voice on that character. I'm picturing a guy in the studio just making that stupid voice. And you know whether Draconic is better than Rykard? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Right there, right above it as well. Put it right next to it, just to really showcase that it's better. It's a stupid fucking voice. I think it's a terrible voice acting cast. I'm sorry. It feels like anybody can do that voice. That's what it sounds like. It sounds stupid. I'm sorry. Anyway. I'm a Golden Godfrey. Gurgling intensifies. It feels like you could have picked up a random person off the street and just made him do that voice. I was like, that's good enough. It sounds dumb. Godfrey. I don't like how they made the Godfrey, honestly. Because, like, the Godfrey fight is basically just the Godfrey fight. I don't know. I don't talk about it. I want to talk about Godfrey. Whatever. Next. B tier. Okay, Morgoth. Finally. S tier. Thank God. The strictly better Margit. It takes Margit and actually makes him a good boss fight because it removes a lot of the stupid delayed attacks, and it actually makes sense for him to be a complex boss because at this point of the game, he's going to be a complex boss. And it could be somewhat counteracted by the fact that he doesn't have much health as well, which is, I guess, is fine. I mean, by the time that you fight him in the game, you can very well fight him like very early on. It's just like, the thing is, you kill so many things up until you go fight Morgoth that he's just not going to have much health. But you can very well just go into the fight with like a plus like 10 weapon and the fight's going to last long enough. Like if you're noticing that you're just doing too much damage, just like stop using buffs, I guess. I don't know. He's pretty cool. He's great. Obviously he does like have like these never ending combos sometimes, but you can actually like, the thing is the fight rewards a lot of actually like knowing the fight itself. Because if you're trying to fight him like your first few times, he's just going to be like, this guy just constantly attacks over and over again. A lot of Elden Ring bosses kind of work that way, to where they're meant to be a boss fight that earlier on, they just feel like they're going to be super fucking annoying. But like, they take a long time to try and master, which I guess is what they were trying to go for when it came to these bosses. So when you actually do perfect these bosses and really try and like memorize their movesets and try and bait out the attacks and like manipulate the AI, it just feels so good. And Morgoth is one of those bosses where it feels like that. Sometimes it can get a bit too much like shitty RNG and he keeps like comboing certain types of attacks that don't end in openings. But for the most part, he can be pretty cool. Morgoth is easier than Margit? Probably. Probably. I mean, for the point of the game when you fight them, yeah. But Morgoth is a bit more complicated. More combos. And the second phase, pretty cool too. There's cool like blood flaming attacks that he gets. Feels like very nice, flows nicely. Good pacing to the fight too. Pretty cool. I like it. I don't think it's like super high S tier. I think it's like lower S tier, but yeah. Here's a great fight. Astel though, don't care for it. Don't care for this fight. I mean, it's an interesting design. It's same thing applies. Like you need to have, when you're making these bosses like this, you gotta have them have big heads that are lower to the ground that you can constantly hit and stay in front of. Whereas it doesn't happen as often with this boss. And it has like a lot of these like annoying AoEs. Like sometimes they have like these roll catching AoEs. Like it's just guaranteed to fucking hit you. And it's like, that's just kind of stupid. And then, you know, you can't ride your horse in this really big arena that he teleports to the other side of. So, yeah. I think C tier. Lich Dragon Fortisax. Probably the best OST in the entire game, in my opinion. Probably the best skybox in the entire game. The design of the dragons in these games look amazing, and this dragon just looks incredibly fucking badass. Now, the thing is, the ancient dragons themselves are super obnoxious to fight because they're like skinny as fuck. And like half the weapons in the game are just like super shit to try and use. Fortisax is incredibly cinematic, probably one of the most cinematic fights, arguably even more so than Plassey. And he does have like some interesting concepts, like the whole like periodically lightning AoEs coming in, which is actually interesting. I just wish it didn't happen as much. Like I don't mind that happening because it's a cool concept. It means that you can't like punish him all the time. But like the openings themselves are pretty short because he's a dragon. He's gonna fly away a whole bunch, and then on top of that, it gets pretty annoying. So I wish that like he was like, you know, on the ground a bit more, use more melee attacks, and then inherently like the dragon should. It's just the way that the dragon is designed. It's kind of hard to have it be to where his head's gonna be large and lower to the ground because he has a skinny head with a long neck. So he's kind of meant to be fought directly underneath them, and then I don't know, he doesn't like stay still long enough to have that whole concept of the periodic lightning AoEs complement the fight that well. So it's more just going to be like a cinematic fight, if anything. Because it mechanically has some left to be desired. I kind of wish they changed the design, not have to use like the generic ancient dragon design. So that's kind of annoying. Anyway, it has like lingering hitboxes too with some of his attacks. So yeah. I don't like fighting the ancient dragons, but he does have like an amazing OST, so I'm putting him into the B tier. And he's really cool looking. Put him about here. I kind of want to put him to the A tier for that reason, but I think just mechanically he's like really, really bad. The Regal Ancestor Spirit. Does it have the other one? Okay, cool. It doesn't have the other one. Both about the same thing anyway. I mean, the Regal Ancestor Spirit is arguably worse because of the healing mechanic. If it just happened once, it would have been fine. But sometimes when you have shit damage, it just like makes the fight last forever. And he's like another boss fight where he can like teleport to the other side of the arena and there's no horse. I don't know why they wasn't able to use a horse in this boss fight. And something similar applied to Fortisax. He has like very skinny legs and some weapons that is hard to hit. But he's still very cinematic. The cool attack that he gets when he's like flying throughout the air and shooting down those like magic projectiles. Very cool. The OST is amazing as well. Yeah. It's probably just another B tier fight. Probably lower than Godric. It was like almost there. Almost there. Deathblight Dragon sounds so hard. It's cool. Moog, the Lord of Blood. Doesn't have sewer Moog here, which is fine, I guess. Basically the same fight. Careful what you say about Moog. I go back and forth on this boss so many times. I fucking thought this boss is mid, then I thought this boss is amazing, then I think it's mid, then I think it's amazing, and then I don't know where I think about it right now. I fight it so many times where it's like... I don't know. You fight him like multiple... You fight him like every fucking day. He did nothing wrong? Yeah, whatever. What do I think about him? Like, it's not about the worst things about him that I don't like. One is going to be that blood raining attack. If you don't have projectiles, that fight just ruins the entire pacing. Or that attack just ruins the entire pacing. And I don't like that. What else? Sometimes in the second phase, he just has way less openings. Because, like, a lot of them, it requires, like, an extra dodge. And then... you just don't get as long as an opening. So that can be pretty annoying. And then you have like the whole blood flame littered throughout the entire ground as well. Which is also very annoying. Because it's not like it's Quailag where that has like a bunch of lava on the ground and like specific points that she does sometimes. It's like every single fucking attack has to leave some blood flame on the ground. Sometimes his AoE is a guaranteed hit. He doesn't have any guaranteed hits. But like the fight is still pretty cool. There's basically like no attacks that you can really strafe though. Which that's like a big thing that I like. Is like having some cool attacks that you can... Actually, I like. You can strafe the fucking combustion attack into the follow-up. You can strafe that one. And you can strafe the downward slam too. I don't know. A tier. I don't care. Yeah. A tier. That's fine. One of the best OSTs. The OST is really cool. Yeah. He just has like too many times where like I find him, he's like pretty annoying. L, I didn't care. I wish it was better. Honestly, I like fighting Surmog better sometimes. But Surmog, he has a shit arena because it's super small. But like he doesn't have like the annoying blood flame and like the less openings. And like the amount of times that I fight him with like weapons that have like use like skills that have like, you know, longer animations, it just like never works out against this guy. And he like never lets you fucking like buff or heal mid fight either. And every single time that you want him to like be aggressive, he never does. And every single time you want him to like be chill, he's always aggressive. I don't know. Whatever. Next, Commander Nile. I've gone back and forth in this boss fight too, and I think I've come to the conclusion that he's very mid. Having like ads at the beginning of the fight doesn't really make it better. And the fight is just very basic. He has like 3 attacks. And it's basically the exact same thing every single time. And like the Frost AoE is like super fucking cringe. I mean, is Dark Locker worth doing the stupid quest line? At least once. It's worth doing it once. So yeah, it's pretty shit, honestly. I'll put it into the C tier. It's pretty basic. Still doing the Rusty reaction? Yeah, I might still do it, yeah. This has been like a 3-hour tier list though. This is crazy. Fire Giant, fucking trash. Do I even want to talk about it? Yeah, it's way too inflated of a health. The first phase, he takes 1 step, it covers the entire arena. The terrain is arguably the worst part about the entire fight. So where he like takes 1 step and sometimes his leg is a bit higher up and it's hard to even hit him because you have to go run and try and jump and go get him. It's stupid and makes it in the second phase where like the fire attacks can like deflect off the fucking trees as well, and it just makes it horrendous. And then the second phase as well, it's the whole fucking fight is a snooze fest, and it's just shit. And he's a big fucking eyesore to even look at. He's dumb, he's ugly, he's stupid. And like the entire fight in the second phase, you just gotta stay in front of him, and somehow you get like less openings in the second phase. The openings don't last as long, but you do less damage. So it just makes the fight just last forever sometimes. And it's just like, it's so shit. Such a terribly fucking designed fight. You hate him because he isn't some duel? I hate him because he's fucking boring and it's just like the whole fight is chasing him around. And it's jank as well. It's not even like this jank in the fight. It's not even polished. And the arena is terrible. Like he's an easy fight, but it's shit. Terribly designed. There's practically 0 redeeming factors to this fight. Anyway, Loretta. Not that bad, honestly. Loretta's fine. Still think it's somewhat of like a spam heavy fight. They actually does have an annoying like input reading too. Sometimes when the RNG just doesn't hit right, ain't the best. But she gets some pretty cool combos that feel nice to dodge. But I still wish that she wasn't as spam heavy with the projectiles, so I don't know. Lower B tier, I guess. Wait, I put Moog in the A tier. I think last time I did a tier list, I put it into the S tier. And the tier list for that, I put it into the A tier. So surely the next tier list, he's gonna go back to the S tier. We're gonna go back and forth with Moog. Millennia. Not as near as ass as Bed of Chaos. That's why he's high trash tier, whereas Bed of Chaos is lower trash tier. Millennia. I think I've always consistently put her into the S tier. But I was like, do I want to put her into the S tier? Phase 1 is 10 out of 10. Phase 2 is cringe. Is it? I mean, phase 1 is like super passive. So it doesn't really do much. It's like just like waiting around, just waiting for you to attack sometimes. So like the pacing of the fight can be kind of weird. Whereas the second phase, it's more easy to predict what she's going to do because she's always going to be aggressive. And the input reading is not as bad in the second phase when it comes to like healing as well, because she doesn't do like the poking attack that's guaranteed to hit you. She does like the jumping attack for the most part. And it's easier to like actually manipulate her AI in the second phase too. Or you actually get longer openings in the second phase sometimes, because most of her combos end up in that downward slam Scarlet Rod AoE. But then she has like these another annoying attacks, like the cloning attack that she has. Waterfowl Dance is still fucking annoying sometimes, you know. If it hits at the wrong time, it's like this fucking fight is bullshit. And then like the most annoying thing is that she has like so many hyper armor attacks, and then in this game, when you hit somebody, they're at a hype rum or attack or like dodge or whatever it is, you can't stance break them. So, and you get these like instant dodges that like have instant hype rummer. So yeah. But the fight itself is like incredibly satisfying to memorize, which is really cool. But a lot of the fight, just like I was talking about Freda, a lot of the fight is kind of like, she's so fast that trying to dodge her at point blank range is basically just like, just stupid to do because it has like never ending combos. You have to sit at a further distance and bait out the attacks and then wait for an opening and like trying to outspace her for the most part. She's cinematic, nice OST. She's great. I don't know. But then sometimes, I don't know, sometimes the RNG hits and she has like these combos and doesn't end in openings, and I can be annoyed sometimes, and I'd be like, she's the worst. I put her into the A tier. I think she's better than Moog. Last time I did a tier list, I had Millennia and Moog into the S tier. Now they're in the A tier. I don't know. Divine Beast. I've kind of lessened my hatred for the Divine Beast. Sometimes you can spam Waterfowl too much. I mean, when you use projectile attacks, she spams Waterfowl Dance. So any single time she reads like a projectile or like an AoE, she just uses Waterfowl. So that's why using projectiles can be kind of shit against her sometimes, because it makes the fight just be terrible. And pretty boring. Because like Waterfowl Dance doesn't even like result in like an opening that much. Like the smallest little opening. Feels like for an attack like that, like in Dark Souls 3, like if you had an attack that had that long of a combo, you were like rewarded with a very long opening. Anyway, Divine Beast. Fucking obnoxious to fight for the most part. A lot of his attacks with the Divine Beast, they result in like having like these headbutting attacks, and headbutting attacks are not as easy to read or distinguishable from like other attacks. Because when you look at like, when you fight on like a knight that has a sword, you see like the actual like wind up of the swing, but a headbutt is like basically instantaneous and you can't tell what's happening sometimes. And then combined with a camera being a fucking completely jank, it can make for a terrible experience. But then, worst of all yet, the second phase with a lightning spam makes this fight awful. You just basically just wait around until the lightning phase to finish, because it just like, it's so random where they hit you sometimes. You try to dodge one attack, but you end up getting roll caught by the lightning. And it feels like every single attack, actually for most bosses in the DLC, it feels like every single attack just like knocks you to the ground. And it's so annoying. You get knocked down to the ground all the fucking time in this DLC. So yeah, I think the lightning phase and stuff make it shit. But like the OST is cool. The cutscene is cool. There's plenty of attacks that you can like strafe and stuff, and you can jump over, and it can feel pretty engaging sometimes when like it hits right. But yeah, like the second phase of the AoE spamming and shit like that, for all the, not just the lightning phase, but even like the frost and the wind one too. I think it just makes the fight inherently worse. Like it's like, okay, we have a really cool designed fight, or a decently designed fight. How do we make this more complicated? Because that's what second phases do nowadays. Like we just have to have complex second phases. Otherwise, people will be like, this is too easy. So I'm going to say B tier. Which is an upgrade from when I put it last. Rolana. Well, if I have Millennia into the A tier, Rolana can't be anything higher than that, because I think Millennia is better. But like the same thing still applies. She's very similar. In that you gotta like you have to fight her by just baiting out the attack. You can't like actually just stay at closer range and just dodge the entire time. So you just gotta sit at a further distance, wait for the attack combo to finish. And she can be pretty fun to counteract. There's still like plenty of attacks that can jump over and strafe. I'm losing my voice here, jeez. Oh god, so much yapping. And she can feel very fun when it hits right. When like the combos go in your favor, and you can like, directly like predict what she's gonna do next, and then like, you just end up strafing the attack. Even powering her is really fun as well. It can feel good, but yeah, sometimes when like the RNG just doesn't hit right, and she does like these combos that don't result in the openings or the openings that you want to, it can be kind of inconsistent. And then, like those phalanx attacks that you had, I don't like the phalanx attacks because it ruins the pacing of the fight. Because you just gotta sit there just like running to the side, waiting for it to actually go away. And in the second phase, there's like just too much like fire AoEs going on the end of combos, which can be kind of annoying. And then like one of her, like the skill attack that she gets, either the fire tornado or like the projectile magic attacks, they're like super jank and inconsistent as well. And they don't really result in like the best openings. I mean, the magic one, you can stay at point blank range, but even that one's bit inconsistent. No cutscene, yeah, that doesn't help much either. Doesn't help much from a cinematic purpose. And like the boss arena is very basic. It's just like just a random outside with a circular pond. It's like a worse version of like Loretta's, like Ghost Loretta has like a cooler fucking boss arena than Rolana does. A very important character. But she has a cool OST. She's fine, I guess. I don't mind her. What depends. Sometimes I fight her and be like, this is amazing. And other times I'd be like, this is the worst. Kind of similar to like Millennia and Moog. So I guess I gotta put them into the A tier. Because there are times where I fight them and it's like, this is so shit. Anyway. Putrescence Knights, I don't like. Rolana is so fun to learn. Yeah. She's probably the most complex boss in the entire DLC, honestly. And Millennia is probably the most complex in the base game. Right ahead of bosses like Margit, apparently. I don't like Putrescent Knight. He runs around way too much. Like, I get it, you have a horse, but you don't have to use it, like, all the time. You can, like, stay put at sometimes. But there's way too much running. And there's a lot of chasing him in, like, smaller openings. And some of his attacks have, like, they're pretty hard to distinguish based on, like, the way that he moves. He's a pretty interesting design and stuff. But, I don't know. I don't like how much you gotta chase him around. It's annoying. C tier. Fuck this guy. Bale. Finally. Need to punish him quickly? Yeah. And then with the second phase transition as well, you could like dodge like ghost flame attacks for like 20 seconds. Bale. S tier. Cool. I don't like him as much as mid tier. We'll get that out of the way. Just in case anybody asks. And for the reason being is because he doesn't have a larger head that's lower to the ground. So therefore, you gotta spend a lot of the fight either directly underneath him, which is just inherently worse, even though he does have a crit spot there or a weak spot there, which is nice, which is good. It's still not as fun as like staying directly in front of the boss, so you can actually read its moveset and then, you know, punish accordingly. So, because when you're directly underneath him, the camera is going to be an issue. You can't see what's going on half the time. And you got to go based on like your knowledge of what you think is going to do. But he's like probably the most cinematic fight that they've ever made. OST is great. Entrance is fucking cool. The lead up to the fight as well, like with the Jagged Peak, which is pretty much the whole Jagged Peak was just like, there's a massive build up to that one fight. Doesn't get a cutscene because it doesn't need it, right? So, the fight with Egon is pretty cool as well. How is Quelaag not peak? Because he's pretty jank, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, and there's a lot of like AoEs as well that he can put out to where you can't. But I don't know. If it has had the slightly longer openings and had like a larger head lower to the ground, like Madeir. Because Madeir gives you like lots, gives you lots of openings. And longer openings too. Now Madeir has like a lot more inflated health. But I kind of like that concept more. But Bale probably is more cinematic. But both of them are really cool. And they're definitely the best two dragons in the game. Bale is overshadowed by my goat Sanasax. True. Because his attacks do feel still decent to dodge some attacks. Or they might roll catch you at further distances, and he has like deceptively long range. But yeah. Still cool. So that really big, massive AoE attack that you can just like jump over, which doesn't make sense, but you can jump it. It's pretty funny. But he still has like a bunch of attacks that are kind of hard to try and counteract as well. Like I still have troubles like dodging some of his AoEs that have like really like long hitboxes. Golden Hippo. The first phase is honestly not even that bad. It's just when the second phase comes around. This is like so much spamming, and the thing is like, with the Golden Hippo, a lot of the fights in the second phases of these games, they just feel like they have to have these like complex combos, and there's no trade-off. Like they have these like complex combos or like these hard-hitting attacks or like these long combos, and the openings are basically either non-existent or just very small. And that's true with the Golden Hippo. Like they have the second phase with this like a bunch of these projectile attacks, and none of them result in an opening, basically ever. But he's like, the fight itself, outside of those weird projectile attacks and stuff, it's whatever. It's like fine. He's a pretty big target to hit. He's very easy to stance break, has like 80 poise. The camera can be an issue sometimes. He doesn't really move around as much in the first phase. The grab attack, when he does it at point blank range, is fucking stupid. Like at further distance, it's fine, whatever. But sometimes he does it at point blank, and it's like, it's just annoying. So I would throw him into the C tier randomly. He's worse than the Pierces at Night, that's for sure. Mesmer, probably the best boss fight in the stupid game, not just the DLC. Get the fucking Soldier of Godric out of here. What the fuck is this shit? Get out of my screen. Definitely at least S tier. So Mesmer. Great opening cutscene. Great second phase cutscene as well. The fight itself has a very cool looking attacks. He's like small enough to where you can like stay in front of him or behind him, whatever, and it still feels good. My downsides to the fights is that there's basically like almost no attacks that you can like really strafe. Which that's like a big thing for me. Like having attacks that you can strafe just make it feel like more engaging, and some attacks you can fight. And doesn't have as many attacks you can like jump over as well. So you kind of fight him like a traditional like Dark Souls boss. But the fight itself flows very nicely. And the second phase pretty much is like a nice extension. Honestly, it might be a bit easier because like the snakes result in like longer openings. That weird like AoE attack where it summons like a bunch of snakes, that one has like way too large of an AoE. That does a lot of damage. So that's like probably the major downsides. Has jumpable attacks, only a couple though, and it's not as much as some of the other fights in the game. He's very hard to like try and memorize as well because like he has like a bunch of like these delayed attacks that kind of have similar animations to the ones that aren't delayed. But I think, I don't know. This is basically his DLC. This is basically his DLC. It's a Mesmer DLC, not a Mikula DLC. So yeah, I don't think I put him into the peak, even though I think he's the best in the game. But he has like too many, couple downsides. But I know he's still really fun to fight though. Unfortunately, you can't like parry him. Well, you can parry him, but only like a couple of attacks, and you have to parry him like 3 times. So it would have been cool if it was like fun to parry as well. No Death Knights. I don't think the Death Knights were on this thing. No. Commander Gaius, honestly, a good boss fight. Commander Gaius is good. I like him. Commander Gaius, unironically, has more attacks that you can strafe compared to Mesmer. The charging attack still kind of sucks at a further distance. It's basically impossible. But if you stay aggressive enough, then they're pretty easy to dodge. And it does have like the right amount of like delayed attacks, the right amount of combos. And he's like a large enough boss to where like, you know, you can use any types of weapons and it's going to feel satisfying and try and hit him. And he's very fun to like try and manipulate his AI by like being behind him, baiting out the kick attack, or being to the side and baiting out like the fucking tusking swipes thingy. I don't know. He's pretty cool. But like, it's not the most amazing thing. Not like the most insane complex combos. I don't know. Runs away from you. It doesn't run away from you that much. And you can always chase him down. It's only when he does like do the charging attack at point blank range. Or like that gravity attack, which the gravity AoE pulsing attack is going to be a kind of a downside as well. So, but I think it's cool. And it's a nice wide open arena. I think it's an A tier. Lower A tier. Right about here. A Scattertree Avatar. Also not that bad. Probably one too many phases though. Especially because like all the fights kind of work the exact same way. Indigo. Thank you for the follow, man. What's up? But the fight itself is fine. You just gotta stay in front of it, just keep hitting its head. Sometimes with like certain weapons, it's kind of hard to hit him in the head sometimes, especially when he moves around a bunch. But the movesets feel pretty decent to counter. Sometimes the AoEs can be a bit inconsistent and a bit weird with the hitboxes. But he's pretty fun and engaging for the most part. I think the fight just lasts a bit too long because like the second phase with him like running back and forth, and like the third phase is dodging the AoEs and stuff, Which thankfully, you know, in the third phase, he has like these AoE attacks that are like somewhat harder to dodge and do a lot of damage, but the reward is actually a really long opening, which is cool. Which more things happen that way. Gundam, thank you for the follow. So I think it's about a B tier. He's fine. He's possible. He's alright, I guess. It's a cool flower. Meteor. Ugh. Meteor is like, it's fine until you get to the second phase, you know, as it is with most of these bosses. It's fine until the second phase. Like the first phase is like okay, unless like sometimes it does like the weird like crawling attack even when you're directly in front of it. That can be kind of annoying. But you can still like outspace it by just running. It's kind of hard to read some of the moves as well in the first phase. But it's like not the worst thing in the world. It kind of feels like similar to fighting someone like the fucking the hippo. I don't even like the design either. It looks stupid. But the boss arena is pretty cool. Some attacks feel pretty satisfying to try and dodge, especially when you're trying to deflect them too. But some attacks have like these stupid like roll catching. Like that 1-2 slam is like a dumb roll catch, and that's pretty annoying. But if you're deflecting, it's like actually a pretty fun fight. But yeah, the second phase is just like awful because you have like these dumb fucking attacks that basically just guaranteed to fucking hit you, and it's just stupid. Just dumb, and there's like AoEs that just prolong the fight as well. It's just, yeah, I think it's an awful fight. F tier? Probably F tier, yeah. Fuck it, why not? It doesn't even look cool. Jory is fucking dog shit too. I didn't want to fucking talk about this boss fight. It's fucking awful. Ganks, teleporting, and it's a generic enemies too. I don't know why Jory is even here. It's like a dungeon boss. But I guess there's a trash in it, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. F tier. I don't care. Midra. S tier. Midra kind of feels like a Dark Souls 3 boss.
Horrorloo. Warrior.
But then again, I kind of see it similar to how I see bosses like Dragon Slayer Armor or Champion Gundyr. She's C not F, who Meteor. I mean, I guess she has something going for her, I guess, unlike these bosses. Maybe the D tier. But like, it is like bullshit though. Like the fight's just bullshit itself in the second phase. Low D tier. Well, who was I talking about? Midra. So like Midra, like he's pretty basic when it comes to some of his combos. Like they're very like telegraphed. They're pretty easy to read in your first playthrough. It's not one of those bosses like an Elden Ring where it takes like forever to try and memorize. It's just one of those things where you fight it first time, you can see the movement, and you can just dodge accordingly because it's easy to read. There's a couple of attacks we have to try and memorize, but it's just pretty basic for the most part, and he doesn't have much poise either, so you can counteract him nicely. And then the second phase comes around. It's a bit, not too much different. OST is nice. The boss always looks pretty cool. The cutscene is great too. I don't know. Is it S tier? I think I kind of see him the same tier as like Champion Gundyr and Dragon Slayer Armor. It's like they're pretty basic, but they're not too. I don't know. But why would Champion Gundyr and Dragon Slayer Armor not be into the S tier? And why is Radahn into the S tier? I don't fucking know anymore. I don't care. Just gonna leave him there. I'm not bother thinking about it anymore. There's nothing bad I can say about Champion Gundyr and Dragon Slayer Armor. So why are they into the A tier? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Ramina. She's okay, I guess. She's a cool design. She does like move around a whole bunch though, which is kind of annoying. She like crawls away, and it can be pretty obnoxious. And sometimes like trying to hit her is like super inconsistent. And like the instant like Scarlet Rod attack in the second phase when it starts up is like super annoying. Don't like that. I don't know. B tier. Where did I drop her? B tier. She's fine, I guess. It was pretty fun to try and memorize her combos, especially when you have like certain types of attacks. Because she doesn't give you like many openings at all. But like this one that's kind of probably like a bugged opening. So you just gotta dodge it once, and like a lot of the attacks just don't have a hitbox when she does that spinning attack. That's like the best opening you get. Otherwise, you just don't really get long openings, and she just like runs away. So probably just a slight bit better than the Divine Beast for that thing, because she's not like bullshit. But I don't know, it's pretty, I guess. Why did it have it set out like this where the base game bosses are after the whatever? Anyway, Consort Radahn. The promised consort. And he ends up being the consort, I guess, in the second phase. Whatever. Biggest disappointment? Yeah, it's a disappointment of a boss. Like, I would have rather it not be Radahn. I'd rather fight, like, you know, 'cause especially, like, when you look at the final boss in Dark Souls 3, it's a character we weren't expecting. And, like, the unexpected factor was, like, what part of it. It was cool. So I would have rather have something like that, to where it was, like, you know, it's an unexpected fight that we weren't expecting. Like, you know, how you have Gale at the end of Dark Souls 3, or, like, Orphan of Kos, right? Like, these bosses, I would have rather have it be a different character and not just be a fucking Radahn. Especially because it does carry some of the same moves from base game Radahn. And the fact that it does copy the similar aesthetic and aesthetic of the Twin Princes in Dark Souls 3, and that one of his combos is basically identical to the Pontiffs in Dark Souls 3 as well. It's like, it kind of feels like you're fighting like a modded boss sometimes. So I wish it was different and more original. But with that being said, I think the fight itself, mechanically speaking, is actually really cool. I think it's very fun to fight. I think it has like the correct amount of openings, especially nowadays. I think what else was I gonna say? He's pretty fun to parry as well. Doesn't have as many attacks he can strafe because he has like super aggressive tracking. And the second phase, it's very cinematic. I think the cutscene is fucking pretty cool, admittedly. As much as I wish it wasn't Radahn. And like trying to learn the movesets in the second phase as well, like dodging all like these insane like cloning attacks as well. Like it can feel very satisfying. The visual clutter can be kind of annoying. The arena can be kind of annoying, like Mikola's hair getting in the way and stuff. And sometimes, like, you just get hit one time and you get punished so much because, like, the AoE is coming out and you get hit by the follow-up as well. So, it's a very punishing boss. But obviously, being the final boss in Elden Ring, the final DLC, it kind of makes sense. I wish it wasn't as, like, much visual clutter. But it's definitely better nowadays. Because before you had the frame-trapping attacks, it was more bright. It was way more damage too. Like, I think it's fine. You mess up once, you die instantly. Kind of, if you get into, like, a panic mode. So yeah, I think mechanically it's actually one of the more fun and engaging fights. Honestly, probably the most fun in the DLC. I honestly might like it more mechanically speaking than Mesmer. If it wasn't for like the holy pillars being a bit too annoying. But like as a whole and the concept as a whole, I don't like the fact that he's Radahn, honestly. So I'll put him into the A tier. But honestly, he's actually a really fun fight. I actually like fighting him a lot. But yeah, I think the fact that he's kind of the same thing, how I talk about Gwyn being in the fucking, like your bottom tier. One of the bottom tiers, like, it's just disappointing that he's the final boss, and the same thing applies here. Still not as disappointing as his fucking, the weapons, but yeah. Anyway, Godskin Duo, ugh. I said I was only going to have 5 in the trash tier and 5 in the peak tier. We haven't even decided what I'm going to put into the peak tier yet. At least the Godskin Duo have the unique concept of summoning, which arguably is like the worst part of the fight. But it does have, it's a duo boss fight that has pillars, which is at the bare minimum. They did the bare minimum to make a good duo boss fight. I mean, where is the Valiant Gargoyles, by the way? They're not even here. Yeah, the Valiant Gargoyles aren't even on the list. They're arguably worse than the Godskin Duo. Because, I mean, at least for the Valiant Gargoyles, they're optional and they're like mid-game, so you can always come back later and fuck them up. Whereas the Godskin Duo is a mandatory boss fight at the end of the game, which is the worst part about it. Like, it could have been an original fight. And you literally fight each Godskin like 4 times each. Like, why couldn't this be a unique fight? And then duo fight as well. It's just a stupid thing. Doesn't make sense. Like, the fight is just annoying because you got to keep just being very patient and trying to circle around the pillars and just try and bait out one at a time. It doesn't make sense of them being like together either. Like the only, I guess what they tried to do was like make an Ornstein and Smo. But the reason why Ornstein and Smo was good is because they actually complemented each other, right? One is like fast with projectile attacks, doesn't hit as hard. One is slow, but hits harder. The only similarities, the only like way that they complement each other is like one's fat and one's skinny. That's it. They're both fast. They both can run at you. They both get projectile attacks. And they can summon each other. And they both get second phases that you can fight at the same time. It's just so dumb. It's dumb. Don't like it. But yeah. The fat one is faster? Yeah, actually, when you hit the fat one, he's actually super aggressive and he keeps sprinting. Anyway, Plassy. Dragon Lord Placidusax. I've gone back and forth on this boss. Like, I think the first time that I fought him, I was like, this boss fight is like S tier because it's super cinematic. But like every single time that I fight him, like afterwards, it's just boring and shit. Because you're just like staying underneath him and it's like whacking him the entire time. Because obviously it's not a fight that you can stay in front of. But thankfully, unlike an ancient dragon, you can stay in front of him. Or you can stay at any point behind, left, or right and still hit him consistently because he's not super skinny. So it's easy to hit at least, which is cool. But after the first time you're fighting him, it's just so fucking boring because he teleports so many times and you just gotta wait for him to land back down again. And after he lands back down, then he does these more teleporting attacks, which do look pretty cool. I wish you could like punish them in between though, a bit easier. That would have made the fight a bit more engaging. But yeah, there's like lingering hitboxes, just AoE spam and his teleporting spam. Like that's the fight mechanically. He has like some attacks going for him, but yeah. I'm still gonna put him for like high B tier maybe. I'll probably put him a high B tier. Because I think your first time fighting, because the whole purpose of the fight is to fight him just once, really, right? I think it's balanced around that. It's like a really cool cinematic moment, and that's it. It's like A or S for that. But like when you fight him multiple times, it's like, ugh. Bit too boring. It's only fun when you're using like weapons that can destroy larger bosses or like spells that can destroy larger bosses like Shard Spiral or Pest Threads. It's like funny to watch him get destroyed. They didn't put Radagon on this list and they put the Elden Beast by himself. So I'm going to talk about Radagon with Elden Beast. That's not fair. Anyway, Malekith. Malekith is cool. Like the one thing that I don't like about Malekith is that the first phase and the second phase are completely different. Completely different. So like normally we have like the first phase and second phase. There's like some types of similarities, like it adds to the moveset and it feels cool, but these are like a completely different fight. So sometimes when you're fighting him and you have like pretty mid damage, you fight the first phase, you memorize the first phase, then you get to the second phase and it's like you're doing a completely different fight. Then you gotta like memorize both of them. Both phases are peak? I don't know. The first phase is okay. It's fine. It's whatever. It's pretty easy to manipulate. Just like dodge to the side the entire time and just bait out the overhead slam. It's pretty engaging. Sometimes when he like runs backwards a whole bunch and spams the projectiles, it can be pretty annoying. The second phase, Malekith is fantastic though. Like the cutscene is probably the best in the game. The boss fight itself looks pretty cool. And it is a very cinematic fight because he bounces off the pillars and shoots out projectiles and stuff. He's really cool. He's probably an S tier still, I guess. I don't know. I like him better than Radahn, obviously. Probably even better than Morgott. He's cool though. Maybe better than Morgott, I guess. But he does like lots of attacks he can try and like run and strafe in towards. Sometimes it can be pretty annoying if you get some pretty shitty RNG where he does like these combos where he just jumps into the pillar, shoots a projectile, runs backwards, and it's like it ruins the pacing of the fight. But I guess with the fact that he doesn't have much health, it kind of like balances out a bit. Because if he had like a lot of health, it might have been a pretty boring fight sometimes. He's a bit of a glass cannon though as well with his destined death effect. But it's fine. It balances fine. But yeah. Fuck it, put it to the S tier, why not? Why is Morgan to the S? His attacks are too fast to react to. I don't think they're too fast to react to, but you know, so is like some attacks maybe, but so is Freda, you know? Freda is the same thing. Like her third phase is like insanely fast attacks, and you're gonna get hit either way. If you're staying close to her, you gotta outspace her and just bait out the attack. That's how you gotta fight bosses like that. Morgott, Millennia, Rolana, Freda. So yeah. Fuck Gideon. I don't want to talk about him as an NPC. Fuck that guy. It doesn't deserve my time of day. If FromSoft didn't want to put an effort in to actually make a decently designed fight and just make it an NPC fight, I don't want to fucking talk about it. Cool. Horror Lou.
Now I fight as Horror Lou. Warrior.
Same thing that applies to Horror Lou with Malekith. Like the second phase is so different. It still fits it thematically speaking, so it's cool. But it gets hard to memorize, especially like memorizing a boss that spams grab attacks too. It's like it's very frustrating to memorize because like they all have very similar animations but slightly different timings. So you miss a dodge slightly and you get grabbed and it's like, ugh. And it's like, it's very punishing because it does a lot of damage. But like most Elden Ring bosses, they're just like super hard to try and memorize the fights of. But once you do, it feels extremely satisfying. But yeah, first phase Godfrey is really cool because it's incredibly engaging as you have like a bunch of attacks that you can jump over, lots of attacks you can strafe as well. Doesn't have like excessively long combos either. He has like really cinematic attacks, like these big explosions, and it makes him feel like super big, massive Chad strength. And the second phase comes around and it's even like more of the same thing, even more cinematic because you can like explode the entire fucking ground. Yeah, I think they're pretty cool. Sometimes the second phase can be a bit annoying. Doesn't result in much openings. It's like a bit more... You provide it a bit more passively because it's like it's super intimidating. But he still is S tier. I think is the second best base game boss. Probably have him a bit higher. Have me here. He's great. Because I actually like Radagon the best. I like Radagon as the best base game boss. Based on like the way that he is cinematically, how he looks, the OST... The boss arena, because it's a nice flat ground and there's lots of space. Starscourge over Consort? Yeah. Even though I like Starscourge, I like Consort better mechanically. If it was going to ignore everything about boss fights and just focus on their movesets and mechanically speaking, fucking Radahn is probably like up here, but that's not the case. And then Starscourge Radahn is probably just down here, but we're taking into account everything, like OST, setting, build up. And if that's the case, then yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Radagon I like a lot. Because he has like the right amount of delayed attacks. There's attacks you can strafe, attacks you can jump over. It just feels so cool. I think it gets annoying in the second phase where sometimes the RNG happens to where he's just spamming a whole bunch. Spamming teleport, spamming projectile attacks. So, yeah. But I put Gaius over Plassi. I will every single time. So Radagon I think is S tier. I think it's fucking great. Elden Beast I don't think is S tier. He's not a bad boss. Honestly, compared to all the larger types of bosses, he's actually perfectly fine. Because he actually has like a decent amount of like melee attacks. And if he does swim away, at least now we have the horse to catch up with him. But unlike bosses like Plassi, he doesn't like teleport anywhere near as much. Actually, doesn't really teleport at all. He actually just runs or swims away. Whereas Plassi, he teleports, you have to wait for him to come back down. Whereas Elden Beast does have an attack like that, where he jumps up from the ground. But it only happens a couple times, and like they're guaranteed to happen. So yeah, sometimes the RNG can hit just right with Elden Beast, where he doesn't even teleport or swim away at all. And it's fucking great. And there's plenty of attacks that are really fun to try and counter. He has like this downward slam holy attacks that ends in the big AoE. The big like projectile attack. He has like the big projectile attack at a distance that's fun to dodge. He has like the big massive like nebula spawning AoE that you can just counter by just running straight. Feels good too. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's just not the most like, it's a very cool cinematic fight. The designers look pretty stupid. It's like a big giant slug. It's not like the most like engaging fight of all time, especially when you just got off fighting Radagon. That's like super intense. Whereas like, you know, fights like this that are super large, they tend to have like longer openings. So, I kind of wish Elden Beast... I feel like Elden Beast gets a lot of slack for the same reasons. for like some of the other end like final bosses is that he's the final boss. And then we just got off a game. We fought Radagon. And the previous games we had Sword Saint Ishin, we had Soul of Cinder, we had Gurman, and the final boss in this game is Elden Beast. But if they had a way to where like the Elden Beast was like the Moon Presence, it was like a secret final boss, it would have been fine. And if you had like a cool Radagon second phase, I like that more. But I don't know. I probably put him into the A tier still. It's fine. I like Elden Beast. I don't know. I put it at the top of the A tier because I like Radagon a lot, and Elden Beast is probably around about here, so it balances out. Maybe right here. Let's go reorganize this list. Okay, we need to have 5 peak. 5 into the peak. I might put Mesmer into the peak. I'll put Alfather into the peak. One more. One more. One more. One more. Shit. Fuck. Shit. I don't know. I'm thinking like Madeir maybe, or like Demon Princess is cool. I don't want to put like a Dark Souls 2 or a Bloodborne boss on there. It doesn't feel like the same. Godfrey, nah. It's like S tier. I don't know. Maybe there's like nothing in that next tier. I kind of see there's like a step above everything else. Ludwig is the first phase, kind of weighs it down a bit. Like I think these are just like almost flawless. If I was to rank them, it'd be like Gale, Sword Saint Ishin. Maybe that. I don't know. I don't know. Is anything actually gets lower that's in the S tier? I don't think so. What's like the worst S tier here? Maybe the Guardian Ape or Radon. These can be a bit lower too. Midra. Do I like Bale more than Morgott? Maybe, yeah. Maybe Bale can go a bit higher. Madeir's HP is too bloated. I think Madeir's HP is like, it's kind of bloated, but the thing is, once you end up getting that stance break on him, you could do like 20% of his health in like one hit. So it's kind of like not really, not really that large, but it is pretty bloated still. Even like Gale is very bloated as well. Which like the DLC bosses in the previous games just worked that way. Millennia's S tier? Maybe she is. Sometimes when I fight Millennia and like Moog and stuff, like... With my last tier list that I did, I had both of these into the S tier. I don't know. They've been annoying me lately. My past couple of runs, they've just been annoying me. So, yeah. That's what happens when you fight them too much. You just want them to like do a certain thing. It's my list. Make your own. How are we gonna rank the worst bosses? Yeah, it's the worst 5, I guess. These bosses kind of suck too. Yeah, good enough. Who cares? I'll probably do like I could do this exact same list tomorrow and it's probably look completely different. Moga's S. Maybe tomorrow. If I do the list tomorrow, it'll probably be S tier. Anyway. Let's go. We're still gonna go react. How long have we been in the stream? How long has the stream been going for? 4 hours already? That was a 4-hour tier list? I need to shut the fuck up. I yapped way too much. I yapped way too much. Okay, so we said we were gonna go watch Rusty's video. I was actually gonna watch multiple videos, but that's fine. I watched my videos in my own time. Rusty. People said they wanted to watch this video. Ranking the worst weapon. How long does it go for? 40 minutes.
War Thunder?
Okay.
However, the competition in this category has been downgraded to nothing more than a race for the highest
Soldier's Crossbow. Do I want to see him talk about the Soldier's Crossbow? Not really. Okay.
disputing a bill with your bank on the list of humanity's most exciting ventures. Number 41, the harp bow. An attempt was certainly made, but everything that went into the attempt, I fear, did not come
It's so cool because actually it makes a harp sound when you shoot it as well. It's pretty cool.
out as intended. The harp bow sacrifices base damage, scaling, and the flexibility of being a regular, non-somber weapon with music. And it's not even entertaining music to listen to. Like, it's just a random strum of something vaguely resembling a basic chord that fires off in tandem with the arrow. A gimmick that I'm assuming is supposed to be fun and quirky, but honestly incites immeasurable malice and frustration. Yeah, the bow sucks, but at least we gave you some tunes to listen to. Cool. Can't wait to...
I mean, I don't think I'm going to disagree much on this thing, right? People are saying that some of the things,
I was before every
terrible.
time I have to talk about it. Number 40, Ansbach's
like,
longbow.
I'm gonna disagree with this one because I think this is the best medium. Whatever, go ahead.
Wahoo! First DLC weapon. Shit, that didn't take long. Since scalings are very similar across the board for longbows, we can take the same logic applied to the crossbows and shove it right on in here with these two. This mainly competed with the serpent bow and the longbow to ultimately win the title of worst bow.
What did I put as my bottom bow? When I go to it
Due to the visceral spike of repulsion I have to swallow whenever I record footage of the bow's unique skill. I'm willing to give it maybe a single bonus point for the description not lying to me for once, since this bow actually can fire to the same tempo as a light bow. But maybe don't take 8 fucking arrows out of my inventory if the dude I'm aiming at can only eat a maximum of 2 at any given time. On top of needing 43 dexterity to even pick up and use properly, its base damage gets spine blasted into the ground as a countermeasure to it using light bow animations, and its status buildup loses out to the bone bow and even base game options like the pulley crossbow and I guess just about any light bow with barrage equipped. Shit, I could see the repeating crossbow doing a better job if your intended target has brains of sand and candle wax. Number 39,
That's pretty funny. So I literally had my bow ranking list has the Ansbach bow as the best one and he has it as the worst. I mean, I had the serpent bow be the worst medium bow. Where the Ansbach bow literally gets the light bow moveset, and it's the damage of the medium bow. And I'm pretty sure the Ansbach bow outdamages the black bow as well, right? So, like, when you're using a bow, like, the best combos that you can really get that can maximize the damage would be, like, the jumping attack into the landing attack combo, which you can do with a light bow, which is, like, much faster than doing, like, this 2 or 3 regular standing light attacks. So you get, like, and you get rolling attacks as well. So it's just, like, a much faster moveset. But you're getting the damage of a medium bow. And it can out-damage all the other short bows. So it's automatically very useful in that area. Because you're literally going to get like the best DPS out of a bow by itself. And the skill, yes, he did mention that it does the damage of like 2 arrows. But it consumes 8. But the thing is, the benefit that it actually has is that it fires on a horizontal spread. So when you're fighting enemies that input read and dodge attacks, you can fire out a horizontal spread of them. And it's going to hit them. And if you just hit with one of the 8 arrows that it spreads out, it's going to do the damage of 2. So it's like the most amazing thing in the world. It's fine. But it's still respectable damage in one hit. Yeah. And sometimes you're not going to really be... If you're doing like a primary arrow build, maybe you want to save your arrows. But the thing is, by the time you get to the DLC, you have like tons of arrows and collections of arrows as well. You can just switch things out. You can just have like random bone arrows to use for the skill and then switch. I don't know, so many arrows that you have. You have like, can stack up a 99 of every single one. So, but yeah.
Fumer's shield. Contrary to popular belief, shields are perfectly sustainable as weapons all on their own because beating someone over the head with a 27-pound chunk of testosterone can still at least make someone reconsider if fighting you is worth it. Small shields, unfortunately, do not have this advantage and advertise stopping power more similar to that of someone's grandma spanking someone with a rolling pin. There aren't really any exciting deviations from the basic attack string of the shield.
See, I didn't do that with mine. I didn't actually talk about, like, I don't have like these funny puns and stuff. Feels like every single time I watch a Rusty video, it has like about 25 different puns that he thought about. Mine, I don't have the capacity for that. What is that noise? What noise?
Type you're using, since I'm sure they
I don't care about shields, I'm sorry.
Noticed it enough times to where they
dagger,
the
ivory sickle. Yeah,
I think
makes
the
sense.
way this dagger was made offers a rare and valuable insight into the philosophy behind a lot of the game's balancing decisions. Mainly the fact that at least a few people on the balancing team apparently thought guard penetration was just the shit. According to how this knife works, that single advantage
I don't know why they thought. It's so true though. So like weapons like the shuttle have like way less damage, and like it's just a small little trade-off.
Advantage by itself should be enough to outweigh the flexibility of being infusible or buffable, the convenience of leveling with somber stones, and an amount of base damage that, if you're under the influence of enough substances, one day, God willing, might make a tinge of fucking sense. But instead, it gets invalidated by the crystal knife, the glintstone Chris, any magic-infused dagger, might lose a damage race versus a pair of chopsticks if you're dedicated enough. Number 36, Century's Torch. So, funny thing about torches, despite the reputation they have, torches by themselves offer pretty okay backup damage if you're just offhanding one in a cave somewhere. But this torch in particular has...
Pretty much, yeah. They're not even that bad. That's actually pretty good use for them. Like, if you actually gotta go through like a dungeon, and you know, you want to have more lighting because the little lantern that you have is not enough, then it's not that bad. Because the thing is, like, torches actually do decent stance damage. They could do, like, just as much stance damage as, like, a colossal sword with a charged heavy attack. But the thing is, like, there's similar speeds to hammers, and hammers just do more damage, more stance damage. They can get critical attacks, skill options, so, you know. There's no point in using them over a hammer, but yeah. That's the one small niche use. It can light up a dungeon, and they can still do some decent stance damage. And it's striking damage, which a lot of enemies in dungeons tend to be weaker to.
It's quite an unpleasant set of attributes attached.
This torch is a spot assassins? Yeah. This is probably the worst one, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Do I want to talk about a hero about a torch? Not really.
Times. Successfully. The Blink Bolt Ash, for instance, has two separate counterparts that can each be found on their own exclusive weapon.
I missed the,
Strength scaling at max level
Anyways.
creates the power of a greater weapon. Both isn't a bad idea, and has actually been done before, multiple times. Successfully. The Blink Bolt Ash, for instance, has two separate counterparts that can each be found on their own exclusive weapon, and then there's the two variants of Rancor Slash that can be found on their own set of weapons. The two Frost Stomp Ashes exist, and even Millicent has a unique curved sword that allows her to do only the first set of waterfowl slashes during combat. So it stands to reason this weapon should have at least turned out with a degree of competence. But the hit bullet is somehow fat enough to get caught on random walls and rock formations a good 5 feet away from where you were actually aiming. The standard R1 chain fails to measure up to other infusible great spears like Mesmer's Soldier Spear, yet still not having the flexibility of being infusible, and it sacrifices that infusibility for whatever gawkish nonsense the office intern submitted for the unique skill. Number 34.
Okay, so the Blood Fiend say I don't think I have it as the worst. I think for PvE, I think Vikes is the worst. There's like literally no reason to use the Vikes War Spear. Whereas at least for the Blood Fiend Sacred Spear, it actually does get some of the most damage with like an arcane strength build. It actually does out damage the Mogwin Sacred Spear. It gets more damage than the Mogwin Sacred Spear. So if you're going to power stance, it's a good offhand option, but obviously there's no point of using it over the Mogwin Sacred Spear if you just want to use one or the other, because Mogwin Sacred Spear skill actually does decent damage. And as he mentioned, the light attacks, for some reason, they just do worse stance damage, and I don't know why. So yeah. Doesn't Rusty glaze the Vikes War Spear? He has it the best weapon in the game, but I think that's because of PvP. I'm not sure if this list incorporates PvP, but yeah. But yeah, the Blood Fiend Sacred Spear is nothing all that. The only purpose is that if you want to power sense with the Mogwin Sacred Spear, you can have this on the offhand, because, you know, it does decent damage.
Standard R1 chain fails to measure up to 34, the Rotten Crystal Staff. Two negative things about this staff here. Coordinate one of the most
yeah, it's probably the worst one, yeah. There's no point using it over the Crystal Staff, because, like, it's the same requirements and everything, but just worse damage, and the only thing it does is, like, hit for Scarlet Rot with the weapon itself. I see Ali.
33, the Cane Sword. The description makes sure you know the quality of the item you just picked up by saying it was repurposed as a walking stick and the tip of the blade has been blunted over time. Empirical evidence that you might as well have just picked up a metal pipe. And we ain't playing no Silent Hill 2 in this bitch. Picking up a metal pipe does not just hand you the keys to the end credits. With 60s in all stats, this eternally distressed casserole of inadequacy has the lowest base damage of any straight sword, trailing the weathered straight sword by an inexcusable margin of 40 base damage at max level, despite this sword being placed 10 entries above the ladder in the previous ranking all 308 weapons video. Even the stone sheathed sword can outpace it with a little bit of strength. The affinities are shit, the range is shit. It is one of the rare cases that might truly be beyond saving.
Yes. He's 100% correct. Yeah, the Cane Sword is the worst one, yeah. It just gets the worst damage.
Number 32, the Flowing Curved Sword. It was between this and the Shotel, but the many small advantages of...
The shuttle? Why not the Eclipse shuttle? How is this worse? How is this worse than the Eclipse shuttle? When did I talk about? What did I say about my the curve swords about? Because I'm pretty sure this thing gets decent scaling and some of the most damage. Like the heavy attack is almost fucking useless, really. But like so is regular heavy attacks of curve swords. But it's decent like stun luck potential though. What did I say about the curve swords? Where's my curve sword review? There it is. Sorry, and it kind of shut up. Where did I have it? There's no way this thing is worse than the Eclipse shuttle or the Spirit sword. I had it at number 10. Why did I have it at number 10? Scaling best of dexterity does just get very average damage and very average range. So if I actually did want to go into a power sensing build or use particular types of weapon skills, then it is going to be better off with other types of curved swords. But this one actually does have a unique heavy attack, and that it does do this like 4 hits pirouette swing. And this attack itself actually can get boosted by the Dancer set. Obviously going to have great synergy with the multi-hit talismans, two-handed talisman, and the charge attack buffs. And the total overall damage can actually get very high, but the obvious downside is that it is going to be a very long animation. Total overall damage. Just say total damage, not say total overall damage. And you just get no hype armor. Who listens to this guy?
Charged heavy attacks do pretty poor stance damage too. So when committing to a charged heavy attack build, there's just going to be better options out there because they can just do way more stance damage. But if you do go up against bosses that have longer types of openings, using this charged heavy attack as your primary option can actually just destroy all of them. Now another downside about this heavy attack is that most of the damage comes from the final swing. All the first few hits do like next to no damage. So if you actually get staggered throughout that enemy, it's probably just still even like worse damage than just like R1 spamming. So there's not even a point even then. Like. Of the show tell, such as block piercing, it's incredibly lightweight, and also being the lightest weapon that can accept seppuku as a valid ash started to add up over time, and eventually I was led to the decision to declare the flowing curved sword as the game's worst curved sword.
There's no way it's worse than the Eclipse shuttle.
Don't care how wide the damage gap ends up being. Nothing on this planet can save the non-existent hyper armor and poise damage on that charged R2. It took months for people to even figure out the Dancer set in the DLC actually improves the strong attacks, and it still doesn't feel like it's really doing enough
Okay, first of all, I figured it out like the first week actually. Not months. Anyway. I literally mentioned in my armor ranking video.
The time. Every single hit from both charged
Clearly he doesn't watch Youwy videos.
R2s can successfully connect, and it won't even activate any of your multi-hit talismans. So I fail to see any advantage whatsoever that
it's still mid, yeah, but I don't think it's the worst. Yeah.
Weapon attains other than looking swag as fuck. And that's unfortunately not on my list of
What is this camera angle?
criteria. Number 31, the Deadly Poison Perfume Bottle. All of its benefits given to the player from its poison status buildup end up rendered thoroughly pointless due to the downright unconstitutional gap in base damage between this perfume bottle and all the others. I can't think of a single reason it needs.
Well, like, you know, one's pure physical damage, which enemies tend to be weaker towards. Others are pure elemental damage. Anyway. And, you know, it does deadly poison. It does poison build up pretty quickly. So you can put it alongside buffs like the Kindred of Rot and Mushroom Crown. And it actually can output some of the most damage. Anyway. I think that the Frenzied Flame bottle is the worst one. Because it's only going to do the most damage at max level. And if you're at max level, why the fuck would you want to use a perfume bottle? When the only benefit of the perfume bottle is like an offhand option that could do elemental damage without having to use FP. And the running heavy attack can actually do some decent damage against larger bosses. So it's fine. But yeah. I think the Deadly Poison bottle actually has uses because you can actually use the skill without actually having to meet the requirements. And you can proc Deadly Poison on yourself and nearby enemies instantly. So you actually can use the skill, proc the buffs of the Kindred of Rot, and then switch back to your main weapons and stuff. So it's pretty cool.
Needed to be a somber weapon. You have other status bottles like Chilling and Frenzy
But I don't know, like...
Flame that just didn't get swept up by the trend, I guess, even though it would have actually made more sense to somberify those as well. And all other bottles except this one come with the benefit of pure elemental damage on a 1-pound weapon, which is...
Well, like this one's a somber weapon because it has a unique skill. The other ones don't have a unique skill, right? Is that what the... I know what he's talking about there. I think the Chilling one is probably... The Chilling one and the Frenzy one I think are worse than this one. Because the Chilling one, there's basically no point of using it because the Frost buildup is terrible. And there are other weapons out there with like a dex int build that it is better. And there's no point of using it as a secondary option for an intelligence build because basically every single intelligence build has access to magic damage pretty easily.
Is, you know, the fucking point. Literally the biggest advantage of using a perfume bottle as a main weapon. The physical damage not only feels like a step backwards, it feels like a deliberate decision made to flush the weapon's competency just because they were afraid they added too many poison boosting tools in the DLC. Or at least that's what it feels like to me. I can't like prove that, but that's what it feels like to me. Number 30, the Qatar. Of all
We just used that yesterday. It did well.
the nerfs and patch changes that have
The clinging bone, though. The clinging bone is whatever.
caused mass disagreement over the few years, this has been the only one that I felt was like legitimately malicious. Remember that time EVE Online started getting resumes from longtime players of the game just so they could make changes and shit that would directly benefit the clan they were in? Because like this actually happened, and I feel like this could have been what happened with the Qatar. Some turbo loser in PvP got a little too embarrassed by this weapon and made it his lifelong mission to uproot the epicenter of his suffering. That is the only sensible explanation I can come up with for why they drowned this in nerfs only to make room for the exact same balancing problem in the DLC with a completely different weapon. Number 29, the wooden...
I don't even know what he's trying to talk about there, but I don't know. The Qatar is fine. Like, it's just the worst version of the Pata. The Pata just does more damage. And it has, like, way more range. It does way more, though. And more stamina cost, too. But, yeah. The Qatar is, like, it's okay. Because, like, it's the piercing damaging... fist weapon, so it's gonna do good stance damage when you have it one-handed at least. And it's gonna do piercing damage, and it gets 110 crit, so it's fine. But the thing is, the problem with it is that the two-handed heavy attacks do like awful stance damage for some reason. So yeah. Anyway, great shields. I don't care about the great shields. Whips.
Number 28,
That's
the whip.
The regular
It's-
whip. There's no reason to use it. You're right. Yep.
Number 27, the hand ballista, with no scalings helping out the cannon.
Is this comparing this to other ballistas? There's only two, or there's three, right? Yeah. Sure. The great
Number
bow.
26, the great bow.
I feel like the regular great bow is fine because it might still be the worst one, I guess. But what's the Erdtree great bow? I think the regular great bow, it actually scales better off quality. So if you're going to go with a higher level build, it actually out damages the Egon's great bow. Where the Egon's great bow is only better for like strength. But the thing is, you get this one earlier in the game, but it's better for later levels. And you get the Egon's great bow later in the game, but it's better for earlier levels. So it's kind of weird.
The great bow gets thrown in last, not exactly because it's the least damaging. If that was the only criteria for the list,
But it's still like one of two infusible great bows. It's only basically because it's either like... This one had the use because it was the only infusible great bow before the DLC. So if you actually wanted to use multiple different skills, it was useful. But now that you have the Egon's great bow, it has to compare to that. So, and the Egon's great bow, this one can actually do more damage than the Egon's great bow. So it's like, I don't say it's the worst one.
the Erdtree Great Bow would have already had a platinum record-selling diss track written in its honor, but the Great Bow is the only bow that doesn't really have anything special going for it. Igon's Great Bow has synergies with Igon's Drake Hunt and the Igon Harpoon. Then there's the Lion Great Bow with the Radon Spear arrows. The Golem Great Bow is the highest damaging out of all the Great Bows if you're just looking to take your business to normal dudes without a lot of fuss. And even the Erdtree Great Bow has a cool synergy with Golden Great Arrows that can buff allies that are present at the point of impact. And I can't in good confidence say that's worthless on single player runs because I've used it on Spirit Ashes before. The Great Bow does
I like working on Spirit Ashes, that's pretty cool. That's like those are only great bows in the game. Is there another great bow? It might be the worst. If there's only those four, it might be the worst one. I don't know. But what synergy does it have with Egon's great bow have with the Egon's Drake Hunt? Isn't it the same damage? The Egon's great bow doesn't have boosted damage with Egon's Drake Hunt, right? If paired with Egon's harpoons. Oh, with the okay, I thought you were talking just about the skill. No, with the what do you call it? The actual arrows. That's right. Yeah. I thought you were talking with Egon's Drake Hunt skill. You're talking about the arrows.
doesn't give you anything.
That's
it's
fair.
a big ass clothes hanger.
But I still think even at higher levels, even with the damage boost. Actually, I haven't tested that. I'm not gonna lie.
Number 25, the torch pole. I swear on the graves of my village plundering ancestors, if I get a single comment telling me to reconsider this spear because it resets frostbite, I'm nuking this channel and becoming a fucking drug dealer. Have you wondered why so many players like using this for fashion purposes? It's because fashion is all it gives you.
But what if I'm carrying a torch and don't
It
want
does have a lot of range. It has like the second or third most range in class. But yeah, it just does shit damage. I don't know. I mean, I'd rather have this than the Celebrant's Rib Break. Because the Celebrant's Rib Break is dog shit because, you know, you have to farm for it. It's like a 0.5% drop rate and it gets like the worst damage too.
to be stuck with one ash of war?
Bitch, you're stuck with one ash anyways, fuckle nuts, because the torch pole doesn't accept infusions. So charge forth is permanently attached to this backyard decoration like a parasitic worm and it's not coming off. It's okay if you're using this inside caves and whatnot, but just as long as we're admitting to ourselves that, at least when it comes to practicality, the lantern item turns every single conversation you could possibly have about the benefits of light in caves into background noise. Number 24, the Celebrant's Cleaver. This was actually a 5-way tie versus the two forked hatchets, the hand axe, and the battle axe. The battle axe offers absolutely nothing of note, including less than ideal base damage that's so low that it can be fully replaced with the Highland axe before you've even completed the first legacy dungeon. But the two forked hatchet weapons.
The Swift Spear? Oh, the Swift Spear is kind of dog shit, yeah. It's awful. Swift Spear and Celebrant. I mean, it does matter. The Torch Pole is fucking shit too. You can put anything there. This one is kind of valid as well. Like, there's no point in using the Celebrant's Cleaver because the only benefit that it has is the HP, or not HP, the rune acquisition, and like the Iron Cleaver, just like the same thing but better. But the forked hatchets, I think this one's the worst one. I think I had this one at the bottom for my list. Like, this is awful.
Weapons have faster movesets and additional bleed, as does the hand axe, to compensate with its extremely low damage. The Celebrant's Cleaver has it has an alternate moveset, but it's not exactly faster. In fact, the alternate animation of the Celebrant Cleaver is actually slower than the base moveset. The other two Celebrant weapons don't have this issue either. It's just the base moveset for the hammer and the rib rake. So what gives? Is the rune acquisition gimmick on the cleaver just too powerful to handle? Were you afraid of making the 3 god cards of rune acquisition and unleashing the power of Elden Lord Elon Musk on the innocent public or something? What is the point behind this decision? Number 23.
Yeah, it's awful. The forked greatsword is the worst greatsword. What's the worst greatsword? What did I put as the worst greatsword? I'm forgetting my listings. What's like the worst greatsword out there? I've had the forked greatsword lower towards the list, so it's pretty valid, but like, I had it at the bottom too. Never mind. I also had it at the bottom.
The forked greatsword. This greatsword I decided on being the worst because it's the only greatsword that directly competes with one that is buyable from a merchant despite needing to be farmed from imps at a 2% drop rate. I'm talking about the flamberge. Similar scaling.
The flamber. What the hell? How would you say?
From imps at a 2% drop rate. I'm talking about the flamberge. Similar.
I mean, to be fair, that is phonetic. I say flamberge. I don't know.
Scaling, base damage, and additional bleed buildup. Also an advantage of the forked greatsword.
Maybe I'm wrong.
And even still, the base damage on these two greatswords are noticeably lower than what's considered.
You said berge. Yeah, true. That's berge. No, it's Burge. Yeah, Burge is right.
Average. In fact, the forked greatsword falls tremendously below the average, leaving a damage gap of around 20.
Like, the only reason you actually want to use the forked greatsword over the flamberge is because the heavy attack one-handed does a vertical chop, whereas for the flamberge, it does a horizontal swipe. So if for whatever reason, if you want to use the greatsword that has blade one-handed, then maybe. Like, it's the only use.
Number 22, the flail.
The regular flail, the worst one. Yeah. That checks, yeah.
There's really
I don't want to talk about flails. Fuck these flails.
21, the Smith Script Dagger. So,
it's the best one.
I don't know where the fuck this one goes. There's only one throwing blade. It competes with literally nothing. And honestly, I'm still not sold on throwing blades being a legitimate type either, because it's just a dagger with a Smith Script enchantment. There are other Smith Script weapons that can all be thrown. That doesn't mean throwable Great Hammer is suddenly a type of weapon. Also, I get the range on these sort of suck balls, but
I guess because like the light attacks also do it, and they have their own set of like motion values for like light attacks and critical attacks and stuff. So that's probably why they're their own separate category.
It's the only weapon type that's completely tailored towards ranged combat if you're not counting bows, while also being better than all of the bows. Is there anyone that's actually mad over the fact that the range only has the dagger going like a few feet in front of you? I don't know, I feel like that's such an illegitimate thing to get mad over that it almost comes across as performative. Like when someone tells you they hate when people end sentences with prepositions. It's just like, are you sure? Are you sure? You sure you didn't just like skip lunch or something? Number 20, the Noble's S-Stock. My god, I didn't even know affinity scalings could get this bad.
S-Stocks. S-Stocks. I'm forgetting S-Stocks. Or not S-Stocks. Thrusting swords. What did I have? I mean, it might have been at the bottom of my list. Do you wish that actually worked? Oh, the Frozen Needle. I've heard the Frozen Needle. Frozen Needle's pretty shit.
Thrusting swords are on the upper half of the register too, so the fact that they would
This is probably the worst infusible one, because there's no reason to use it over the regular S-Stock, so...
take a weapon
And you
with
have to farm for it, so it is pretty useless.
that's this bad and lock it behind a 0.5% drop rate. Are you fucking insane? I'm gonna power bomb
The Family Heads? No, the Family Heads is actually decent. Family Heads actually puts in work.
your entire staff of programmers through a... Number 19, the Gargoyle's Great Axe.
Not the Gargoyle's Black Axe? I mean, they both suck, but...
Holy shit, this axe just pisses me off. This axe could have earned a spot on the front cover of a supermodel magazine had someone not used it to make a fucking sandwich. I have never seen a bigger waste of an S scaling in my entire career doing any of these lists. I can say with the utmost confidence, bravado, and...
I mean, I guess like the do you have the farm for this one? I don't think you do.
finality. That heavy affinity has an S in scaling because that's what it needs to be worth a shit, and it still fails. Measured up against nearly every other great axe in the game, it comes up short. With 60s in every stat, 6 of this weapon's affinities appear at the bottom 10 when sorted by total AR. I don't care how light this weapon is. I could bicep curl 6 of these in each hand with number 13 wedged in between my balls, and I'd still empty my pockets looking for something else. Number 18, the Pest's Glaive.
Pest's Glaive. Pest Glaive for a halberd, maybe. It's pretty mid. I kind of forget where I put it on my list though. Like it's a glaive, so it does get. I mean, there's no point in using it because the only benefit that it has is it gives you like some damage negation or some shit like that, like 2% elemental damage negation, something useless. Oh, the Gargoyle's Black Halberd. Why isn't the Gargoyle's Black Halberd here? And the Spirit Glaive is worse as well. And the Vulgar Militia's shuttle. I don't know, this is kind of valid as well, I guess. I don't know.
It was a really close...
The thing is, at least this does like slashing damage, and I think it gets the same heavy attack as the other glaives, which is cool. But there's no point in using it over the regular glaive, though. It's no
call
point.
between this and the Vulgar Militia Shotel, but upon giving this dilemma some further deliberation, the angrier I became at the special passive effect of this weapon. 2% non-physical damage negation.
I mean, I'd rather have the 2% the elemental damage negation over like the ability to hit around shields with the Vulgar Militia Shuttle, because I'm pretty sure they both get the similar damage.
Why the fuck?
What's so bad about the Gargoyle's Black Halberd or Glaive, whatever? The fact that they have no unique skill and they get descalings across the board and split holy damage is like really bad. There's like no point in using them.
Even open your mouth.
The Gargoyle Black, the Greatsword version is fine.
Possibly be lore thematic since kindred pests seem to get mulched by any element I throw at them, up to and including rocks, swords, and my own fists. In every other context, there's at least a few affinities from a few different halberds that easily outpace this one despite needing to farm for it. And for some reason, somebody thought 2% more elemental defense was just the bargaining chip this weapon needed to contend with all of them. It's random, it's out of place, it begs an explanation, and judging by how well I've handled decisions justified by the esoteric lore in this game, actually hearing said explanation, if there is one, would probably do nothing but piss me off anyways, so my final verdict is just a big ol' who gives a shit. Number 17, the Scythe. It's...
I think the wing, I think the wing scythe is worse. I don't know, maybe. They're actually, that wing scythe is pretty decent, actually. But actually, they're all pretty, like, none of them are bad, really. None of them are bad. Maybe it's at the bottom.
It's a fucking scythe. Gets left behind by all the other scythes in the game. Can't even reach an S scaling with the keen affinity, even though its base damage, I would say...
I mean, like, it's a cool heavy attack, it's about it.
The Rotten Great Axe.
That's fair as well. Like, I'm not gonna really disagree with much of this.
Number 15, the Finger Seal.
I'll disagree with that one. Like, the Finger Seal, like, it's the best one you get early game. And, you know, I don't know. It's the best one to use early. It has a use. There's some that are just basically like, I mean, not really. I guess like late in the game, like, I don't know. It doesn't have any benefits. I guess that's probably what he's going to say. Is like it gets outclassed straight away. It's not even useful for buffs because it actually weighs something, whereas others are better for buffs that weigh nothing. And there's no passive boost. So once you get past like 20-something faith, there's no point in using it. Right? So, whereas like the other seals, they at least have a benefit because they can boost something. Like once you get a bit later in the game. So, not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. It's fine, I guess. I mean, I think the Frenzied Flame Seal is like the worst one as a primary option is like dog shit. But like it does boost your Frenzied Flame incantations. And then the Spirals, yeah, the Spiral Seal sucks as well. But at least it boosts your Spiral incantations, which like nobody really uses anyway, so...
There existed one single niche that this seal was able to fulfill perfectly, and that is providing sorcerers, warriors, and other non-faith users an easy medium in which to cast basic, low-level support incantations that don't ask for your weekly church attendance and the deed to your house just to cast it. And now, with the addition of Staff of the Great Beyond, that niche has shriveled up like the stink bug I sprayed with Raid this morning and died. When looking at the raw numbers, it's hard to see why this would be considered the worst seal, since no matter what your stats are, the Finger Seal seems to fall comfortably somewhere in the middle of the lineup. But you'll notice, all the seals below it also have a valuable passive boost that improves a certain type of incantation by a significant percent. As soon as you're able to level into what's considered mid-game faith, you should absolutely start looking for something else. Number 14.
Yeah. But it's the best one until you get to 27 faith. Then you use the Godslayer seal, basically. So yeah, I don't know. That's not the worst decision, I guess. Monk's Flame Blade is definitely the worst thing.
The Monk's Flame Blade.
Twin Blades.
The status motion values of...
I want to see something I can disagree with, because otherwise I'm just going to be like, I agree. Then we're not going to really... I'm just watching the video.
Twin Blades, I've never been able to look at them with the same amount of respect. It's like having a son...
Is there anything worse than the regular Twin Blade?
That gets all A's constantly, but then you find out he gives money to people on OnlyFans. Like you're still proud of him, but you just wish a few things would have been handled better. When pairing them up with flexible ashes like Double Slash or Sword Dance, Twin Blades generally have the slowest animation speeds. So
I guess like the only benefit of the regular Twin Blade is it has the lowest requirements. So if you actually wanted to go with like a like the lowest strength requirement thing, right? So if you actually wanted to go pair it alongside the Gargoyle's Black Blade, yeah, true. Why do you put the Gargoyle's Black Blade? Why doesn't you talk about any of the Gargoyle Black weapons? It has the lowest requirements. If you actually want to pair it alongside like a Bleed Infusion and something like that. It has like a low strength requirement, so you have to go spec into much to benefit. But it still gets the worst damage, so that's like the only benefit.
So slow that even great swords and halberds tend to outpace them by just a few frames. The Twin Knight swords still give more AR, even on the Keen Affinity, despite...
The thing is, Twin Blades probably would have benefited more of their own unique skill, because they get like the most skills in the entire game. They get everything for like smaller weapons, for pole arms, and like medium weapons too. And everything that can do a poking attack. It gets like so many types of skills. Probably more so than any other weapon type in the game, the Twin Blades. But they don't do anything the best. Like none of the skills that they have are gonna best pair with the Twin Blade. Like you're gonna get more damage with other types, especially because it gets a slower moveset as well. It's kind of unfortunate. Like Twin Blades, if you're gonna build around the Twin Blades, it's basically either it's like a two-handed charge attack build with the multi-hit talismans, or just jumping attack power stance. And even then, I don't really care for that power sensing build because I don't like the power sensing moveset outside of the jumping attack.
Being tailored towards strength, the Gargoyle's Heavy Twin Blade gets a high A in strength scaling. The Godskin Peeler... Number 12, the Beast Claw. Not exactly what I would call a stiff competition for this category. There are only 2 items, and no matter what affinity you go for, no matter what your stats are, it seems the Red Bear Claw is just barely able to win out every single time. Not even the quality affinity with 80s in strength and dex can give the Beast Claw an edge. 11 damage is the smallest that power gap will ever get. I guess if you're a dex build and you would want to settle for the Keen Affinity on the Beast Claw, that would...
When you can still buff this one, you can't buff the Red Bear's Claw. And you can pair it alongside Blood Flame Blade and get like better bleed build up, and you can proc bleed faster, which means you're going to do more damage. So your damage output is probably going to end up being better, and the fact that you can infuse it, the versatility is there. But yeah, the Red Bear's Claw, like there's no point of using regular Beast Claws over regular Claws, because Claws are always going to output like more DPS for like similar benefit and reward, right? But the Red Bear's Claw gets an insane skill, which makes them cool. I mean, the Beast Claws have some benefits, like the running heavy attacks are really cool. The fainting attacks can be okay, I guess, but that's about it. Would my cock be a straight sword? I don't. Shut the fuck.
Would place it a fair bit above the red bear. Number 11,
hammer.
the mace.
The mace. I mean, there's basically no reason to use the mace over the morning star, so it's kind of like almost useless. I think the mace does get a bit more damage though. Maybe, I don't know. What's like the worst hammer though? I mean, the Vari's bouquet exists, I guess. I don't know.
Hammers as a weapon type have been enjoying some smooth-ass sailing lately. Ever since that one patch that buffed their animation speed, they've felt like completely different weapons. The Morning Star can apply bleed that much.
But doesn't the mace gets a unique heavy attack, right? And it's like a slower than the regular mace. But the Monk's Flame Mace gets an even worse one. Why not the Monk's Flame Mace?
The War Pick actually does pierce damage now, and even the club given to the Wretch class has a scaling of 1.6 on its heavy affinity, even if the unbuffed alternate R1 chain still ends up being slightly slower than the standard chain. When you tally up all the advantages and disadvantages of each and every entry, the only weapon that doesn't really receive any significant favor here is the mace. Playing with the mace is just playing with the Morning Star without the bleed. That's actually not a joke or some exaggeration I just pulled out of my ass or anything. I tested for every single affinity, and I don't think I saw a damage gap wider than like 10 between these two weapons. So I can all but verify at this point that using the mace is probably one of the most nonsensical build choices you could ever make. Number 10, the Rotten.
That's fair. The Rotten Battle Hammer. Over the Celebrant Skull and other useless shit like that. I don't know. Get Scarlet Rot at least.
Battle Hammer. Listen to me.
It does get really dog shit damage though.
Look me in the eye. This ain't your grandma's great hammer. Putting this in the mid-2s in the old weapons ranking video is a decision that's aged like unpacked cheese in the July sun, because ever since 1.09...
The Serpent Bone Blade is the worst katana. Fair enough.
I think it's obvious by now that I'm just ranking weapon types, or I might as well be, because there's really no argument for why you shouldn't at least try to use any of the following. It's just that worst place has to be given to somebody.
Wait, is he ranking the weapon types too? Nah, he's not right.
I say the Serpent Bone Blade sucks 10-year-old motor oil through a fucking curly straw. I hope that doesn't offend too many people. For every player tirelessly fighting on the front lines for Camp Underrated, the relentless attacks carried out by the No Bleed and Poison Still Isn't That Great factions always feel 10 times as effective, and Fort Why the Hell Can't I Change the Ash just called in an airstrike. This seems like a weapon entirely built around poison buildup, judging by the Ash and the unique R2. And that's the one thing I actually have to give it credit for, is that they actually thought to give it the unique 2-tap heavy. And almost all status...
It's actually a really good heavy attack as well. Put some work. It does do like deadly poison build up, which is better than regular poison build up. It is, you can't infuse it. If you could infuse it, it'd be like one of the best katanas.
On the double slash, clock in at a 75.
It's so sad.
The Ash doesn't even help the build up as much as people think it does. Number 8.
Because the Ash is double slash, and there's no point in going with the double slash skill when you have the heavy attack, which does the exact same thing. But the heavy attack actually puts in work, and it's decent, and it's deadly poison, so yeah. Yeah, the Meteoric Blade is worse, yeah. Smith Script's like, this taxi weapon is not even that bad, but it probably is the worst one, yeah. It's only 3, but yeah.
The Smith Script Circ. Throwing 2 projectiles at close range instead of 1 ends up being unexpectedly strong, even if the range on the actual projectiles still feel like they could use some work.
Yeah, because out of all like the Smith Script weapons, these are like the only ones that actually get tracking for their heavy attack, and it throws out 2 at once, so the damage is not even that bad. So you can just like use uncharged heavy attacks to jumping heavy attacks. It's fine. Just unfortunately, the other backhand blades, or the other backhand blades, it is better. Because like the regular backhand blades just get insane damage. Better range, and like the heavy attacks are themselves already insane. So it's like the trade-off like a really good heavy attack that can lunge in far, or like a projectile heavy attack, and you kind of lose on the guard counters as well, which is really cool. So, and it's because it turns it into a projectile guard counter.
Buff on 1.12.3, and I'm not sure how this even happened, but the throwing attacks on the Smith Script Circ somehow flew right under the sweeping nerfs to backhand blades in 1.14. Just sidestepped right around that shit. This does come with a noticeable deficit in base damage because they have a ranged attack, and the S scaling in its keen affinity closes that gap very comfortably, allowing it to compete with the Curse Blade and the standard backhand blade a bit more directly while still only weighing 2 pounds. Throwability is the only real edge that Smith Script weapons have over their competition, and I'm guessing the throwing range is sort of meant to be a little on the assy side, because if the range was actually realistic, there would be little point to using most other weapons. Number 7,
yeah, this is probably, I'll probably put this into the A tier as well. Well, like it's probably the worst one though, because like all the Smith Script, the backhand blades are great. Rolana's Twin Blades is the worst light greatsword. I think the Letters greatsword is worse, Because the skill doesn't even work with fucking Shard of Alexander. And this skill is, it removes debuffs like Scarlet Rod and stuff and Frost, which you don't want.
Anna's Twin Blades. Leveling either Intelligence or Faith will increase the elemental damage for only one sword, and leveling both completely neglects the physical damage, which is where most of its punch actually comes from. Latest Sword can be more consistently built around despite finding it near the end of the game, and even
It's easy to build around, but it's just basically a dexterity weapon.
the basic LGS can be paired with Wing Stance, which might be one of the greatest slam dunks in this generation's culture since pointed slingbacks and zero-waste meals. For this weapon, the only real option you have here is investing in strength and dex and just not using the unique
Annoying in
skill
PvP?
attached.
Yeah, I think this list incorporates PvP, so it kind of makes sense. But there's no reason, there is a reason to use the Verlanas over the Sword of Night and Flame. Because, like, the skills actually better complement each other. Because, like, one's, like, a short-range AoE and the other one's, like, a quick projectile attack. So you can have a quick projectile that's pretty cheap. But I guess it's not as powerful as the Sword of Night and Flame. Because Sword of Night and Flame gets better scalings. The skill just hits harder. It's, like... And you have the power stance, you know, just to benefit.
To it, or investing in either Intelligence or Faith while only using one half of the attached skill, which is way too inconvenient to build around because even if I've lodged myself deep into the intestines of Journey 5, I'm assuming I haven't ignored Arcane. Number 6, Dryleaf Arts. Another nail biter here since only 2 of these fuckers actually took the competition seriously enough to show up and give a shit, and it was probably one of the hardest ones to call too, since the R1 attacks all share the same MVs despite Dane's footwork having alternate attack animations. However, since a great deal of those attacks are considered kick attacks, evidenced by the params labeling them such, that means they're also boosted by the Shattered Stone Talisman and the Divine Birdgreaves, making the attack string on Dane's footwork perform around 15% better in every situation. I actually can't believe there's no objective or numerical difference between the 2 of these. We really needed a talisman and some shoes to come in and blow the fucking whistle just to figure this out. They cooked up an entire moveset and added in a function that allowed the game to differentiate between punches and kicks just for this one weapon to work properly, and then turned around and made Radahn's kneecap into a shield. Number 15%.
Okay, so you talked about the kicking attacks boosted with the talismans that get more damage. I think the Dryleaf Arts actually gets kicking attacks too. Now, they're both very similar. I actually like the Dryleaf Arts better because the way to actually use the hand-to-hand arts is just spamming the uncharged heavies. Because the uncharged heavies literally are just higher DPS than light attacks. And they're like really fast as well. And they do more stance damage. So if you're going to use the hand-to-hand arts, you're just spamming uncharged heavies. And the Dryleaf Arts just does it better. Because it's faster and it does more stance damage. And even if you account for the Shattered Stone Talisman and the Divine Bird Warrior Greaves, the Dryleaf Arts is still better because it's faster and just does more stance damage for like very similar damage as well. So, and you don't have to use a talisman slot just to benefit or to make the damage just in line. But the Dryleaf Arts is actually, and the Dane's Footwork is actually good with the guard countering builds because for some reason that weapon is bugged to where it gets more damage and more stance damage with a guard counter, and the Dryleaf Arts doesn't get that for some reason. But yeah, for some reason with the Dane's Footwork, if you get a guard counter with it, there are times where it can hit like multiple, like 2 to 3 times, and you're doing like 40 stance damage, over 40 stance damage, and like ridiculous amounts of damage with the guard counter, and it's actually like super fun. It's not like the most amazing build because guard countering with the Dane's Footwork obviously is going to take a lot of stability, even if you do have the deflecting tier. So, but there's benefits to both, but I think the Dryleaf Arts is the better one overall because the Dane's Footwork is only meant for the deflecting builds, which is a bit more niche. But yeah, both weapons are really fun though.
Number 5, the Great Epee. The lowest base damage and the lowest...
That's fair, I guess. I mean, there's like almost no reason to use it over the Godskin Stitcher. I mean, I guess the heavy attack does a horizontal swipe, so if you actually want the horizontal swiping moveset, you want to sacrifice some damage. Because yeah, the Godskin Stitcher heavy attack just does insane damage. But it's just all poking attacks though, so you kind of lose out on having a horizontal swipe. So if you want to hit multiple enemies, the Great Epee has that use. So I think it's fine. It's still like towards the bottom. It's still like an amazing weapon because there's not that many. I still think I'd had the Dragon King's... I'm not sure I had the Dragon King's Cragblade. I think they're all like at least A tier, honestly. I think they're all like not even that bad. But Dragon King's Cragblade did get nerfed pretty hard.
scalings on any heavy thrusting sword means this decision is unfortunately very easy. And the reason that's so unfortunate is because a clip making rounds on the internet of me talking shit about this weapon, I'm pretty sure would generate more controversy than a clip of me saying a slur. And that is not a joke, I genuinely believe it. I'm actually afraid to talk shit about this weapon because I know how many people either love it as much as I do or have gotten absolutely embarrassed by it in PvP. But when the numbers say what they do, the best I can possibly give you in this situation is an apology and to just let you all down easy. This sword is eternally locked in an arm wrestle with the Godskin Stitcher, on which one has the worst infusion scalings, but considering how similar they are, we might need to look elsewhere for a deciding factor. The Godskin Stitcher is a half-pound heavier, but it also inches just past the AP in range, has 3 more base damage, and even has a unique heavy attack. Number 4, the dueling.
Well, it gets a unique heavy attack, but they're the only 2 that can be infused. So when you think about it, both of them have a unique heavy attack. So, actually, they both have a unique heavy because the Greater Pay gets the horizontal swipe, and like the generic heavy attack that the heavy thrusting swords get is a poking attack, but the Godskin Stitcher gets a double poking attack. So they're actually both unique. But I still think the Godskin Stitcher is better because it's more damage and that heavy attack can just like shred. But if you don't really care for the heavy attack, then the Greater Pay might be better. And if you're not going to use like a horizontal swiping skill, and they're both useful. I don't know. It might be the worst one still because like they're all really good. The heavy thrusting swords.
Shield. Speaking strictly on the weapon type itself, dueling shields are the 3-in-1 men's anti-dandruff shampoo of Elden Ring. As long as you have one, even the shitty one, there's nothing else you really need to chase after. No matter what the affinity is, the Carian shield soars far above this one by at least maybe 50 points. And the Carian shield also has an entire 3rd stat that it can scale with, but without any noticeable compromise.
Well, like the regular thrusting shield can do more damage because of split damage, you know, because the carrying thrusting shield can get higher AR, but some of that's magic damage, so it's not going to be as much. But the reason why the carrying thrusting shield is better is because it actually gets better blocking, and it gets better physical guarded damage negation, which if you're going to be using a thrusting shield, that's the major benefit, right? It's like to actually have the blocking capabilities be pretty decent, and it's just much better than the dueling shield, but the damage is basically like similar.
To physical base damage. You find both dueling shields in roughly the same place too, which leaves the varying limitations on the plain dueling shield.
Like in the carrying thrusting shield also gets the intelligence scaling too, or intelligence requirement like 15. So it's like a bit limiting there also. But 15 is actually just enough for Scholar's shield, so this benefits still.
Very confusing and mostly just unnecessary, because choosing this over the Carian thrusting shield means sacrificing improvements to literally everything. But that doesn't change the fact that building around it properly still lets you abuse one of the most tyrannically heavy-handed guard counter strategies introduced.
Dueling shield has better lightning negation, right? Maybe by like a little bit. It's probably not that noticeable though, but yeah. But like mainly you want to focus on like physical damage negation, right? Because that's like 90% of the game. And you get like 10 more, almost like 10 more points with the carry and thrusting shield.
Introduced in the DLC. Probably not that great if you're not in line waiting to join the cult of counterattacking, but even as a basic R1 machine, it's still like, it's not terrible. Number 3.
That's actually one of the better like R1 spamming tools in the game. It's actually insane. It does like 14 stance damage, like roughly like, or not 14, I think it's like 11 or so stance damage for every light attack, which is like ridiculous for how fast that it is. Actually insane. Unfortunately, the heavy attacks for the thrusting shields suck.
The Great Katana. I got unusually frustrated when I looked this up, but the Great Katana's infusion scalings are like some of the most disrespectful numbers.
This is the best one
In the entire DLC. The Keen Affinity can't even find it within itself to give 50 points of scaling to Dex. It jumps from 75 to 123, which is bad. That's fucking bad is what that is.
The scaling's not the best, but it still like damages the Dragon Hunter Katana, I believe, with the dexterity build.
Humiliatingly, that's still
that was for a quality build mainly, I guess, but yeah.
Higher dex ceiling than the Rakshasa Great
The shield poke is really good for the thrusting shields, yeah.
Katana, which only measures in at 110 at max level. Granted, the gap in power mostly comes from the Rakshasa's passive hyper armor effect, but even without that, the Rakshasa still seems to be the best option, mathematically speaking. The Dragon Hunter Katana has a flexible weapon skill that can laser down anything in addition to dragons, and has single-handedly flipped the whole damn table regarding the community's opinion towards fighting them. And I'm supposed to like this one more because you can put repeating thrust on it. People got mad at me for ranking the Great Katana.
You should like it more because you can put repeating thrust in it and blood tax.
Where I did in the DLC weapons video too. Well, I guess it's time to fucking explain yourselves because I ain't seeing it. Number 2.
Look, all of the great katanas are good. Like putting this one at the bottom was like it's, you know, it's not like the worst take of all time, right? But yeah, repeating thrust and blood tax are insane, and this is probably like the best pairing with it because you get like ridiculous range and it stun locks insane. Like insane stun lock, and it can get really good bleed build up, especially like blood tax with like an occult infusion. It can just put in work, and it makes for a very easy build. Be better than any other great katana build that you can make. Now you could make that a similar build with like a bleed infused sword lance, but you're not going to benefit of having an arcane scaling and benefit of using spells as well. So although it's not like the most useful thing, it's still pretty cool. But like outside of that, I wouldn't really care to use any other skill. Like overhead stance did get buffed because of the Rolana's cameo, so there's like some uses there. And like they're a slightly different version of the curved greatswords, but yeah. What's the list for? This is Rusty's ranking the worst weapon in every category.
2. The Troll's Golden Sword.
Worse than the Troll's Night Sword?
Making
Maybe.
Colossal Swords sound bad in any capacity is like gym membership cancellation levels of difficult. And I knew that if I went
I
that
mean, it's probably the worst infusible one. I guess it's not the worst thing option. Yeah.
route, it would be a fast pass to me just sounding like a fucking fool for 50.
That's the only reason you want to use it. It's because the two-handed downward heavy attack. But I think the Watchdog's staff gets that too. Watchdog's greatsword, I mean. Which that's just better. So, and he talked about the hook claws being the worst, which is true as well. Anyway, that wasn't the worst. People thought, I don't know, people got really mad about that one. That wasn't that bad. That was fine. That was a good video. Anyway, we're done for today. We are done. Anyway, thank you guys for stopping by. We'll be on tomorrow to do some other stuff. I don't know what we're going to do.